हाँ मैनू भी। हाँ मेरे दोस्त ठीक हो गया। मेरे दोस्त है ना एक, वो भी ये काम करता है मार्केटिंग का, एक और वो भी कराची रहिंदा वा, ते वो हैंडल करता वा शॉपिफाई स्टोर सारे, वैबसाइटें सारियां हैंडल करता, मतलब कि कॉन्ट्रैक्ट चलदा हुंदा कंपनी दे नाल ना। उन्हें मैनूं यही मशवरा दित्ता सीगा, उन्हें कहा सी कि टिकटॉक ते रन कर, टिकटॉक बेस्ट है सब तो ज़्यादा, ते सस्ता भी है।
My dream right now, it's like become a EWC champion. I'm fighting so much for that. Be MVP of any global championship. When I was a child, I just like to play, to be honest. Like at my 6 years old, I start playing some other games. To be honest, I just play and sometimes football, but it was not so good. How my family would describe me, I think like I have kid, I have guy, and I always smiling and trying to keep everyone happy on my side. What I miss the most when I'm away from home is like my friends, my family. I miss like going to school also. My perfect day off gonna be like driving, because I love to drive. I have a G20, 320i. I love to eat, like, but not normal food, like fast food, like McDonald's or something like that. I always love to eat that. Something people don't know about me, I'm so afraid of heights. When I go to the airplane, I want to sit in the window, but I always close to don't sit. My career changed me like as a person, like everything. I became the man I am today because of my career, because the people was by my side. So like changed everything on my life. The person I want to be remembered as like a happy guy who always is smiling, and I want to be remembered like a man who never stopped fighting. He always like chasing his dreams.
Ben küçükken yaramaz da değildim ama çok da sakin bir çocuk değildim. Benim aklıma gelince hep gülümseten şey, küçükken bizim köyde arılar vardı. Onlara sopa sallamıştım. Sonra kaçıyordum. Bir baktım arkamdan bir anda beni arı falan sokmuştu. Yani aklıma geldikçe ona gidiyorum. En yakın arkadaşlarım beni sosyal ve eğlenceli biri olarak anlatıyor olabilirler. Benim için ev, aile, arkadaşlarım, ne bileyim hayvanlar, güvercinler falan öyle. Benim için hiç turnuva veya oyun oynamadığım mükemmel bir gün arkadaşlarımla, ailemle veya böyle hayvanlarla falan vakit geçirdiğim bir gün olabilirdi yani. Benim için en kötü alışkanlığım çabuk sinirleniyor olabilmem olabilir. En komik alışkanlığım da yani herhangi bir yerde bir anda espri yapabiliyorum. Yani insanlar beni belki egolu veya kasıntı olarak görüyor olabilir ama ben şöyle biri değilim yani. Bu yolculuk bana abi kardeşliği, aile olmayı, yani başka bir insanlarla böyle sosyalleşmeyi öğretti ve hayat bakış açımı yani şekillendirdi. Ben bu oyuna abim sayesinde başladım yine bir. Yani o oynuyordu, ben de ondan görerek oyuna başladım. Sonra turnuva zamanları gelince ailem böyle karşı çıkıyordu bana, hiç istemiyordu yani. Haklı olarak. Sonra kuzenim de benim e-sporla ilgileniyordu yani, izliyordu. O annemlere falan böyle tavsiyeler verdi. Onun sayesinde yani e-spora rahatlıkla yani onlar da benimle gurur duyarak izleyebiliyorlar. Öyle hepsine teşekkür ederim burada.
up, everybody? It's Jukes. We're about to do the Aramco tier list, and I'm here with Nigma Galaxy. Y'all guys are gonna be the first to decide where these guys go. Let's get right into it, and let's decide the first.
11 Labs music generator has arrived. A new era of AI music has just begun. In partnership with labels and built from the ground up, generates studio quality AI music, primed for commercial use. Create exceptional content today with 11 Music.
We'll put them here for A, right?
Yep.
Sound good?
Yes.
Mormon.
B.
B tier?
Yeah.
B.
Okay. Well, one guy I know you guys know for sure, right?
Of course.
On top from Aurora.
Definitely. No need to speak
Is there anything above us?
Anything above us?
Yeah, we just put him up there, man. He's the GOAT.
All right. We'll put him right there. How's that?
Yeah, live there, boy. Yeah, that's it.
How about this one? Well, Razak.
I think B.
I'll go for a B, yeah.
He's playing great.
Okay. Gen Foss.
I don't know. For me, I think it's C.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? He'll be the first one in C tier.
Who's gonna be if Ragnarok? Put him
No.
B.
Okay, we'll put him at B. Put him right there in the middle. How about AJ?
Well, let's put him in C. We don't
C?
put much, yeah.
How about we go with Soul K next?
B for me.
B, going up one. Now B is getting pretty full here.
Yep.
All right. Goat Team Force.
D. You could put him D.
D. Okay. Aaron here.
Yeah.
Sky.
Sky's great, bro.
If B wasn't full, he should be in B.
He's A then.
No,
Put him
I don't
instead
think
of
so.
Ragnarok.
Okay, how about that? Yeah, you want to swap somebody?
Switch.
Okay, so we're gonna switch Ragnarok out. Sound good?
Yeah, it's okay.
All right. XZY.
I'm scared from him, you know, outside the game, in game, everywhere, bro.
Yeah, he deserves
That's
it.
a big
S
dude
tier,
too.
yeah,
I
S
saw
tier,
him at
bro.
breakfast. I was
I'm
like,
not gonna
who's
talk
this
bad about him.
guy? Admino.
Put him next to Raul.
Put him right here.
Yeah, it's right there.
Okay. Next we got Smile.
Global champion.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
good. He's really good.
But what happened after? I don't
That's
know.
the question.
We will give him the chance. We put him A.
Being a global champion, he deserves to be at
Yeah.
least A.
Yeah,
like
he's
minimum,
good.
like.
A tier. All right. And then Apgarino once
My
again.
friend, I'll put him at C.
C tier.
Yeah, C.
All right.
Can remove that guy from D. I feel bad, man. Like,
Yeah, he's the only one down at D tier.
Put him at C.
Put him at C? Okay, all right. No bad teams coming over here. All right, guys. Hey, thank y'all guys so much for joining me,
Thank
and
you.
good luck here in the Esports World Cup.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello everyone. Sorry. This is Media Day at EWC 2026, and I'm going to show you guys exactly what the players go through every single day whenever we're taking pictures, recording content, and basically everything that you see on the streams. And I'll show you a little bit of a walkthrough once I'm done with this, so give me a second.
What's up, everybody? It's Jukes. We're here backstage at the Esports World Cup here in Paris, and while watching all these players get all their media shots done, let's give you a little quick little behind the scenes of what we got going on here, right? So you can see these different stages here. The production value of this is absolutely wild. We got some of the boys here as well from Nigma Galaxy. What up? How y'all doing?
It's great. Organization is great. Everything is perfect, you know. As always, EWC on top.
Let's go, let's go. All right, we'll see more of these guys in here in a little bit as we go and take a look at some of the player photos that we're doing. Look at that. Look at that right there. So sick.
Perfecto. Perfecto. Do I look bonita? I feel bonita. Thank you. Okay, now let's get to it. So, first things first, once our lovely players get their hair and makeup done, we start taking them towards hero shots. We start taking them towards like content ideas and such. And this is only the first stop. So, at the moment behind me is one of the teams and they're doing their hero shots. So, there's two kinds of hero shots and they usually do either solo shots or they go for group shots together as a team. And of course, none of this would be possible without our lovely sponsor, Sony, for providing us all the incredible cameras that we're using at the moment to give you the best quality pictures of our lovely players. Now, this is only one of our stops for the day, so okay, that was a little bit more difficult. I don't know how they're getting the players up here to shoot these pieces of content, but hey, this is another one of the segments that we have here for Media Day, and now I don't want to get down. I have a slight fear of heights, so just hold on, give me a second. Okay, we're good, we're perfectly fine. But yes, one of our many areas here that we use for Media Day, and we want to get the players to be a little bit more creative, give them more places where they can use different kinds of poses and stuff like that. And whew, listen, I'm already out of air. This is crazy. Oh, that's what they use. They have a ladder. I wish I have known this was a thing before. It was only one climb as well. You see, that was the problem. I thought I was a little bit more athletic than this. Turns out, no. So, next time, use ladder. Anyways, to the next one.
Now we're going to go on over to the next set. And look at this. Let's get a little sneak peek behind the scenes of what's going on over here. Look at this. Look at these guys. They're getting ready. They're locking in. We're going to go ahead and see how this interview works, and we'll get back right to you. That's it for now. So why don't we go ahead and take it back on over to the studio, and we'll talk some more about EWC.
The all-in-one video toolbox to convert, compress, edit videos, and much more.
We are here at PMWC at EWC 2026 here in Paris, France, and this place is absolutely insane. There's so much going on. It's like a gaming city. So right when you walk in through the door, if you get lost, you can head to one of these stations right here and see all the stuff that's going on here so you can find out exactly where you want to be. Here, you can even take a closer look at your favorite team. We got some big names right here. You can even see what the schedule is going to be looking like. We got matches going on right now, and even the results. So you go get some lunch, you can come here and see exactly where your team's at on the leaderboards. We got so much crazy stuff going on over here. As a matter of fact, we got some quests for you guys to complete. So hopefully you go finish all that up, and then once you're done, come back here, spin the wheel, and hopefully you take something home with you. Here at EWC, the fans get to see some of the most insane gameplay they've ever seen in their entire life. Well, when something gets a little bit too excited, they can come on over to the EWC Festival Zone and burn off some of that energy here. Shooting some hoops, kicking some goals, that's what it's all about. Well, you got some crazy spots like this where you guys could test out your reaction time and see just how good it is. You wait till that timer to go down, and you better ready to catch it. Which one's going down? Let's see. Good job. Okay, now it's going actually fast. Here we go. Got one. Oh, missed the other. Woo! Two. Got it. Can you beat that? Let's see. We even got a crane game here to see if you can win some prizes. Let's see if I can pull one out, huh? All right, slow down. Wait for it. Wait for it. Boom. Ah, so close. And if you come down to the stage, you may even be able to beat me in a game of rock, paper, scissors. Are you ready?
I am.
All right, let's do this. Here we go. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. All right. Here you go. Fine. There you go. Have fun with that. All right. Hey, that was just for the bit. That was just for the bit. Give it back. Give it back. Oh, my dollar. No. No.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
Welcome to the survival stage, where the name really does say it all. Everything these teams have been fighting for comes down to what happens right here, right now. And today, there is only one objective.
Survive! That's right, one bad drop, one mistime rotation. You're driving, hit the one rock in the middle of the open, that causes your car to flip over and get your whole team destroyed. Wolves, sorry about that, could cause the end of your Esports World Cup journey.
The pressure is on, the margins kind of small. Every single point could be the difference between moving forward and going home.
Today, every decision matters.
Only the strongest will survive.
This is the survival stage. Let's drop in.
Je suis prêt, c'est parti, voir où m'emmène la vie. Comme sur mon green, tu m'entends quand je respire. Top le veston, jamais dit, jamais fait une trop pas. Big temps, j'ai fait changer toute la piste. Regarde ma pêche, je sais pas, j'attire. Je coupe la ligne, laisse la qui laisse frémir. Nouvelle état, new name, toujours fluide dans le move. Main en l'air quand je rentre dans le groupe. Garde ce regard, je suis déjà posé. Deux pas, je tourne, glace dans mes yeux figés. Ligne, beat encore, puis je prends tout ce qui est à moi. Trop vite, trop fort.
We have 10 teams waiting in the finals, and at the end of survival stage, we will be finding out who are the other 6 teams joining them. Welcome to the PMWC at EWC 26. My name is the 7WG, and I'm joined by none other than Blank, Maxman, and Lace. Blank, this is your first time actually getting to do a opener with us here. How are we feeling for survival stage?
I'm feeling good for survival stage right now. You've made me stand outside though. I'm very pale. I am burning. I imagine a lot of the passion is burning for the players right now, just as high, maybe higher potentially, to get over towards where they need to be to get towards those finals going forward, because honestly there is some good competition here. I think some of the teams just about eked it out. It's going to be a good day.
It is going to be a great day. Don't forget, if you want to put in your predictions, go into the EWC Play app and put in those predictions because you might be able to win some awards. We'll get some predictions later on from all of us. And if you are putting your predictions out in social media, make sure you use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. Format reminder, I kind of explained it earlier. I'm just going to explain it to you once again. The top 6 here at Survival will be moving on. The rest of the teams aren't going to be getting a second chance lace. They will be getting those keys crushed.
Yeah, that's it. It's going to be a dominant performance. Obviously, you've got 2 days to do it. So there is a little bit of that sort of time to be able to take things back to the drawing board. So, of course, we want things kicking off right at the start. Seven said no hot drops the other day. I want hot drops!
I want hot drops too, especially because we're going to be starting off with Rondo, Max. If you were ever going to be hot dropping, that would be the map to do it.
It's the hot drop city, all of Rondo, right? Yulin, Neox Factory, even maybe a little bit of Danching. We'll see how it goes. But actually, we're talking about Rondo, E-Arena. I'm hoping we see another good Rondo. But doing good also on the other map, please, like good Orangles, good Miramars, because that was the biggest throw ever. They can't afford to do it here in the survival stage.
I'm actually going to disagree with that one. I'm hoping the arena kind of sucks in this rondo, so maybe they'll end up showing up on the rest of the games. Maybe. Because after that rondo, they just ended up not being existent during the group stage. But we'll see what's going to happen with the arena. If you missed out what happened during groups, don't worry. We got the STC rewind for you.
Here for the SCC Rewind, and of course it is the survival stage, which means things get deadly serious for all of our 16 teams. To the left hand side you can see Alpha 7, which is ready to go here, considering that they got themselves 1 win during the group stages here. For a team like this that was PMGC champions in the past as well, that is not enough. They're going to be wanting to get themselves into those top 6 spots to be able to move through into that grand final. And then we move over, of course, to Yangon Galacticos here, PMWC champions, the defending champions at the moment as well, kind of finding themselves middle of the pack when it comes to the group stage as a whole. But this team themselves is looking for the back-to-back to start things off, so they've got to survive the survival stage.
And speaking of champions, Nongshim Red Force, the defending PMMI champions, coming into this one looking to try and get past this survival stage. They displayed some real tactical brilliance over in their games that they played during their group, and hopefully they can rely on their star player Hyunbin to find that strength as we take a wander over the fence to look at another team who is going to hopefully rely on their star player too, Ulf, with Eren, who has been an absolute firecracker out the gate during his ascension with the rest of this team. Another team from Turkey joining into the finals directly would be phenomenal. And hopefully these guys are going to be able to join Ida and S2G over with a direct qualification spot with the survival stage clincher.
2 more brilliant contenders in the survival stage, encompassing E-Arena as well as GOAT Team. Let's talk about E-Arena first, though. Of course, they were able to get a record-breaking game. 29 eliminations, as well as the placement points for first place, meant a 39-point game was spectacular, but still not able to make top 5, so finding themselves in that survival stage. Moving on to GOAT Team for just a little bit as well. We had 2 chicken dinners for them in the group stage, but again, unable to find a top 5 placement to be able to get through into that final. That means there's a little inconsistency here and there. However, they're going to be 2 challenges to try and make that top 5 and make it through into the grand final.
Tiamba were a little bit timid during their group stages, so I don't want to scare them here, which is why I'm trying to be quiet.
What are whispering for? Right, okay, so you're on about Tiamba. AGAL from their region is also in the same boat, right? A lot of pundits and experts think that they are going to be the one to potentially challenge for that title at the top, but they do also find themselves in the survival stage. And all in all, John, that now means that we might have the strongest survival stage lobby in PUBG Mobile of all time here at PMWC. So that does it for the STC Rewind. You don't want to miss it.
As week 5 comes to a close and we prepare to dive into week 6, it's time for another club championship update. First, a little recap on the last bit of action that we missed out on, and that, of course, is the crowning of another EWC champion in Call of Duty. It was now the 2-time back-to-back champions in Optic Gaming. They were able to claim the win over Heretics in a tense back and forth, but at the end of it all, they were not able to be taken down. This was a massive win for Optic Gaming. But as we prepare to dive into week 6, it's time to talk about what we've got going on our stage, because today is day 1 of the survival stage. Now, when it comes to the CC side of things and what storylines we're going to be focusing on, it's all about AGAL. After a second place and a first place finish last week, there is a lot of pressure on this team's shoulders to get some more points on the board for the AGAL club. Those two top finishes did put them at the top of the leaderboard above the likes of Falcons. And another top performance here would really solidify that position, especially with our 3 new titles coming in this week and Falcons having some top teams across all of them. It could be a massive week for AGAL if they're able to push through this survival stage and make it through to our PUBG Mobile finals. Of course, we still have so many days of competition left, and as things progress through all of our competitions, we'll make sure to keep you updated with all of them.
Thank you, Glitter, for that club championship update, especially with everything that's going on, and also to Kalaris and John to giving us that breakdown of what's been going on. But you know what? Let's just jump into it. Let's talk about the Sony story of the day, which is going to be the sponge points are pretty much gone blank. Those top teams that were in the group stages are not going to be here. One of the teams that we are going to be looking at, though, is going to be none other than AGAL.
Yeah, no more Vitality here anymore. But we do have AGAL. This is a really strong team. Very, very strong team. Great team overall. Flower H is probably one of the most popular players right now in PEL. And I don't believe that they should have really dropped out from a top 5. I think they should have come into this one swinging. I feel like group stage, they really did muck that up, if I'm honest. But I believe that they can get it done here. I think AGAL has some really strong players on side. Just feels like at the moment for our Chinese teams, PMI wasn't that scrimming ground we were hoping for.
Yeah. I'm going to steal that because I also agree. And looking at them, PMI was quite interesting. They improved a lot back in PMI. But you're talking about Flower H. I'm actually a big fan of Maple, especially in Neox. Had some really good clutches. Eventually, we did see Falak win that 1v1 at the very end. But Maple is a big carry of this team. 3 times PEL champion, by the way. So definitely a guy to not be underestimated. I think all gamers now, they have a good scope of the land. They have a good understanding of how this lobby worked back in their respective group. Now in survival stage, top 6, it's in the cards. All gamers, I would love to see them make it in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, they even had a more influential day on their second lot of group stages. They were able to have that flower dominance, which we were just sort of talking about, and more eliminations compared to like Furia and GOAT. So not by too much, but they were actually making up those eliminations and obviously getting a chicken dinner in match 10.
Let's see what AGL is going to be doing, because we see you talked about Maple. I'm hoping we're going to see Maple show up here, especially in the first rondo. But one team a lot of us are expecting to show up, especially in survival stage, is going to be none other than Alpha 7. I know Kalara's got a chance to talk to Revo.
Hello, here with Revo again here, but this time around we've got the survival stage. Day number 1 here as they look to try and compete to get those top spots and to get through into that final. So first questions first, I want to get your opinion about what was going on in the group stage and now applying that here to the survival stage, right? How did you see the competition as a whole? And has there been any kind of talks about adaptations that you want to make as Alpha 7 coming into the survival?
I think on group stage we made like many mistakes about like execution. So that was our problem. I think we fixed it. I hope so. So now we are ready for survival stage, and to be honest, I like to play like things like that because it's our last chance for many things, and maybe they have some pressure. So I'm ready for everything, and let's make it.
Do you think that your team thrives under pressure better compared to some of the other teams?
I think so, because like it's around like 5 or 6 years on global stages. Like we play, I think PMGC last chance one time. So I think, yeah, we know how to play it. So let's try our best. Let's do everything is needed to qualify.
I like that. That's a good perspective. So when you think bigger picture here for a moment as well, does it feel to you like the rest of the world caught up with Alpha 7 as opposed to Alpha 7 slipping a little bit? Because the competition in PUBG Mobile right now seems extremely fierce. It feels very, very powerful at the moment. So what's your perspective on that?
I think like the scene right now about PUBG is like everyone wants to fight. They don't want to hide. They don't want to keep like get position points. They prefer to kill. And I think we need to do that. We need to find kills. We need to find things to fight. Because like if you get like, I don't know, like 15 kills and like 8th place, you are good because you did like is like a win and like 5 kills or something like that. Sorry, yeah.
So I guess for this survival stage in particular, it feels like whenever we've had tournaments, this seems like the most powerful lobby in a survival stage ever. Is that fair to say? Do you think that that's true? And are you concerned about the survival stage or any of the teams in particular in the survival stage?
I think it's true, but like as I said, like many teams gonna feel the pressure because of like our last chance or something like that, and they're gonna think about it. And I don't think we have that pressure, but we're gonna try our best. I don't know what's gonna happen because like PUBG is not like 100% like sure what we're gonna do. Everything can happen, so we're gonna try our best, like I said.
All right. Well, thank you very much for joining me here, Revo. Any final words for the fans?
Keep supporting us and let's go for 7. Let's go Brazil, and is that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Revo. Thank you, Kalaris, for that amazing interview. But with Alpha 7, they need to show up, and they need to show up from the get-go.
Yeah, they do. And I really like that question from Kalaris. Do you think Alpha 7 is sort of slipping behind the pack and the rest of them are sort of skyrocketing? And when you have a look coming out of the group stages, they were at a 3.25 elimination average. And their contenders, Nongshim and also E-Arena, were sitting on 4.5. And E-Arena, obviously from that fantastic starting game, was 5.3, so it's about a 24-point gap between some of the teams that they need to verse today in the survival stage. So it is going to be difficult, especially watching the way that they weren't able to sort of take control of any sort of fight that they were in. They did go for these fights, but it looks like that power just kind of slipped away from them.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Well, I mean, coming off the back of that interview, they were talking about how no one wants to hide, everyone wants to fight. I genuinely think that, yeah, the battleground has changed at this point. I had a really fantastic conversation with Aru. I think you were there as well, Seven. We were discussing essentially like how is your game plan to finals going to change, but it's pertinent to this because he was saying essentially that what we want to do going forward is be a bit more aggressive. I mean, the Rondo that they won, if they hadn't taken an aggressive approach up towards the northern side, they might have lost a flash there. But I think every single team is realizing we can't be passive in these lobbies. Any opportunity that comes up, we have to take it. And you've got minimal amount of time to make this happen now in the survival stage, Max.
I mean, really looking at Alpha 7, there's so much potential on that roster, right? Guizao and Obscure, I feel like they've really, truly been tested many times. They won PMGC, they played PMGO, they know what's going to be coming up here into this one. But I think in particular, what I want to see from Alpha 7 is, of course, trying to be aggressive, as you were talking about here, Blank. But I would say the biggest issue I have is when they don't have the zone, they really struggle to get into the play zone itself, into those mid to late game circles. The scouting is just not there sometimes. So I just want to see them try and have a better time entering the play zone because that's really been their biggest struggle.
I'll take one of them. I'll take one of them. But yeah, I think it's a great point to bring up because I think Alpha 7 definitely feels on the back foot when they're not in control of their own game. I think for instance, 7.
Yep.
Their game on North George, oh my God, once they had that building, they were looking fantastic there because they were able to play their own game.
They dropped there.
Exactly.
They do drop there.
They drop.
That's the crazy thing with this team too, is when they're able to set themselves up, they're a team that can actually take full advantage of the situation and just back it up with full eliminations. Earlier, Max, you were talking about the roster, and I'm glad you kind of brought that up because there is going to be a big change today for the roster. Obscure, when we got a chance to see, and if you actually can, Tamaj, pull up the player stats once again for me from Alpha 7, because you will notice that Obscure ended up being with the least amount of eliminations, and he is going to be sitting out. They're going to be bringing in a brand new player, Mots. We actually got a chance to see him play 4 games in their last day of group stages. He's going to be coming in, and he's going to be having to fill in those shoes.
It's going to be interesting to see because he doesn't have that group stage experience. So how is that new player going to change your whole team dynamic, Blank? It's going to be interesting.
The 4th player Alpha 7 meat grinder continues. This is so sad.
Squash 2.0, Pedrino 3.0, McGrellin 4.0. Who's the next one on the line? But right now, an extra player, it's really hard to analyze. Yeah, it does sometimes help, but like it's hard to analyze realistically because we just don't know how that synergy is going to work out. I don't expect the eye gelling to change whatsoever. I think that's Carrior just going to go with the same playstyle. But with that extra player, will it work as well or will it get worse? Genuinely, that's a big question mark. No idea how Alpha 7 is going to do with that change.
Yeah, listen, usually with Alpha 7, we kind of joke around about that 4th player because they do end up switching rosters where things aren't going right. With this one, something that we have seen it happen in the past too with Alpha 7 new players is they get a little bit too over-aggressive. They tend to overextend because they want to show up, because the pressure is there for them, considering that Alpha 7 has won PMWC and PMGC. That pressure might end up getting to him, and he might have to compensate for that too for the new player.
Yeah, but the thing is that, like, I like that they're making these aggressive plays, but they aren't actually, like Max just pointed on, scouting to be able to make these aggressive plays. So if they can just have that ability to sort of make sure that they've cleared their back, because they are sort of focusing more on that edge, except for that match 10 where they dropped there and they stayed there. If they can be able to play that scouting power a little bit more, I do think even having a new player on this roster, it's going to be a lot better. You know, sometimes you just got to add a little bit of new flavor into the mix and great things can happen.
Yeah, I'm usually very against those kind of switches, but with the way that this squad is currently playing, with the way that they've been playing 2026, which if I actually wanted to say the word, I would end up getting fired, so I'm not going to say it. I'm glad that we are going to be getting a change out of them. And actually, Blank, give the microphone to Max, because one team that I know Max wants to talk about is none other than Nongshim Red Force. And Max, this was a squad that we thought, with the way that they were playing, that they were going to be already in the finals. It didn't end up happening.
Take the mic back. No, Nongshim Red Force, they showed on their first opening day of their group, right, so much promise, so much potential. They were towards the top ranks for the longest time, right, Blank? But then I feel like the biggest issue for them going into the second day of their group is they started being like, we just want to remain in the top 5, and they decided to play a little bit more passive. One game in particular that I go back to is the Ida chicken dinner in the fields, right, just outside of Longwood, and they could have crashed Ida's compound in the mid game, but they decide instead to go in like some dips in the field, very passive, not committing to big plays. That's what makes Nongshim Red Force in my opinion, so I hope they go back to form if they want to make it in that top 6.
Well, you come to these international tournaments, right, and this is the problem, is that a lot of people trying to change up their play style. I think Nongshim Red Force within their own region, they can really excel with that, but you're sort of not sure when to play aggro, when to pull it back a little bit. Versus Ida, that was tough, but it really reminds me of game 3 from them on Erangel. I think it was day 1, I believe, that they won. That was a fantastic game. It was a really good game, but even they realized it was a little bit slow, it was a little bit passive, and that's fine, but I still think they were quite proactive in that situation. But it really does just speak to the way they want to play it out. It is too slow. We need aggression, Lace.
Do not stress, Max. I wholeheartedly believe that they'll be in that top 6.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh,
I've got that. You know, he was like, give me that good juju, and I've got it for you, because they were 24 points ahead of Alpha 7, and like just a little bit under E-Arena. They actually have the ability to do so. So don't stress, Max.
Thank you so much,
buddy.
Hey Max, Yumbin has actually been putting up the numbers. He's the man that has been performing the best out of the squad so far. Hopefully that's going to continue on here in survival stage. For all these teams, they have been able already to play 12 matches at PMWC, at EWC 26. They have now gotten a day off in yesterday to go back and VOD review. We're going to be seeing what kind of changes these teams have made, if they have enough to make it to the grand finals and be in the top 6, because this is survival stage.
Sixteen teams live to fight another day, but now there are no safety nets, there are no second chances. Now you have to bring your A game or your key will be sent to the graveyard.
Yeah, some came close making it in the finals, others came close to elimination, but today is survival stage, so the points are reset, and basically, Barney, anything can happen.
One mistake could send months of preparation out the window. However, one moment of brilliance could keep the dream alive.
Yeah, indeed, Barney. I can see them. They are ready. So it is time to welcome our team on the stage, starting with Geek Esports.
Dopeness.
Team RRQ.
Wolves Esports.
Kiwum Dierix.
Tianba.
Al Hula Club Esports.
(721) GS Esports.
Furia.
Alpha 7.
Go team.
Nongshim Red Force.
AGL.
E Arena.
Wolf Esports.
And finally, your defending champions of PMWC, Yangon Galacticos! Today, you won't survive by hiding. Fight smarter, adapt faster, and deliver when the pressure is at its peak. That is what it takes to keep this dream alive.
The group stage is behind us. Now a new fight begins. Welcome to the survival stage of the PMWC at EWC 2026 in Paris.
We've got to make a couple more spots available. That is for our survival stage teams, joining some of the best teams in the world.
Nongshim Red Force.
그룹 스테이지에서 충분히 몸을 풀었고 이제 우리가 살아남기 위해 어떻게 하는지 모두에게 보여주겠습니다.
Não tem mais chances de errar. A gente vai dar o nosso melhor no survival stage para passar para a final.
Go team!
Biz grupповой этапda ko'rsatdik nimaga qodirligimizni. 3 marta to'plar olib, survival stage'da ham harakat qilamiz finalga uchun.
พวกเรารู้ดีครับว่ามีอะไรเป็นเดิมพันถ้าพวกเราอยากจะเข้าสู่รอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลพวกเราจะต้องทำตอนนี้ให้ดีที่สุดครับ
It is time to see who will rise above the rest and continue their journey in the PMWC.
Nessa repescagem ficaram muitos times fortes, times que eu respeito muito. Só que a gente está trabalhando muito, treinando muito para passar para a grande final.
will pick themselves up a win, a real turnaround today.
Biz bu MK turniriga просто kelganimiz yo'q. Eng yaxshi o'yinlarni ko'rsatish uchun kelganmiz. Pozitsiyaga qilasizlar degan umiddaman.
Killer Dome gets it done, and that is Go Team with another chicken dinner.
ก็ในแผนที่รันโดพวกเราก็ทำให้ทุกคนเห็นนะครับ ส่วนแผนที่อื่นๆพวกผมก็ทำให้ทุกคนเห็นครับเพราะพวกผมก็ทำได้ในทุกแผนที่ครับผม
Thailand makes a stand here at EWC.
우리는 몇몇 팀을 얕봤지만 다시는 같은 실수를 하지 않을 것입니다.
On the side of Nongshim Red Force.
Para os adversários, quero desejar boa sorte. Se eles estão aqui é porque merecem, igual que a gente. E é isso.
저희를 교전으로 상대하실 때 긴장하셔야 될 겁니다.
Let's find out who has what it takes.
You know what, talking about the group of death, is it group A, is it group B? I think it's the survival stage because, oh my goodness, that is stacked as hell.
Welcome to the survival stage. We are getting straight on into it. 10 teams have already booked their tickets directly to those grand finals. We need to find 6 more. How are we going to do that, Jackie?
Over the course of the next 2 days, John, we're going to start to whittle down the list, see who's able to, of course, keep themselves fighting, make it through to our finals, and who does go home. Like we said on the stage, right, no more safety nets, no more backup plans. You either do it or you're gone.
Yeah, absolutely. There is no chance beyond this one. And there's plenty of teams looking to try and resurge, get a little bit more momentum back from those group stages where they were pushed back down behind that bubble. I mean, E-Arena coming on through with such a great opener and then really petering off over the course of their games, as well as defending champions. Yangon Galacticos still not quite finding their feet within the lobby. Maybe things will change without the presence of those teams at the top, and they could have a chance to get a back-to-back PMWC title, because of course from their previous one they have their champion Ancient Charm set. Make sure that you guys are joining in with the PMWC event in game and redeem your perk vouchers so that you can get that Ancient Charm set and have a great time looking that good.
Yeah, it is a beautiful outfit to have as well. It looked amazing in person when we saw them come out a couple of days ago back during the start of the group stage. Right, we're going to see them live in the flesh with the rendition of the outfit they had. It looked great. Cultural heritage as well tied into it, so a lot of storylines there with what they've achieved. But that's the fact. That's now in the past, right? Like you say, it's to do it again. It's going to be worst case scenario. You come back here, you slip into survival stage. Yes, you still have a chance, but they want to push for finals at a bare minimum.
Yeah, absolutely. There are plenty of teams who are looking to do that. Alpha 7 probably the most notable of those names in and amongst it. They're the only team in the world, the only organization that has got the full three-peat of titles, the PMGO, PMWC, and PMGC. The fact that they went out so early in the PMGO earlier this year is pretty devastating. So hopefully Alpha 7 will be able to find one of those 6 spots, and we'll see those drums as well in the finals.
Yeah, you will. You'll be hearing it for the viewers at home, absolutely. Bring a lot of support behind them. We saw obviously the big game that they took back in their group stage to at least give themselves a nice influx of points to guarantee survival stage, not be down in the risky areas. I'd say mechanically they've looked good, John. It's just not been an easy run for them whatsoever. There's been not much luck on their side in terms of the circles we've had, the games they've had played. They really had to fight tooth or nail to get in. Now obviously it's a matter of can they elevate that even further.
Yeah, keep on pushing, keep on going. Plenty of power from Brazil. Plenty of players looking to try and make their mark. All of those keys lined up around the crusher. You see the team logos sat upon them, right on the precipice of getting crushed, going into the fated jaws of demise. Can't dance your way out of that one.
You can't. It would have to be an unreal samba to avoid the crusher. I'm sure Barney would catch you either way. That seems like it's enough for us. We'll start to get our engines revving and slip into this one. Obviously opening it up on Rondo. I suppose it's a matter of what sort of flavour do you think we're going to get out of this, John? Obviously, you think teams are just going to take this in their stride, instantly go into Rondo headstrong, see if they can just sort of bully the lobby early?
Well, I mean, we saw that happen before, and it wasn't quite enough, right? Obviously, the E-Arena chicken dinner being so massive, you do need to keep going beyond it. Sure, you can get these early hot drop scenarios, and I'm expecting most teams will do, be jumping straight in onto Neox Factory and trying to get stuck in and amongst it, grab as many points early as you can with those recall towers in action for Rondo exclusively on our esports rotation. But I'm also interested in who's going to be able to secure some of the ground around this one, because I feel like, you know, top 6 is maybe not as difficult as it has been.
First match started, guys.
Right? When you remove the top 10 teams from the lobby, it opens up a lot of opportunity for teams that were maybe suppressed by the presence of those truly really strong and on-form teams, because there are obviously strong teams that weren't on form, that didn't make it. But there's no longer that suppressive force. It's not as constricted. So hopefully we'll see teams start to find their feet, start to be able to breathe a little bit, get some life back into the blood.
I've turned you up in my ears already, John, so I can already hear the Alpha 7 fans starting to get a little bit excited. I know how today's going to go. They're going to really bring that energy early, see if they can get the squad locked in and bring in their best. I think you touched on some nice points there, though, man, where maybe it's going to be at a different landscape here with the teams we've removed, right? Obviously, some of them hard cut from the tournament. We saw those keys already destroyed. But for the others that remain, this is your chance to get back into it. Now we'll see what our circle's looking like and begin to dissect this one.
Yeah, Yulin will be the hot drop target with the plane path out on the west side instead of Neox Factory. It's a little bit too far afield to really get stuck in. So, straight on board. We're with AGAL, E-Arena, have got that outpost and warming up towards Stadium. They're not going to have the better end of the stick on this first engagement. 30k going down. XZZ
ओह क्या मारा है भैंस की दूध मोए ओ जीवा ये वाले ने तो भैंस की जब काटती है ये वाले ये री नहीं
Yeah, they really are. A lot of damage done to either side here. Obviously, hoping to see if you can pick pieces together. If they can close out on this and get the next 2 elims off the back of it, it'd be huge for AJL. That's a nice react. Maple swift with the SMG up close. Schweppes trying to tuck in and get himself top back up on the old HP as well. Maple's got the one nade, John.
He pulled the pin earlier, and that was what prompted the push forwards. Joker unlikely to be getting back up here. Swaps out for a sniper in close range. I mean, sniper's as good as a shotgun if you hit the shot, but will he be able to do it? Running low on ammo, desperately searching for these weapons now. Still, just the smoke here, and I think this fight might be isolated. Both teams will be able to get these recalls, remember. These points are starting to come through thick and fast. It looks like Yangon Galacticos have got 3, Goat with 3, Maple with a shotgun now is back on with the fight.
Maple baiting it on the pre-fire towards the window. Schweppes with a lean in. Quick opportunity to stim whilst the rest of the lobby are scrapping amongst each other. Rapid moving from Schweppes, needs the ammunition to fight with. They get visual on one another. Maple's going to be swung to the left right now. He's been poising himself nicely, but the angle's not going to work.
In this tournament with a chance to get a triple PMWC title, and there he was showing a little bit of that power of old. We'll see if he can bring the arena to the forefront, because they are up on 3 elims, but there is so much on the tables already. Look how many players have scored one. Tiamba wants to try and take him down. They heard this one. They move on through, and Tiamba want to take that 3 elim title as well. We now have 6 teams with 3 elims.
Yeah, we missed out on the GOAT fight off the back of the draft. That was up against KRX, I believe, and they did great work on that, finding themselves the 3 elims and leaving it down to 1 player to attempt to recover them. Weird thing is about GOAT team, John, usually in our regular rotation, it feels like they're super good at playing it slow with the long rotates around the outer edges. Rondo, they love the scrap. They've got the talent for it. We see 1 knock here onto Foops, but Kent
welcome everyone, welcome to the stream, guys.
Lock in for this one. Force up
Bot
close to
4 kill,
Scarface over the top side.
YG 10 kill, E is a 10 kill.
2 on the spot as well for all.
Sorry,
they do have Kelsey off in the distance, so would be fine. Well, not fine, but it would be okay if Scarface had gone down in that scenario. But to hold his nerve is brilliant. Means he can get in and maybe get a couple more points. Look for the confirm onto Foopsman, but it's not going to work. Not on the first peak. Killer Joe has to hit the back, but without a helmet, those headshots are going to ring mightily in the ears if they're able to land. Dropping the smoke, keeping the power. Has still got another smoke behind him. Some more meds, but it's not going to matter. Killer Joe puts him down. So Ulf recall further up to the north with the circle throwing out that way too. We're on board with Alpha 7 now.
Yeah, A7 coming in swift. Ooh, good damage done onto QZZ here, trying to keep Tiamba down. Make it uncomfortable on the peak. Awkward pixel angle. Can't quite thread the needle with it. Milu wrapping over to assist. The squeeze out does get aggro. Good moves on the peak.
Ooh, क्या शॉट गन मारी है.
Straight past that windowsill.
Oh, 1v3 मार गई.
Alpha 7 get dismantled by Milu.
1v2 revive दे
What
रहे
a pullout for Tiamba, able to just swing past that entire fight. Alpha 7 do have that outpost and can go for the recall.
Revive चल रहा था guys.
Each other on these elim counts, but Tiamba on 6 elims. GOAT team as well, getting those 6 on board is a great start for them. Looking to start transitioning now into the mid game, get up north, because the circle is quite dramatic up there. A lot of it is cut off by that river, and the crossings are not as easy as on other maps.
Yeah, that was the thing. We didn't quite catch it right. Obviously going from that very southern sort of plane path we had into a hard northern shift on the circle. A lot of teams can have a big rotate here. We'll see if it comes back to bite some of our squads that would prefer to be set up a little bit earlier.
Furia looking to get out of Yulin towards that north side. Geeke have already sent out and that away from it as well. Goodness me. Everyone is still alive, and that is very lucky, Jackie. That is incredibly lucky. And if you guys want to be lucky at home, you can hit that lucky spin. Make sure you're jumping into the game for your chance to draw that exclusive 2026 PMWC tournament set. It's looking nice, it's looking shiny, it's looking fresh.
Is indeed. It's like a Barney Banks outfit. You'd catch him wearing that one.
I've seen him. He definitely would. Maybe we could get it sorted for the finals. I bet we can. I bet we can.
Maybe. Would reinforce the leg seams, make sure that he's nice and comfortable out on the stage. But we'll see, John. We'll come back to that one at another time. RRQ on the move as well there. Obviously, a roster that felt like at times they had some good sort of approach to a few of the fights we saw. Maybe a little bit more paralysis by analysis in a few of the situations, though, right? We want to be slightly more cutthroat. I suppose that is the name of the game for all the squads we've got in survival stage, but I think that resonates with them as well.
Yeah, for RRQ, I mean, they do have a standout performance in terms of Lepar, definitely on point when it comes to getting in those clutch situations, making it work, and to an extent, he's the reason why RRQ were able to get in towards these survival stages. But they do need to be more cohesive, more together and fluid in those fights. Hopefully they can play off one another a little bit better here. Looks like, oh, we might see an Elim that may well stick, as Geeke do have one of their players taken down, and Geeke are all around Alpha 7 and E Arena, so it could be a little bit difficult to get to one of those recall towers, even though they are still fairly available. I mean, you've got Ryan that is completely unoccupied. You've got Kunxia up on that northeast side as well. So there are accessible positions, but those will start to get more closed in as teams move in. I mean, we've got Yangon Galacticos, who are on board with right now, moving past Meiran, with Goat Team on their west and Al-Ula are quite far to their south. Ahead of them, though, it's the Wolves, who have managed to get up to Heme Town, up on that northeast side, fairly swiftly and without too much trouble.
Some replays here of the early fights. Obviously, Yangon getting a far better start. 3 Elims there. Nice to see for the squad. Again, so much more pressure on your shoulders, right? It's all the added pedantry as well, having to come out bringing the trophy twice now. It feels like all the other squads you're playing against, all eyes on you. If you can't do your organization justice, and for yourself as well, those memories of last year probably flashing before your eyes, John, when you're back at the hotel. You know they need to show up here in survival.
Next circle goes quite far west here. I mean, this is a good opportunity for the Arena to get into a solid spot. They're already on the north side of this river. The crossings, as I said, can be a little bit more treacherous than on a lot of other maps when you have similar divides over water. So hopefully they can start to establish. Do they keep this 2-2, or do they regroup over towards a more central, more centralized and coherent position? I feel like they still have a little bit of time to do that, so they may want to try and stay out in the open for a little bit, but within the next minute or so, they will need to regroup. Yangon Galacticos able to find a player from Kiwon DRX, and yeah, very nice pickup there. 4 elims now for Yangon, although they did lose Say Cloud in the process, so a 1-for-1 trade. And as I said before, the recall towers are still open, but from this point on, it's going to get harder and harder to access them, Jackie, because the blue zone will start to cut off quite a lot of them, the rotates won't be there, and teams will be on top of them already.
Yeah, you lose that availability. Makes it far harder to weigh up the decision-making if it's worth attempting to go for it. So we'll see if that plays too much of a vital role for these squads as this one develops. Obviously, KRX had a bit of an unfortunate start off the drop as well. Went down to the 1 solo that was offset for the recall. That worked out to get them back up, but only 1 Elim point to their name at this point. They are able to safely get Say Cloud back into the action, though, on their wrap. So they're going to be all right with that. Is he going to be caught by the Wolves, though? Dropping back in right now. They're both going to have to advance, obviously, outside of blue. Not going to be doing too much damage right now, John. So maybe they can avoid each other.
I don't think that Wolves would commit to go for the player on the parachute. They should know that there is a team to their south. Sure, that would be an indicator that someone has just recalled there. But given that it was only 1 player dropping down, you're fairly certain that it's a full 3 squad already on the ground. Committing to that fight for Wolves in their position right now, I think is a little bit too much of a risk. And they weren't really in position to get the player on the way down already. But Yangon Galacticos have other ideas. They have just crossed swords and taken a knock over to the Wolves.
Yeah, I guess it goes both ways. Wolves didn't want to engage, but Yangon said, you know what, if you're here, we might as well try and get some points. Put some warning shots their way. Don't necessarily need to commit onto the fight. Just get a couple and get out. Or, hey, maybe actually just scrap the whole squad. Romeo's back in for more.
Yeah, they were able to find that flush, and they're immediately across the bridges around Muhopan on that north side, and potentially looking to guard the Wolves out here and stop them from getting to a recall tower closer to the zone. It will start to hurt a little bit too much for the Wolves' liking if they don't get through quickly, and the northern pair for Yangon Galacticos is going to send out and maybe look to control that recall tower on the north side.
This is nice, actually, with how they've been playing it. Say Cloud was able to safely get himself a vehicle as well, join the rest of the squad. You can see where they're repositioned to right now, like you say, be in a good position to swarm effectively all angles towards that recall. If Wolves come up to it, they could catch them.
Okay, the circle's on the north side as well, so pretty important to get a position up on that north edge. As I said before, Arena now in a very commanding position, and maybe Rondo's their map, who knows. They haven't managed to get a huge number of elims early on, but then again, they didn't when they were in their stadium chicken dinner either. They have already got 4 as well, which, as I said, not huge, but still pretty significant. Ryan, having that recall tower in and available for the next about 4 minutes or so is
also
the
team from the
north side. As Yangon Galacticos trying to corral the wolves against them. But the north side is going to get more and more packed, so Yangon Galacticos taking a bit of a risk here to try and make that fight work, to try and hold this one out. They are losing time, losing time.
Yeah, investing a lot into this now. At a certain point, it becomes a matter of cutting your losses. In the downtime amongst that, actually go down to a duo. Thankfully, they've got one of their players back up. The other not so lucky yet. That was this encounter versus Nonshin Red Force. Surprisingly powerful when Ravo out of the running already. John shot at the back of the vehicle on the exit. Not ideal.
No, and it's very difficult now to get to a recall tower. There is one to their northwest.
दिमाग डिस्टर्ब कर देंगे हो इधर उधर कर देंगे दिमाग इधर उधर कर देंगे हो तेरे पुत्र ना सोए तो आड़ी माँ दा पुदा मारा मैं
I don't think they're going to be able to go for it. Ulf have got
two
of their
players
right behind this ridge line as well.
यार मेरा दिमाग इधर उधर हो जाता है भैन जो तू तंग करे ना लाइव दे विच मां दी जो आंदे ने किसी कंजरी दे बच्चे
They can just get gone. Wolves do manage
ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਨੇੜ ਚ
from the north side of Yangon
ਮਾਂ ਦੀ
Galacticos.
ਖੁਦ ਹੀ ਗਸ਼ਤੀ ਦੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਨਾ ਹੁਣ ਤੇ ਮਾਂ ਦੀ ਲਾਣੇ ਲੈਣੀ
From the defending champions.
Yeah, didn't expect this one. Goat, they were quite far back towards KRX's position, but they've wrapped up towards the northern side, got stuck into Yangon. Already been able to knock out one player from the squad, leaving them with a triple threat. Doing pretty good work here, right? Coming out tied in first place between 3 other squads, and Tiamba and Goat, the squad they're head-to-head with here in the fight. So cleaning up on this one would be huge for them.
Ooh, looking to do a little bit more damage, but they'll be content with the first knock, and they do have their backs to the blue, so need to be careful. The zone is going to hurt pretty significantly here, especially as stage 4 starts to come on through. It's going to be unresable, so you have to get on the road. Al-Ula taking shots from an off angle. They're a team that hasn't crossed the river yet, hasn't made their way through, but is going to try and put pressure on the back lines. For Yangon, they're going to have to play on as 3 now with that knock coming through. I was looking at where Tiamba as well were playing, given, as you said, they were in that top 3. They are in a really sticky spot on the south side for Tiamba. I think their fight through is going to be maybe the hardest at the moment in the lobby. We'll have to wait and see if they're able to make it work as Yangon Galacticos get out of there, get into the next zone, and they wait for this next circle.
Yeah, Goat bailed on the fight. You can see them pulling back down towards the south side. Dopeness caught line of sight from the ridge as well onto Yangon, and it's Alula that are coming up around the back. That's the shift on the zone, though, pulling away, going back down south.
यार बस यार दिमाग किते और हुंदा मां दी खुद ही हवे तंग कर देने आ किसी सस्ती टैक्सी दे पुੱਤਰ दिमाग दी नहीं कर देंदे ने ਤਾਂ ਹੀ ਮੇਰਾ ਨੇੜ ਹੀ ਅੱਜ ਫੜ ਗਿਆ ਸਮਝ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਈ ਦਿਮਾਗ ਘੁਮਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਕੰਜਰੀ ਦੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਆਪ ਤੇ ਵਿਹਲੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਕੰਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਾਂ ਦੀ ਖੁਦ ਹੀ ਹਵਿਆਂ ਉਹ ਨਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੀ ਤੇ ਨਾ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਆ ਕੇ ਦੂਜਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਲੰਨ ਤੇ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੇ ਨੇ ਮਾਂ ਦੀ ਖੁਦ ਹੀ ਹਵੇ
This is going to be the focus for so many teams. So I feel like Tiamba, they're looking to play for a 3rd place, but they have taken a knock on the back there. And this rotation is under threat, under danger. Aaron is waiting for someone else to step forward to say, I've got the shot before they go for that spray. But Tiamba, if they could find cover on that south coastline, I feel like they might have a chance of getting fairly deep into this one.
A lot of movement as well. Yangon trying to advance quite quickly. It was AGAL that had angles onto him. Unfortunately for Eagle, going down to the zone has resulted in his demise, so he's cut out of the lobby. Maple also hit from the sideline. Dopeness very far back, but with good line of sight onto them. So they're just peppering to make it uncomfortable for these squads. Goat might be tested by the wraparound from Alula as well, John. This is heating up now.
Yeah, a lot of teams crunching in. AGAL on the north side will have to face off against Dopeness, as you said. Yangon just beyond them, and they are now within nade range. As we get a little replay from... Oh, he's knocked himself with a deployable cover flare there. That is not good news for the Wolves. That's going to slow them down a little bit on the replay. I missed that one, but there we go. Sometimes it happens. It is a danger. And he's going to get run down as well.
मैच दा के हुन चले जाओ इत्थों मां दी खुद ही ना मराओ इत्थों बैग के दिमाग मेरा और ना खराब करो
on the elim feed there. Goodness me, the Wolves want vengeance.
Yeah, this is getting messy, John. You had this back and forth game of nade badminton going on. I thought they were able to thread it through.
ये ना मैंने लाइव बंद करनी पै जावे अपनी मां दा खुदा पेश ना कराओ इत्थों चलो इत्थों जाओ शाबाश
View, nade over the top, trying to get the distance but not quite there. And this is the difficulty. They can't really take fights on two fronts, and Lufa able to expose one angle against AGAL. And now he moves forwards with a shotgun in hand. XZZ wants to find an answer, doesn't get the full knock, has the shotgun, but he's on a sliver of HP now, and another nade might just be all is needed. The healing desperately important for them. Across the road is Romeo now on his last legs, and AGAL are suffering.
Dopeness pushed up hard from the backside as well and got into a good position to command respect on what they've realized is now two very weak squads. So if they can steal away points, it'll be magnificent for them. Smile falls for Yangon as well, leaving them with only one solo player left alive in a horrific position to attempt to defend. Fury are going out, joining 721 GS. So two squads now gone.
They are out of there already. We're down to 14. Those recall towers shut off, meaning no players can jump back into the fight. More deployable cover. Don't look, Wolves, don't look. It's fine, it's not on top of you. You'll be okay. They managed to get all the way out to the west side there. They had a tricky approach, and they're showing the scars of it as well, playing now on as two players alive. This east side will be chill for about the next 30 seconds, maybe, once RRQ settle themselves down and lose their player on the east edge. But with this circle, it's gonna have to get trickier again. This has been so nasty for the teams out in the east to be able to make their way through. They have been on the brunt of these circle shifts.
Non-ship getting a bit of a look down towards the road. Meanwhile, amongst all this, we've seen another play coming out from Goat. Killer Joe loves these early scraps. We've seen him be a bit of an explosive entry for the team. If he can open up a potential play onto his squad, he'll go for it every time. 4 elims just tied to him. They did lose out on Foops, man. There's a nice back and forth between Foops and Killer Joe and how they play off each other, but you've still got a ton of talent left alive on this roster. So now you think about Go John as well, they're going to be gunning for a big victory here. If they can start it off with a nice bit of energy, feed the hot hand, they play with that throughout the whole day.
I mean, it would be a great start for them. A team that was in the contest to jump up in a top 5, a direct qualification spot. They want to prove to everyone at home, to their fans, to themselves maybe even as well, that they do deserve one of those spots, and here's the place to do it. Another knock over the top from a nade from Goat, doing damage. Suffering across a lot of different teams right now with nades flying back and forth. A close proximity engagement is not favorable. Irina were under pressure from Dopeness, but they handled it. Seems like they're doing okay. Mormon does get flushed away though, and hang on a minute, Irina may not be able to handle the pressure because Goat and AGAL looking to rock up all at the same time. 4 teams now on spot, and Dopeness up on high, taking shots, laying down the lead.
Oh mate, sweating bullets on the push in. Panic stations, and they just can't compose themselves to slay the Goat. Thankfully, Kenji with the sacrificial nade bounces it out the window and hits that one on top of Moxie to leave them down with only a duo in position to attempt to fight here. Awkward collection of players all amongst each other.
Tourniquet, nade, cooking. Doesn't quite know where these players are, and I don't blame him. The amount of chaos that just happened. 2 teams descending immediately just after another one crashed on through. On the southwest side, in the meantime, Alpha 7 do go down to Geeke. That southwest side is clean. Spicker moving on out. Spiker around the corner. And Goat will be able to hold him for one. Moxie down, but will be resable.
Dangerous scenes though, E-Arena. They can smother blood in the water. They'll commit on the peak, spam into the smoke. They had a rough idea of the angle, and the bullets will find their target. Amongst all this, Alula have been scrapping up against Ulf.
Quick. Wanted to keep the pressure on. Ulf have been shredded down time and time again. It's just Eren remaining, the star player on the roster. I don't think you can call him young blood anymore. Tiamba did manage to get across the river in the meantime as well, Jackie, and they're on 8 elims. They've got 3 players alive. They're not looking too shabby right now, and they have an oversight onto this fight. If they can spot Alola on this roll-up, Eren may be able to take 1 or 2 of them down, and they may be able to shred the backlines, but it's getting away from them. The pace of Alola just a little bit too much for them.
I think that pace is the operative term as well, right? We've seen them be quite passive in situations where they have had advantages before back in the group stage, and that was a problem for them. So the fact here they're willing to actually take some of these encounters a bit more headstrong, it's good to see. Zone crunching in there again as well.
Getting on top of the Wolves. They're on the north side with their 2 players remaining as Yangon Galacticos finally go down. The early powerhouses of the Elim feed starting to wane now. Yangon Galacticos go not quite going to stay the course. But Tiamba have a big opportunity here on that south side if they can push past Eren, get control of the hilltops. But it's Al-Ula, their major competitor on that southeast side.
Tiamba starting their swimtation as well inside of the water.
Ooh.
They get vision on Eren's backpack here, so you're going to know. I remember from Olves, he's just going to peek up on the coast. That's a freebie. It's easy, John.
Yeah, Geeke looking for the shots from the high ground, but not quite going to land in time. And now the rest of Tiamba can look to suppress the position from the back lines, allow the push forwards. But Milu also under threat from range, but Al-Ula chime in to keep Tiamba safe. Oh, a nice little assist, and there's the off angle. QZ, masterful hold.
That's really nice. Big response, made it so uncomfortable for Geeke here as well, so they can safely get out of the water now and look to try and splash back on this. QZZ, amped up today.
A linchpin position. Both of his teammates down in the drink. He needed to be able to hit those shots, and he did. Al-Ula with the little assist to keep the players safe. But Tiamba now on the south side. Once Geeke have to move, which they do, their position is going to get a lot stronger, Jackie. At the moment, it's quite timorous because of the position of Geeke, but that is going to be pushed out by the zone.
Milu responds again. That fight does continue between the 2 sides, taking casualties amongst each other, whilst Al-Ula are fighting E-Arena from range. We cut back over to the POV of Tiamba. QZZ, the off angle towards the back, been doing great work. Cover flares coming in as well to try and bolster that defense for Geeke.
They're just trying to put themselves right on the edge of this zone and maybe try and wait out the bleed down. But there comes the Wolves with a cheeky thread on an angle across the zone there. Right through the valley, and Kevin now has a little bit of trouble. Geeke are low. They don't really have the sightlines. This is an opportunity for Tiamba to actually move forwards and maybe look for the res, but it's still such a risk. I don't think they're going to go for it here, Jackie.
Don't have all the information they need to make the call. Meanwhile, though, Al-Ula going big on the peak. Wolves thought they were safe, thought they had an opportunity to third party steal some elims from across the game here, but no, Al-Ula rock up onto them. 8 elims, John, playing very differently right now.
Yeah, that's what you need to be doing here with those 8 elims, with all 4 of their players alive, the only team to have the full squad in action. This is the last chance, as we're on board with Tiamba, to get this res. I don't think it's going to happen. He will bleed out, so Tiamba playing with 2. That's pretty nasty. They did have an opportunity to move forwards and maybe take more control here. Geeke helped out by the zone again as Nongshim Red Force on the north side get cut in across the road from everything. Al-Ula going to have to move as our E-Arena.
Oh, shots from the side, it's Nongshim. That's easy. Tizzy, good work done with the AUG. Saw the reposition from Tony K, setting up the vehicle, so they'll take the scrap to him. That's a 3-man squad there. Like you say, not a bad position to be in as well with a shift on the zone. And they clean up, find the follow-up onto Joker. So E-Arena down and out, not the Rondo masterclass that we've seen from them happening here.
No, but 11 points is still very respectable, Jackie. They will be able to put up a good start to proceedings. Guaranteed they're on the front page. The question is, who's going to join them? The shots ring out, continuing to put pressure on Geeke, who are struggling to march forwards. Tiamba don't have vehicles to their name. They are really still just waiting on Geeke to have to move, and that is the first indicator that they are going for it. They should know that there's only 2 players over there, and Tiamba can start to move forwards now, and I need them to be able to do that, right? Something that we were criticizing them for was being a little bit timid, being a little bit shy, and so now stepping forwards at the right time, that's what they need to be doing, and it looks like that's what Milu's gone for. As the rest of the teams joust across the zone, Al-Ula have to descend on one side of the hill or the other. The question is, which do you choose?
With the zone coming in, Al-Ula on the rocks, being peppered down from Nongshim Red Force. It's keeping them very weak, making it uncomfortable for the hard commit on the wrap, but eventually they've got to push up. going to be somewhat exposed here as well. If they're aligned in their crosshairs, they could punish. Thankfully, the map geo providing just enough cover for them to tuck in. And Tiamba, you touched on it before. When does that change? That mindset going to come alive? Because if they don't start to get a bit of a periphery scan on the go here, you could have Alula wrap in around the back, possibly put pressure onto them. Just remove them from the equation before they even try and make a move for themselves.
I mean, they really can't move until Ragnarok does either, which is the nasty thing for them. It is causing a lot of problems. They can redistro ammo for Tiamba, and Alula not going to push too far forwards. They know that the angles from Nongshim are still going to be in action, and they can't afford to overpeak to get a little bit too bold because they have got their numbers advantage, and they don't want to let it go to waste. But an opener onto Tiamba could open up their south rotate, and with the circle pushing towards them, that's going to help out nicely. But Nongshim look to strike to open the door for their crossing of the road and bring Alula back down to 3 with them.
Bated breath for a lot of our players right now, knowing how close they are to potentially kicking off the survival stage with a big point injection if they can take this chicken dinner. Add potentially a few more immolations to it as well. Milu and QZZ still scared about what could be coming out if there's angles watching their way. Nongshim have had a good understanding of the wrap that we saw from Alula as well. So the minute they pop out from behind that rock, there's not really much cover on the rundown.
Some really nice elim counts for a lot of our teams moving forwards. Tiamba getting that res could prove to be crucial. The knock sent towards Alula, allowing them a little bit more mobility. The lack of sightlines from Alula, not quite controlling. And they just lost another one. R3B on the back, really not going to be resable either. This is going to be a very difficult dash, and Nongshim will read into this. They're moving out already to try and control the ground around them and get across the road into some sense of security. But it is so few and far between. Everybody operating in inches right now, Jackie. There is no grander dimension on these really close quarter scenarios. Step one way too far, one step either side, and it's a completely different story. But that is a big pickup on the Nongshim to bring them down to 2 to stop their third player regrouping onto the south.
Every team starting to lose a lot of the battle of attrition here as we get towards the fine margins of this game, like you say. Oh, Kike as well spotted out. Yasser with the reposition. The eyes lighting up for Tiamba, but knowing now the pressure's going to be put on them from Alula on the hillside. Never gets any easier, John.
Using those nades to create potholes moving forward, steps up for the flush. Now Alula can commit to trying to hold this high ground and try and use its position, the geometry, to maybe get a pick, but they're just not quite finding it. They're starting to wane now. There's Nongshim gonna try and bear the brunt of it, but down go Alula, and a knock already over towards Nongshim gives Tiamba a big chance here.
Timid Tiamba no more. They start to play with confidence, knowing that they can take the fight to Nongshim Red Force. The squad that we were surprised was so far down the standings back in the group stage. Let's see if they can kick it off here in survival with a big chicken dinner and assert dominance in the lobby. It's not going to be so easy for Nongshim as the nade blows them away and Tiamba take the opening game of the survival stage.
That is how you change your story. Tiamba with a huge opener. They played from that south side. They read that they couldn't get across that river nice and early. They played on the south coast, a little bit of a bet hedger, but they did manage to get across the river. They transitioned at the right time. They moved at the right time, and that is the change I wanted to see. The question will be, can they keep it going for 11 more matches and keep that pace going? Nongshim Red Force as well, really well held on that north side. The angles that they were maintaining, they knew what they were doing, and it reads into what we were saying about them before, that strategic masterclass that we desperately want to see them moving forwards. They were, again, another team in the conversation for top 5 during their group stage. They were pushed aside just about. It was very, very close, and in a very, very difficult group for them to try and make it, but nice, solid performance coming through from Nongshim. A lot of the teams that were late into that game had a lot of elims as well, which means that nobody going home empty-handed.
Yeah, we can have a bit of a listen in as well and see what they were saying for themselves here.
Lovely arc on the nade. Keeping things nice and tight with it. Didn't even need to peek through. That earlier knock from Alula onto one of the Nongshim Red Force players as well, immediately before going out. That really was an assist in those final moments, but Tiamba, they kept their heads down when they needed to. We knew they could do that, but they also stepped up when they needed to, so I'm thrilled that they're able to take this first one.
Yeah, no, it's nice to see, right? Because we were saying before, they looked good, at least in terms of how they were approaching some of these games, but I think it was falling off in the sense that they just weren't able to commit necessarily with more of a cutthroat nature, where sometimes you've got to evaluate the risk and really just go for it. Obviously there it looks a little bit scary as well with the rotate. We lost Eagle as he went down to the zone, but they'd still recover. They get it done. It's all Tiamba in game one, but let's see how it looks in the rest of today.
Your face now speaks 10 languages. Your dog can do podcast intros. Your meme page finally has a voice. With Avatar 4, turn any image, cartoon, anime, pet, whatever, into a talking head that actually lip syncs. No deep fakes, no uncanny valley, just audio synced magic. Content creation just leveled up. Upload, type, share. Avatar 4 is live. Go play.
I'm here down at the stage for Daneborn of Survival Stage with Smile, the handsome man from Yangon Galacticos, to talk about some of the stuff coming into the Survival Stage as a whole. And that is my first question, actually. Based on your group stage performance and what you were actually able to see in the group stage, now coming into the Survival Stage, has there been any kind of looks at those results and seen how you might want to change some play styles, etc.? What do you think from the group stage coming into Survival?
In the group stage, we couldn't perform well, or we couldn't shoot a lot or with confidence. So for the Survival stage, we will do our best. Yeah, we will play with a lot of confidence, more aggressive. For the strategy, at the same, for we play with same strategy, we learn other opponent, practice different situations, so we could adapt during the match. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And actually, I wanted to talk bigger picture here for a second, because obviously you guys are the returning champions, and it would be awesome to see you guys get like the back-to-back here in Paris, even though it's a different location. So how did that PMWC win change your life? Obviously for you guys, I remember like looking at the pictures of the parade, you guys got invited to a load of things. So what was it like from the team's perspective?
Honestly, a lot has changed since we won the World Cup last year. It gave us a lot more confidence and recognition. But at the same time, it also brought a lot more expectation and pressure. People started looking at us differently, and we realized that staying at the top is even harder than getting there. But overall, I'm so grateful for everything that came from that victory. It motivates us to work even harder and represent our country with pride. Yeah.
That's awesome to hear. Well, thank you very much for joining me here, Smile, and good luck at the Survival Stage.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, James, for that interview there with Yangon Galacticos. But it's all about Tiambas. We're joined by Hot Jukes, Maxman, Neptura, and the 7WG here back with you guys for PMWC at EWC 26. Tiamba, Max, they're finally showing up
QZZ, your clock, let's go. No, I'm really, really happy to see Tiamba because, not gonna lie, back in their respective group, I was a little bit disappointed because back at PMMI, oh my goodness, they were bringing the heat. I mean, you and me both, Hot Jukes. We were like, this is the QZZ show. And yeah, group stage was a little bit topsy-turvy, but this Rondo, by the way, keep in mind, they got 6 eliminations in the hot drop in Yulin, and then they dropped Tinlong Garden. The circle could not have been any further away from their loot location, and yet they still come out on top and get a win. That is an impressive rotation coming out from all of Tiamba.
Yeah, it's about damn time, baby. We see Tiamba do what we expected them to do all tournament long. Yeah, had a really rough group stage, but they come into this one, 13 eliminations, 2,300 damage, and we expected QZZ to be kind of like on top of that, but it was Milu here that was able to really clutch it up for a squad. And honestly, after a rough group stage, to start off so strong, I think it's gonna finally put them in the form we all expected.
Same with Alula as well, putting up a good amount of eliminations for that squad.
Yeah, it was really nice to see Alula come in. I mean, me and Max, we were all talking about it, be like, ooh, at the end there, you know, they had a really, really good position. They should have utilized it a lot more because they were having that momentum throughout the mid stage. They were looking really, really good. They came in, they took over the position from Ulf. They were moving in, great momentum, and then all of a sudden they kind of just were like, this is the high ground, we're going to keep it even though the zone pushes us away from it.
Yeah.
We're just going to sit still and let everybody else not only see us and get rid of us one by one, but actually get situated and have that time to make those decisions for that end game.
Ooh la la, a little bit too passive. No, I mean, clearly they took way too long. I think they would have been great to see Al Ula after their push on Ulf. By the way, that push Niptura was fantastic.
Yeah.
Getting rid of all of Ulf in like literally the span of 20 to 30 seconds. Very quick fight. But then they just let Tiamba coexist with them on the lower side next to the water. I think that was a little bit of a mistake from Alula. I would have loved to see them rock up on their position as they fight GK. That would have been a great third party. But you know what? It's still a 16-point rondo. So Alula Club, sure, it's not the chicken dinner, but it's still an amazing start in the survival stage.
Great kickstart for that team. It wasn't a 29 elimination this time out of E-Arena Neptura, but they do end up getting at least 8.
They do. That was a really nice push from them as well. We saw them do some crazy things. Actually, they were on the east side of the zone, right? So there was a lot of teams over there. So for them to get as many eliminations as they did, I mean, it was just constant fighting from beginning to end for them. You know, them as well as Yangon. I really liked what we saw from Yangon in the beginning of this game. I think it was still a very strong rondo for them, even though they didn't really go very late into the game. I still liked the presence that has seemed to be making a return for them. I'm really enjoying that.
Yeah, we're seeing some changes from this squads too. It seems like they put that extra day off into work with the VOD review. One team that I think ended up doing that perfectly was Nongshim, especially with their rotations.
Finally, just committing to a play. Sure, it was not an aggressive play. I think they didn't really have to go for an aggressive play this game. But it's just they see GK in a really good position in the play zone next to that lake in the center of the zone. And I see GK actively rocking up onto Alpha's position southwest of that circle. Like, wait, that position is free. Let's not waste a single second and just capitalize on that opportunity and snatch that spot for ourselves. And that gets them so deep in that game, podium minimum, second place off the back of that Niptura. That is what I wanted to see from NSR.
It is exactly what I wanted to see as well, because we saw in their second day of their group stage, right? They lost that momentum. They lost they were finding the opportunities, but they were just being so slow to actually do anything about them. And that has definitely changed in this game. We saw them actually take those opportunities pretty instantaneously. And that is what we want to see from Nongshim Red Force. We know they can do it, and they've done it again. And it is going to be Tiamba being the match MVP, and Milu, yeah, you were saying, Jukes, he's doing some great stuff.
Let's go, Milu. I mean, I think this is a good example of, you know what, sometimes even if you are a top squad, you don't really come off the way you really want to sometimes, right? But you know what, a day off, I think we saw these squads refresh themselves, really start playing true to form here, and this is what we needed to see. We needed to see this, even there towards the end. Ula had the top ground, but at the same time, Nongshim Red Force and Tiamba were like, we want to win this game. Let's focus all our energy up top, take them out first, and then we'll see who ends up winning first or second place. And that is how you get it done. So good to finally see these squads make it happen. It's only been one game. Come on. Let's see some more of that in Erangel. More of that, please.
One game, but we're already getting a little bit more flashes from some of these squads of just consistent inconsistency, and I'm thinking about Alpha 7 because their squad was only able to get 2 eliminations. They need to make sure they pick it up here. One quick little shout out is GOAT team was able to perform so well in that one, being aggressive, exactly what we expect out of GOAT, but let's see what teams are going to be bringing it in game 2.
Thanks for setting us up there, Seven. Great desk as always. Very excited to get the insight, the narratives, and build ourselves back in before another game here. As the survival stage, tension much higher. Changing over now from Rondo to something a little bit more consistent, John. Excited to see what really is going to be, hopefully, a stepping stone for our teams throughout the remainder of the day.
Absolutely. I was excited to see Hodgins' boots. Those
they look good, right?
Looking pretty fresh, man. You know, representing Texas.
You know what they say, everything outside of Texas is smaller in size.
Absolutely, they definitely do. That's what I've heard anyway. The plane path looking pretty big though, from the middle of the map on the south side. Looking to lean a little bit westward, but nice and kind. Opens up most of the map for access, and no one should be getting into any hot drop trouble. But it is a slightly reshuffled lobby, remember. We didn't really talk about drop spots on Rondo because it tends to just be let's all hot drop and then see what happens. But here on Erangel, it's a little bit more prescribed, it's a little bit more thought out and measured. So hopefully our teams have figured out where they want to go, and there won't be too much conflict over zones. But already 3 teams out over Millie, as well as, well, maybe 4 teams out over military as RRQ jump out a little bit later on. Everybody else, I think, is looking to head further north and get to the mainland. RRQ may be looking for that bridge split on the west, bridge split on the west side.
Yeah, it's more standard, obviously, what we'd expect there from Yangon. They've gone for this quite a few times in Erangel, very comfortable to have those military starts. Similar sort of opening as well for Goat, so no surprises there. You imagine they can split off and wrap away. Like you touched on, rest of the squad's trying to get distance with those parachutes. They've done their training, John. They're A5 guaranteed gliders, so they can get to the mainland.
They've got the distance, they got the legs needed to get on their way. Yeah, Goat team also dropping out. They will have diverted away from that. You don't really want to get stuck in, as I said, into those hot drops. Not a good idea, but that is a nasty circle. Goodness me. We were having some pretty nasty circles, very gnarly stuff coming through over in the group stages. Looks like we're going to continue that trend all the way out on the southwest side. Keeping a lot of Gatka, Quarry, that sort of area in, but this is not what you want to see to open things up for a survival stage.
No, we've been here before, you're right, man. Those group stages, very aggro with some of the circles we were getting, and similar scenario there. A lot of landmass going to be cut off, potential for the bridge to be in play as well. We'll see if that's a blessing for some teams or a haunting prospect for others. Obviously, we're dropping far further up towards the north side. We joined the POV of Dopeness early on towards Pachinki. Couple shots out of the window from Nikita, getting a read over onto Gike. Pretty nice game one from them. So obviously, if you can punish early and slow down Gike from actually accumulating point after point, would be the dream scenario.
Hopefully add those points to your tally in response as well. But right now, they are north and south split on Pachinki. So not super close to danger. Definitely it's disengageable here, depending on the vehicle counts that each team has. And I feel like in Pachinki, you cannot get stuck in too far here, especially with a circle like this. You have to look to disengage in these scenarios. The thing that sort of plays on the reverse side of that is that you are competing for the drop spot in the future matches, and a lot of teams find value in saying, you know what, we're not giving up our drop spot. We're just gonna, we're telling you we'll sacrifice our game in order to maintain this top spot, this drop spot for the next, well, they've still got 5 Erangels after this to play. I could call that into question. I'm not a professional coach, so maybe there's some reads in there, maybe there's some maths to do, but I feel like it's still very, very dangerous, especially on Pachinki, and especially on a plane path like this, where a lot of the map was just super accessible.
Yeah, I suppose it goes down to that individual decision making, if they want to fight or not, or really what they're aiming for. I imagine for the viewers at home, you're going to be aiming to get yourself some beautiful skins as well. John, we've got a great event going on right now in game. I know you've been hyped for this one.
Absolutely, the Uzumaki Naruto event. Make sure you're grabbing those character sets, looking fresh with the skins, as well as that Ninetales Org, looking pretty. Doesn't look like any of our players have the Org though, which is unfortunate. And neither team really going to be able to take on the supply truck either, given that they're in a bit of a standoff. Which makes things a little bit nastier to play from Pachinki.
Let the tension just settle here. Oh, nade line up through the window.
Oh,
it's a nice chip, John. Could have been beautiful.
Does manage to catch a little spray on the step across there, but not going to quite get the knock. And it's again just retreating, being a little bit safe. Like you said, deck of cards type play, reshuffle yourselves somewhat, but that is a nice little reshuffle from Ragnarok on the sidelines, able to get the side swipe, and GK have got their opener. Now, do they try and take this one fast, or are they going to slow themselves down again? Looks like they want to try and capitalize a second knock, and there is no way that they're getting those two players back up. Surely not, as GK descend from multiple angles. One is cut across, but it's not going to be the same story for the others.
No, it's really nice from Kevin. Beautiful predict with the nade. Pops perfectly. Reply back over, easy for Bad Boy cleaning up. So 1 by 1, Dopener suffering heavy losses on this. It was Makita that took a few pot shots over to the GK roster to start off, and they went, you know what, you want to fight, let's take it.
Let's get it done. 2 players now left for Dopeness. Ulf did manage to rotate over the north side of Pochinki, and because this fight is taking place, it means that the teams in Pochinki, or if there had only been one, the team in Pochinki, has not moved out to the west side. For Ulf, this is pretty good news because it means that they have access to a lot of zone that they may not have done before, as well as a third-party angle. Leaving Eren up on the top of the hill, they could start to slow it down even more. And they're going to have so much information about what has been going on in this area. Eren doesn't even want to stick around for the flush. He gives up his position, and they're just going to back it off. And Ulf are going to be the ones to take down the supply truck from Pochinki. This is huge for Ulf.
Yeah, this is really nice. Cutting out a lot of that mid-game looting time, getting themselves hopefully some high-tier loot to play with off the back of it. Good comms on it, set themselves up, dump a few magazines simultaneously into the truck and grab your benefits from it. Alongside possibly forcing the hand of these two teams a little bit more as well with the damage done from that high-rise angle. Oh, Kenji, good for one. The double up coming potentially as well as he spams. Safe G trying to peek back into it, shot into the thigh, stays alive. Makita on the wraparound, has that molly through the window.
Oh, he tears the player step a little bit too late. May have been able to swing faster, but it's going to work out. Holding the ground floor now, and GK get a little bit too bold with it. Eren from the off angle rattled them a little bit, and they are starting to shake, starting to show vulnerability. Another big nade from Saf G, though, puts them in the advantage once more. One player now standing for Dopeness.
Kenji has the Bizon to play with. What can he do? Not too much there. Spams over on the side, but not enough to keep them in it as the nade from Ragnarok blows him away, and Dopeness off the drop. Exit stage left with 2 elims. But that is a detriment to GK, John. Even if they reset, it's only a duo.
Yeah, they do win the fight, sure. There was that third party coming through from Ulf as they wrapped around on that northern side. Tiamba now going to take up that mantle, but this is what you have to be afraid of on these hot drops. They no longer have prio when it comes to getting out to the west. And on a hard shift like this, they have lost too much time for me to really be considering them deeply into the rest of this match. Everybody else much, much faster, and we are going to focus our attention now on teams making that break out west. A lot of teams coating the west side coast and the south edge as well, near Ferry Pier, around Quarry. Yangon Galacticos, very much the back of the queue.
See if Yangon can keep some good energy rolling for that roster over the course of today's playdate. A lot of eyes on them. Now 2 reigning champions in the lobby, of course, being Yangon Galacticos, and then behind that, Alpha 7 from the year prior, back in 2024's EWC.
Circle. Oh, no way!
John, what are we doing?
What is going on? Goodness me, a massive western shift on this zone. It is brutal. Quarry is so impactful here as well. It's such a quagmire of a position. It just sticks you down. You can't really move freely around it. So for Ulf, they may be able to take the ridgeline, but getting down future may be difficult. I don't think too many teams are going to be able to play around Quarry, and this is going to get nasty. The positions out on the west are difficult to hold, and for Arena, they need to regroup. For Wolves, they need to try and stay alive, and 7-2-1 are going to try and crash on in. Everybody on the south edge being funneled around that Quarry location. Oh, Jackie, this is going to get very, very dirty.
There's something in the air at this event. I don't know what happened this year, John, but the circles we've had have resulted in some ridiculous games the whole way through, from start to finish. It's never easy. Feels like we're playing with 50% land in every single game. Half of it's always taken up by the water. Hey ho, we go again. Teams instantly crunching down, knowing it's only going to get harder to get into a safe location in the zone the longer they leave this one.
Yangon Galacticos just about making it past Quarry. Ulf actually went straight past Quarry, and they're now very central on this zone, Jackie. They're looking to play out to the west side of the road, towards that coastline, nestling themselves in and looking to maybe play a 2-2 split. Yangon Galacticos happy to post up around those quarry warehouses for the time being, maybe move on a little bit further because you've got AGAL moving in behind them. Furia, in the meantime, trying to get out of Primorsk, playing in from that south edge. I like this this move coming through from Igor. Moving one of their players around the headland gives them a little bit more latitude when it comes to having to move later on, and that really is the plan for the scout out on the west.
Thing is, for some of our teams as well, this accelerates the way you have to play this one. I think a Go team, they usually like those very long, safe rotates where they want to be inside of the blue, taking their opportunity to build into a great late game finish. Here, you can't really play that style. Have to take a few shots onto Fury as they catch line of sight on the road. This is going to be Go team's POV. Elevated angle, Killer Joe getting swarmed on as well. The AGAL Killer Bees on the move as they head down towards the road, looking to cut round Goat and get themselves into a better position. Doesn't get any easier though. The Wolves just up ahead.
Yeah, and Ulf as well, looking to try and stymie that approach from the south side. AGAL on the side of a road, looking to maybe control the shack, but Aaron's already in occupation. Ketch needs to line him up, and Aaron takes a lot of damage there. Far too much for my liking. Has to fold back, and that gives AGAL a chance. Ketch now in danger as AGAL continue their pursuit to move on forwards. Somehow they're making this march, and I'm surprised that they've been able to get this far, Jackie. Next circle, is it going to be similarly brutal? It goes coastal side, maybe less brutal, but even so, it's nasty.
Still punishing stuff. Cutting out that landmass. Team standing on each other, shoulder to shoulder in the zone. In AGAL, you're right, man. Barely tucked in behind the ticket booth, found themselves a few moments of brief respite to catch their breath. Tiamba as well. They're here, they're catching line of sight of this. Few pod shots being fired towards their general direction. Only really 3 squads that are even outside of the zone right now. And Nongshim Red Force down to Primorsk with a wrap up from Furia close by, and then Geeke coming in down from the north side late.
This RRQ position, really important. The hill that sits towards the coastline, you can see the high ground that they're able to control. Ulf trying to move into the foothills around it, but AGAL are peppering them. Apparently Aaron is in nade range there. That's a long arm on that one. Looks to try and find some more, but he's already crawling away, crawling back to the rest of the roster. For RRQ, this is great, but they need to start leveraging it for elims. I think that's Aaron down and out. I think it may well be, but Furia and Nongshim Red Force in the meantime, all on the south side, coming to loggerheads, and nobody's looking happy with this. Furia on 2 players and Nongshim left on just 1, Jackie.
Yeah, this is rough, man. No one's getting out of this with a smile on their face unless they can completely recover now. Thankfully, the last shot goes through pretty heavy-handedly to punish one more man from Nongshim, leaving it down to a solo. Fury are going to be attempting to get the recovery on the go. CXCY did bail out. Surprised he's still standing. Bullet after bullet being injected towards the vehicle. He just keeps driving.
Cheeky little seat swap there for XZY to stay alive, but where's he going? He might as well have pulled up on that shack, or maybe he's going to pull up on a player from AGAL. It's not going to work out, though. Okay, a little bit wild, but not really too many options left for him. If he'd have stopped maybe a touch earlier, he could have had the hop out, grab some of those shots, but wasn't quite there with it, not quite slick enough. And AGAL, with a little bit of a danger approaching them, able to hold their nerve.
Elimination delivery on that one. Drove in, double-checked the code, gave it to him. TRX as well, Hillside Peak over. Trey trying to get a read on things. Alula back into the fight as well. Geeke taking the head-on approach towards Yangon with Alula amongst them, sandwiching them there. So they do go down. That's our 3rd and 4th position team off the back of our opening game of Rondo, already out of the running, so opportunities for some lapping to occur.
Geeke obviously the team that won Pachinki, but kind of lost as well in that first hot drop. We'll be keeping an eye on if that continues to happen for those 2 teams. And if Geeke continue to win it, if it does. Either way, they were slowing themselves down, something awful. A lot of casualties in the middle of this zone, and rightly so. It keeps the coastline in here, and again, RRQ's position on that western side, on that hill, gets stronger and stronger, as well as the compound for E-Arena on that west side too. Those buildings, I'm imagining Fury is going to be crashing into them. Either that, or they try and sweep around behind RRQ's hill and take control of that area of the map.
Could be a game-changing play. Establish a nice area of control for yourselves, force them out. Starting to get a bit excited in the crowd now as well. Energy building up here in Paris going into game 2. Foobsman with the quick repairs. He's certified for this one. Let's go team with all 4 players still alive right now. Got a wraparound potentially for KRX as well. Bit of a split there between Trey and Binny as they've broken off from one another.
Alpha 7 on the northwest side, with 3 players alive on the beachhead. Binny, he's going to start to tick away from the blue, from the water. You need breath, you need health bar, and neither's going to go your way. Down he goes, leaving only the 1 player now left standing for them. Over on the northeast side near the backstop for GOAT. Furia, instead of going towards the zone, looks like maybe they want to try and take care of GOAT team first, or at least scout it out. They're wrapped back around fairly quickly, though, as the last player from Kiwoon, DRX, goes down.
Yeah, Foobsman finds that one. We saw the other player, of course, denying it out to the blue, not wanting to give the points over to Furia, so that is where their story ends in game 2. Killer Joe, off-angle peek from the sideline. The attention of Furia was all on Moxie. Joe was able to take the first bit of damage with ease. Silence replies, though. Shuts down Foobs, leaves him on his last legs. Good name play from Moxie. Shushes Silence. If this is on target, could be very lethal. Trying to get it over the hillside onto the close grouping. A trio of Furia players with 1 man in the vehicle scouting. Chief on the push back over. Ayala really looking rough here, John.
Yeah, the off angle from E-Arena is chiming in as well, and another nade sent over the top. It's big boom after big boom coming through from GOAT team. And now it's just Ayala on the forefront. On the back line, it's Igor who needs to come up big here against GOAT team, but they can't push forwards because of that E-Arena off angle, which is slowing this fight down really annoyingly for GOAT team. The advantage, though, is that they can start to use this time to maybe find a foothold into the zone, because the blue zone is upon them, and you can't res in stage 4. You need to get this one done as fast as you can. Silence may not be able to get back up here.
They knew there was the rock up from the back line when Elementrix got the takedown on GOAT team, so they've read that, reassessed and wrapped off, like you say, and they've gone straight into the awaiting arms of Tianba. Terrifying Tianba today. They've changed their fate. A few more elims racked up. That puts them on 2 so far.
Now they're encroaching towards AGAL. Both from the same region, and there's the crash from Eagle on the shack. They know there's a player in here. They need to try and keep safe, but it's not going super well for everyone. Tianba able to stay alive on the inside, but losing one on the out, and Liu gets some retribution. AGAL now playing on us 2 in the center of the circle as it shrinks right on top of them. Holding this position would be great, but there's so many angles now staring you down.
Oh, nades are good as well. Primes that one, gets it right on target. Goodbye, AGAL. They go down to the nitro they've been given to breakfast. And this is where it gets far more scary as well. Alula, low on HP with a bit of a split on the setup. Yangon Galacticos pushing in as a roster. Coming in together, struggling on contact with 1 player buckling under the pressure, and Wolves, they smell the opportunity to steal some of these elims. Nade arced over, Elementrix dives out, Romeo will fall, can't withstand that.
Oh, but there is an answer from Smile to find a knock over onto a Wolves player, leaving Aola potentially to be able to... No, I don't think they can get this res with the blue zone coming on in now. Doesn't quite have the time to get the crawl back. It would be a miracle to get that back to 2. So Aola may be drawing short here. In the meantime, the Wolves have got GOAT team pushing in behind them. Wolves felt that they were third-partying it, but they've been fourth-partied necessary. Can't quite do what he needed to. As Force goes in with the shotgun trade. Elementrix, though, still on the swivel for Wolves. Doing work. But Killer Joe left to survive this one. Has another opportunity for the fight, but Elementrix is looking clean with it. Takes too much damage, though, and has to dip back.
Killer Joe thrives in these sort of encounters, John. It's where he does his best work. He's able to really nail that one with the UMP. Get the quick pick up, looking for the revive on Force as well, so they can fight on as a duo. Turney K.
Oh, he's
got the angle, John.
Oh, he doesn't quite get the peak fully there, though. He's a little bit too timid, and that's going to allow the res to come through from Goat Team. Tony K could still play spoiler to it. He sees them two on the broadside now. He's going to know exactly where they are, and he can step forwards for it. Force, I think, might know as well. Killer Joe into the buggy. He's rolling forwards. They're going to have to play against this, but Tony K gets back, and the Arena don't want to overcommit.
Jumps back in the vehicle, puts the pedal to the metal and pieces out for now, whilst Force continues to hit heavy, quick, not fast enough for Alula's escape plan. As only one man remains, Claws cruising over into the awaiting arms of Ulf. They've seen him coming, and if he keeps going, it'll be RRQ that will have this one set up on a platter. Back exposed, easy tags, that's the takedown.
Should have gone that way a little bit earlier. RRQ retreating to the beach side, have given up control over a lot of this hill. It was under pressure, but I feel like you do need to start to think about stepping forwards now. The difficulty with that is, of course, Furia's position on the south edge. They do need to keep control of that, which is why they've invested so much in terms of moving there. But that opens opportunities for Alpha 7 on the north side to start to be a major player in this circle, because they've been quite quiet up until now. Moving down south, they get a lot more control and maybe sneak in behind RRQ, or rather in front of them now.
Furia, it's not been easy for them for the positions they've been forced into. Still standing as a trio after losing Silence quite some time ago from that engagement over the top. It was Foops that took him out. Nade onto the vehicles. RRQ not overcommitting for this, wrapping off with the zone shifting in as well, crunching further up towards the mainland.
Yeah, I mean, that's where I wanted RRQ to be looking to play. They kind of probably did want to play that already, but you can see that Furia would have had some pretty solid angles on this. Irina may as well been able to chime in, depending on exactly where you're playing it. But Irina going to have to move, Furia going to have to move. And the crunch in on the east side, I think, it's going to be pretty tricky. Irina looks like they were willing to go for those wraparounds, go quite wide with things. So potential for them to actually move into this west side engagement, but they may just look to push up towards Tiamba and towards Go, as RRQ look to regroup further north and fence off the area from Alpha 7. Nuth, the sub coming in for Alpha 7, will be the player to hold, and he's on the vehicle spot, looking to control it. Doesn't quite tag with the first shotgun, but there is the top of the hill coming on to play.
They focus all their fire on him. He's able to withstand the pressure and get back up from the rest of the boys as Alpha 7 start to thrive off the noise being made by the fans in the arena. RRQ detonating the vehicle to shut down the super sub for the side. What can the rest of the roster get up to here? Bullets being peppered towards them. Amongst all this, 721 GRS struck upon by Ulf as they go in heavy with the shotguns. Ravo just drives into the middle of it all. Looks to go crazy, John.
How on earth does he dodge all of those rounds on the outside? And Korea with the seat swap looks for more, but Alpha 7 fall at the final hurdle. Revo looked immaterial crossing that open beach, but it was not to be, and now Furia can roll on in, happy as Larry, to go for the fight. Irina wants to try and crunch it behind this too, and they are doing just that.
Nades on target, good damage. Furia, they've had to play defensive for so long. Now we're seeing that aggression come out. Cutthroat play so far. Wrap around the back, the nade look good, but a bare bounce over the top side, and they'll get it done with the rounds instead. RRQ fall.
Down they go. Furia looking to piece themselves back together. Irina maybe a little bit too slow to jump on the back lines for Furia as they establish themselves. Ulf as well, look at a challenge over on the northern side, obviously diminished in power with only 2 of their players alive, but still a force to be reckoned with. Kelsey and Scarface have got some solid positions to play around. Irina on the south border, I think they're the team to beat here, Jackie. It feels like on this south side, they have got control, they've got a lot of what they need, and Furia is committing towards the north side.
Energy building up. A lot of fans in the house today. You could see all the Yangon Galacticos signs, John. The Alpha 7 fans bringing the heat once again as well. But they've got one thing in common right now. Neither squad remains alive currently in Game 2. Out of the contest here. A lot of different sides that are looking to really squeeze a good injection to point out of this for Tianba as well, thinking about the potential of a ludicrous start to the day if they can do the unthinkable.
I mean, they've already gotten 5 elims and gotten up to a 5th place. This is a good game regardless for Tianba. They are going to be happy with this performance. Next zone coming on through. Shrink's pretty dead center. I don't think there's too much to worry about for the arena, for Tianba, and for Furia. But for GOAT team, I think this is going to be their big test, right? They are just playing on this one tree. They've got some vehicles in the back lines, sure, but they have to move. And where do you go? Where do you go? It might just have to be a crazy wide sweep up to the north, but Tianba are going to light you up. The arena are going to light you up. You need a pick. You need an opening. I just don't see GOAT team moving forwards.
Yeah, it's not been the easiest approach for them. For Furia, they've been trying to build up nice points on this game, taking the heat to teams when they think there's a chance to get a drop on them. Wukowski trapped by the rocks there after eating the nade. No real easy pathway for Scarface to get him back on his feet. This could be another chance for Furia to flush out one more squad, push themselves even further with 2 elims going their way if they do it cleanly.
Yeah, GOAT team, you really can't be doing anything here. Killer Joe just looking for some angles, but there's nothing to do. Fair enough to fall down there. Killer Joe will go down last. Scarface now under pressure as Tianba actually take the elim over on towards Kelsey, and Scarface still kicking as Ayala takes a knee. E-Arena in the meantime can start to march in from the south side. A nade will finish off Scarface, but Ayala now needs to be secured, and this is beautiful sweep across from E-Arena. Furia have committed to that north side, and there is now nothing stopping E-Arena taking the entirety of this ridgeline in a 3-way engagement.
Yeah, this is great decision making. Instantly aggressing when they think they've got a moment to get the drop on them. Furia down to 3 players of Ayala, unfortunately falling in that head-to-head versus Scarface. That puts so much more pressure on this team. They've got to get him back up. They'll have a few seconds here to top his HP up. Thankfully, he's done so. But they've crunched so much space, so much map control away. Nowhere near as easy now, John.
They know Milu's position. With the nades, they've been able to push forwards. Ayala creeping up to the ridgeline as well. And the arena actually going to regress on their hold, not wanting to stay overextended or maybe move those vehicles in different ways, swap them out, something like that. But just like giving that ground there was an interesting decision, but they get it back very, very quickly. Furia don't try and push over the top on it. Still waiting for this one to get forced by the circle. You can see Chief will get moved. Igor as well has to leave his little ridge and step up probably towards that burnt out buggy. That's where he's pacing himself towards. Ayala cannot find an angle.
For love nor money right now. No chance to get a raw free peek onto them. Just looking to cast that first stone, open it up with an advantage. The first domino falling for either of these squads will be very detrimental. Obviously for E-Arena, that big benefit you have as well in the trade game. They've got 1 extra man in the squad. Takes a little bit more pressure off them, but they still need a clean fight. Pin from either side, it wouldn't really change much.
Next stage closes dead central on this, and no one really has the full inside track, but E-Arena have the most ability to move around. If Furia go down, Tianba can start to move up the hill. That might give them a little opening door. Furia now moving much closer towards the arena, and the nades are going to start to cause problems for Mormon. The Molotov's there as well, but he has the smoke to cover his vision and hits the deck. Looks to get some healing. No knock found.
Shocked. I'm absolutely shocked he's still standing there. Stereo nades got out either side. It felt like 1 bullet away from him falling. Topped himself back up, like you say. He's quick with the meds. Furia debating where they really need to engage on this. Is it easier to try and wrap around onto Tianba's side? Do they just have to hold in the middle, wait for the crunch to come towards them? They're going to go in the direction of Tianba. Ayala, thought maybe they were a little bit closer than they are. Had the DBS primed. Scouting play as well. They're losing a lot of space from this peak up from E-Arena, starting to force them further back. It's getting scary out there.
Final zone closing as well now, Jackie. It's straight into the middle. Can't hang about now. No elims for E-Arena. So they would love to try and sweep a couple of these up. Over the top of the hill, they're looking to put a pressure onto Furia, but they fight back. Eco goes 1-for-1 on the trade, which is not great news for them. But where are Tiamba? Can they make a pass at this? Try and move in behind Furia. I think they might be going for it. They've heard this fight break out. They've seen the knocks come through, and the backlines from Arena getting a little bit false-footed as Tiamba make their play.
Tiamba, triple threat of nades thrown over the top. Erupting explosions towards Furia's angle after knowing they're weak. They're still not overly committing. Being hit from all sides as well. They're going slightly too far deep. That one looks good. Great chip damage onto Furia. Chief with a reply. Mormon's drop. Joker hits the headshot back onto him. It's a 1-for-1 stalemate. Tiamba still waiting.
Finally, a second knock, and now Furia on one. Tiamba have read this nicely. Igor the last to go, and they wrap around, they roll it down. QZ wants to shut it out in the arena now. The last hurdle for Tiamba's back-to-back. 3 players versus 2. Joker off in the distance, but there's one in the smoke dealt with immediately. QZ relies on his teammates. He turns for a moment, but he knows they've got his back, and in a 1 versus 3, can he make it work? Mormon now bleeding out to the zone. Arena will fall in the
ध्यान बाद दूसरा चिकन
for a back-to-back chicken dinner. This is
back-to-back chicken dinner. Oh bhai.
Talks of Tiamba looking timid in their group stage, but that's all changed now as they terrify the lobby and turn up massively with not only 1 chicken dinner locked in, but a second following that. Back-to-back. Incredible start to the survival stage here.
Really brilliant opener coming through for a team that, as we were saying, there were a lot of criticisms levied at their play style. They only just about managed to get into the survival stage with a late in the day chicken dinner. But they did look much better during that chicken dinner, during those group stages. And this is exactly the sort of development you want to see. Able to go, I think it was 11 eliminations as well there, Jackie. It is a monumental start for them. Getting towards the top 6 just got a whole lot easier.
Yeah, dream start, man. That's what we're saying, right? We were looking at it even kind of early into that one, thinking, oh, they've done pretty well with the elims. It looks like they've got a good set of heads on their shoulders today. Way better for you when you not only get 1 chicken dinner, but 2 already locked in. Playing it smart. I was a little bit worried we're going to see some of those signs of them not willing to really engage even when they have a bit of an advantage. We saw that a few times in groups. It looks like they've recovered that.
Yeah, I mean, the instance right at the end there, where they saw 1 knock on either side, they said, you know what, now's as good as any. The zone's closing, we've got to go. They had the nades, a little bit off target with the nades. I think it's safe to say they didn't have a full read on the position of Furia, so over-expending a little bit of utility there. So still improvements to be made, but I think I can forgive them that. They were still able to crunch it behind, be the pneumatic press that crunched Furia and followed through straight on towards Arena, who, given the solid position that they had on that south side for so long, surprising that they weren't able to get many elims at all. A very minimal point scoring game for a team that plays 2nd place.
Yeah, it is surprising. It is surprising. I think for Arena it's a bit scary as well, because obviously, you know, we historically had that one massive game in the group stage where we were thinking, damn, okay, they're looking absolutely sick. They're really playing confidently in the head-to-heads as well. The longer it's gone on, there's moments where you're thinking, when are they going to get that second wind again? Not necessarily from the tactical side, but more from just the willingness to actually show how good they are as individuals in terms of the gun skill. We know it's there, John. It's just got to rear its head once again. But today, so far, it's all about Tiamba.
Yeah, I mean, for the players on side, they do need to start to step up, be a little bit more like Tiamba. I think it's safe to say we're going to head down to the stage and we're going to catch up with some of the players.
Yes, we are. And who are we going to talk to other than Tiamba and QZZ here? Back-to-back wins to start off the survival stage. What a result. And let's ask about that, right? Back-to-back wins. Obviously, in the group stage, you didn't have the easy focus for the team between the group stage coming into now the survival stage.
QZ 首先恭喜你们已经2连世纪了，非常优秀的一个发挥。当时你们小组赛的时候可能打得不算是那么好，然后现在进了生存赛之后，明显就是状态调整过来了。能不能跟我们说你们当时调整的时候主要注重哪些方面呢？
其实我们没有做太多的调整。其实前2天其实大致上没什么问题，但是每个人的状态可能不是很好。然后昨天调整了一些东西，然后大家状态都变好了一些。然后我的调整就是我加了个手机壳，因为我用那个手机 老段数，但加了手机壳之后，段数会变少很多。
I'll say that we didn't really make a lot of adjustments. I think that we were in this strategy. I think we were
Welcome,
absolutely
follow
fine.
कर लेना
It's
guys,
just that
like,
in the
share
group
and
stages, I think
subscribe कर
everyone's
लेना.
form
YouTube
was
channel भी
just a little
subscribe कर लेना guys.
lackluster.
Tian ba back to back.
Survival stage, I think
2
we're
chicken
now
dinners
forming a
निकाल
lot. I think
चुकी है
everyone's
guys.
form is just,
Sonali,
peaking
welcome to
right
the
now.
stream. How are you,
And,
Sonali?
In terms of adjustments for me personally, what I adjusted was I added I added a case to my phone. And I think that really helped to reduce some of the kind of like not registering some of my key inputs, my touches. So I think that really helped as well.
More accurate at all. That makes a lot of sense. And going to the Rondo game, you guys came in from the south side of the river and played alongside the river for almost the whole game. What were the biggest threats to you guys for that first win?
当时你们第一张图的时候，你们相当于是从那条河的南边，就是进圈的，然后而且你们相当于是我唯一支队站在那边，然后你们就一直沿着那条河的南边在那边打了一整场。当时一整场下来，你能不能跟我说一下最主要的一些威胁会是什么呢？
其实最主要的威胁是我们准备反清山上的一波，然后我们差点被右边的 KR 给溜了，然后但是我们当时顶住了那一波，然后那波可能是最具威胁的一波。
Well, I'll say the most dangerous point was when we were trying to clear a hill, and then I think KRX actually had the slip on us, and it was a very tough battle. I think it was a really dangerous moment for us, but we managed to hold on and we managed to fight back, and we managed to win that battle. And I think that was the single most we almost got eliminated point.
All right, QZZ, amazing once again. Thank you very much. Thank you for the translations. That does it for us down here on the stage. Will Tiamba get another win on the day? Looking like it. It's crazy.
Tiamba doing their best impressions of Drake with that back-to-back, because this team is definitely showing up here at Survival Stage of PMWC at EWC 26. But don't forget, it is PMWC. There is a PMWC Lucky Spin currently going on within the game. Make sure you log in, do the spins, do all the fun stuff before he goes away, because we do have the Electron energy set, the proton power set, and the stunning alien fusion grows out, which Max was telling me it ends up glowing on the dark. This was co-created with PDP creator Nana, and I want the Groza.
Same.
I want that Groza, Natura. But talking about the game, this last game, Tiamba, oh my. Especially that ending too, the way that they ended up pushing to Furia and then just demolish E-Arena is what we want to see out of Tiamba, Max.
By the way, before we do get into the nitty-gritty analysis here of the finishing of that game, the Rondo win, Tinlong Garden drop, they go to a northern finish, they win that game. Here, they drop Yasnaya Poliana, they win a Western Coast finish. I don't know how they keep doing it, man. Their rotations are on a separate level here at PMWC 2026 as we check out the player stats here. And QZZ, Milu, oh my goodness, 4.5 average eliminations per game so far today, putting up the numbers. And I didn't predict them to make it because I was actually quite disappointed by them in their groups. And it's clearly working out for them, Niptro. Well done, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, we still got a long couple of days ahead of us, but based on the last two games, I think we can really start to change our minds about them. They're being very, very consistent. What I really love is that they bided their time. They waited, right? Oh, there go my notes.
What?
Because
she's attacking me.
yeah, I'm attacking him. No, because they were just sitting underneath this hill, right?
Yes.
Waiting for these two to get together, start fighting, and then push. Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, that push on Furia, of course, the timing of that is great because Furia is at their absolute weakest, and also E-Arena are trying to get a revive back on their fallen comrade. But I wanted to focus focus very clearly on this replay. On Milu and QZZ, the focus, the sheer determination at that moment, putting the focus on the same player at the same time. What an absolutely amazing fragging duo. And clearly they're the main reason so far they've been successful on this opening day of survival stage. Loving the synergy of those two guys in particular.
Loving that synergy, loving the action that they're currently putting on. 12 eliminations there for Tiamba, being able to come off with the win. Furia, this is a team that we've been wondering where have they been. They finally ended up showing up here in this game, Max, with those 7 eliminations, 12 points total.
Happy to see it, really. What a hold on Primorsk in particular. They were holding off Nongshim Red Force. I know Blank was very excited about their hold on to GOAT in particular, making a massive statement that hilltop is their hilltop for the rest of that game. So Furia, you know, a little bit topsy-turvy back in the group stage, but Neptune this time around, strong podium finish, which is what we love to see from that Brazilian squad.
No, I do like it. I like it a lot. The only thing I want to say, if I could just really nitpick here, is that they, again, yeah, they had a very strong mid game, right? Very strong, very proactive. I really enjoyed that. I was like, okay, yes, Furia, they're coming in strong. We also saw them move on to the RRQ and A7 fight really quickly with so much force. There was no backing, there was no coming back from that for RRQ. So very, very well done. But they kind of slowed down. They waited to that stage 9. I would have liked to see them be a little bit more proactive with EA. I know that they were, you know, intimidated by Tiamba there, that other third team rather being there, but I would have liked just a little bit more momentum coming through from them. Side note onto Tiamba, actually, speaking of momentum, Tiamba went from 0 to 100. Did you see that? When they realized that fight was finally happening, they went from sitting behind a tree to full on pushing like that. 10 out of 10, no notes.
It was very good. But I want to go back real quick to what you were saying about Furia in particular, slowing down a bit at the end. I don't want to criticize that too much. I think it was actually a good play for them to slow it down. The reason why, we knew that whichever team fights last, chances are they're going to get the win at the very end. Furia fighting E-Arena, they're like, we want to try and get rid of E-Arena, but if we fully commit to the fight and take even more knocks, eventually Tiamba's going to rock up on us, which is actually what happened, right? So I do get your point that at that moment when all the 3 teams are just ready to go at a moment's notice, Furia, I think, made the most out of it, and this is a team that I did not expect to make on the podium, but you know what? A strong podium finish from Furia on a very hard circle for that squad, by the way. I think that's still a win.
Yeah, and on the opposite side for the Brazilian squads, you have Alpha 7 still not being able to do that well. Only putting up points via placement in this last one because the eliminations just weren't there.
Yeah, elimination. It's a hard zone, though. It's a hard circle to really get eliminations. You've got so many.
Tiamba was able to do it.
Tiamba was able to do it. I think
and they don't land even close to that.
True. I think it's probably one of those things where it's like you get in there early, you're able to do something. If you avoid teams, then, you know, that eastern side was very, very busy. So yeah, you can get a lot of elims if you're there, but I think there's just so many angles. What it's actually doing is intimidating teams into not taking those fights because there's so many angles. Those angles are completely covered, and so you're like, I can't make a move in this.
By the way, going back in this game, there was a very interesting moment for Tiamba, which really enabled them in the first place to be a contender for that chicken dinner, is they had all these teams over to the eastern side in the swamp. They're like, just let's get away from that position. It's not worth it. So I love seeing that they understand when a fight is just not worth taking. But you know what? Chicken dinners are definitely worth taking. 2 chicken dinners, 35 points. Tiamba making it happen on Rondo. And the first Orangle. And you know what? With only 12 games to play here, if they don't pull an E-Arena, Neptura, top 6 is looking pretty good.
I mean, top 6 is looking very, very nice. The thing, though, we have to watch out for is it's a Group B all over again. It really is, because you've got that point sponge at the top. You got 45 points versus, what, 19 we saw there? Everybody could still get into top 6. Probably gonna still go that way by the end of today. We're probably gonna see the same sort of gaps being in that leaderboard, and so yeah, we're looking at a very spicy survival stage if this keeps going from Tiamba.
At the beginning of the day, we're talking about Sony Story of the day, no sponge points against what? Now Tiamba is like, we are here, we're gonna be sponging up all those points. We still have a lot more survival stage coming up, but before we go into the next game, we're gonna be sending it over to Kalaris and Blank.
Yeah, you know, I'd really like to talk about all the other teams here in the survival stage. I'd really not like to overlap with what you guys are saying. But it's all about Tiamba. How are we supposed to ignore what they've been able to do? I think, though, if we really kind of step back and look at those 2 victories they got, though, here, Blank, winning in the face of adversity is what has made Tiamba a world-class team. On Rondo, on the Riverside, being able to hold that down as long as they did, and then on Erangel, sending it from the swamp location, and the perfect timing, very, very important as well.
You are a stage heavy hitter, aren't you, really? You're coming out here swinging with some hard facts, some hard knowledge. I like it. But it is great. The adversity has been a big thing for them, but they've been decisive, clean on a lot of their pushes. I think even just not last game alone, it's nice to see QZ with a bit of teamwork going on. Milu was bouncing off him so well. It's also crazy. I think that one of the things that I like about PL teams is they will use the DBS at mega distance.
Yes.
Only works.
You look at Tiamba, right, with how they're building themselves, such an early narrative. Shut them down. Stop them from accumulating point after point. At least for one game. Could be a door open for you and one closed for them. We'll see. Maybe it's more respectful than I'm thinking.
I feel like targeting the top team themselves, maybe not super useful here in the survival stage. That's much more a final strategy because you're aiming for top 6, right?
Doesn't matter, John. You've got to come for the king. You find the biggest man. You shut him down. You get respect for everyone else in the lobby.
Well, we did just see an elimination go through. I believe that was Tiamba actually over towards E-Arena, who have lost one. We've also got the Zaki drop coming through from Dopeness, which is going to leave Geeke alone in Pachinki. So we don't get that hot drop. Over on the east side is where our circle will go. And I'm happy to say it's quite a lot of land in this one.
Yeah, more reasonable. Far more reasonable here, what we've got out of this. Some of the games we've had, it's been a super bumpy ride for our teams, and we've seen some great PUBG Mobile mechanically off the back of rotation, at least map geometry-wise, how they understand it. It gets a lot more out of these teams. The brains have to be switched on. This, though, should be better for the lobby in general.
Slightly worried about down on the south side near Novo with Yangon Galacticos and AGAL both dropping in the area. AGAL trying to grab the vehicles. Imagine trying to get across the bridge as fast as possible. The question is, what sort of ammunition does Smile have to play with? Can he catch someone on the cross? Looks for the iron sight spray down with the AKM. There is still more on the menu. There's 2 players in the monster truck try and find their way through. Will they sneak on in? It looks like it's not quite connecting on the spray. Some damage there, but the ammo's starting to draw low, and they don't have the scopes to really get the distance on this one. Jackie, I think AGAL just make out like bandits on this.
Yeah, get out of there, get away. Only the iron sight, no scope attached for max precision, so he can't get it done even when he throws the clip in the AK. Just a spray from far away, John. No one from AGAL hitting the DCK. It's not even how you spell deck at this point. It's one of those days, John.
No, well, just got to throw an E in there.
That would help.
And it would help, but hasn't helped E-Arena on this drop, unfortunately, throwing an E on the front of Arena. Tiamba were able to get that. They were the team to take them down. Tiamba dropping around that sort of cube compound area, east side of crates, and, well, closer towards the bridges out to the east of South George, and they've rotated now all the way over the north towards Yasnaya, given the circle. Smart, I like it, no notes. Furia out on the west side, fairly uncontested, and we're firmly into the looting phase now.
Been getting louder and louder game after game as well. Looks like that's Yangon Galacticus' fans and Alpha 7 in unison. They've been stationed in a similar area of the stage. There's a lot of excitement coming from over there, getting fired up. The drums being played. You any good at the drums, John?
I have grade 4 drums, which is a qualification in the United Kingdom for our international viewers.
Bloody hell.
It's mediocre at best.
Ah, I see.
You know, Kalaris is a phenomenal drummer.
Is he?
Yeah, he's really good.
Okay,
that's not even a joke. He's very good at drumming.
We'll get him in. We'll send him over to Alpha 7. We'll see if he can do some drumming.
Absolutely. Get him on the paradiddle.
Yeah, we'll patch that one through. We'll get James on the move during the game, don't worry.
Alola looking to drum themselves up a chance in towards those finals. In second place, they've been doing a fine job of it so far, with the points they've been able to accrue. Obviously a deep run into that first match. Really notable performance coming through from them. Maybe a little bit too slow in terms of dealing with Tiamba down on that south side of them, but they're still up on 19 points. They're still in the top 6 for the time being, as close as it is. However, in Primorsk right now, there's a long road ahead of them to try and make their way in.
Yeah, quicker early moves for some. Others using the availability of a longer, safer rotate. Obviously, this is more the consistent sort of play that we prefer to see from squads like Goat and Yangon with how they want to approach it. Something you'll all want to see, though, of course, are the amazing weapon skins that we've got going on here with the event that's currently occurring. That Ninetales Fury Org, a beautiful bit of kit, John. You get those variants as it evolves when you use it. Really cool stuff.
A powerful beast, and you want to lock it inside you. You want to keep it and elevate yourselves to find those various levels of different tails. Moving on into your games on PUBG Mobile. Furia looking to add another tale to their story. in these survival stages. 5 teams, well, 5th place rather, on the tables right now. 16 points, very much in the thick of it, as we said, with the points being fairly level when you exclude Tiamba from the top side. Furia looked fairly dynamic in that last match. And they took agency into their own hands, which I like to see, I really do. So for them on the southwest side, hopefully they can break through, play towards this mansion open area west of prison, this shelter positions as well. A lot of open ground, a lot of rolling hills in this zone. So you need to make sure you get your little patch under control.
Furia roaming. RRQ potentially going to be in front of their path as well, so could be a chance for a couple pot shots. There's an overextend on the scout, pulls back quickly enough to get behind them. Do they clash though?
They're being fairly civil right now, Jackie, but getting across this road is when they're going to be completely open to each other. But looks like, given that most of the players here are in their own vehicles, unlikely you're going to see that second seat spray down. But Genforce, he's on their tail. I mean, fair enough, you follow them a little bit, try and get some information. In the meantime, Geeke run into Ulf. This is on the route out from Pachinki from that southwest side, and Geeke have lost one. Aaron on the upstairs, looks for more, swaps to the weapon, does a lot of work around the door frame, but the shotgun still ringing in his ears. One round in the M4 is not quite enough, but Ulf have lost one on the flip side as well, across the way. Scarface has taken a tumble, and Geeke are given at least as good as they get, if not better.
Yeah, it would have been hellish for them as well, right? Great game one, at least keeping themselves in an elevated position in the points, the placements, going into game two, nowhere near as clean. If they had an uncomfortable start here, lost their players, limped away, would have been brutal. Instead, the egg is on the face of Ulf, as it will only be a duo that remains.
They're going to have to play in positions that generally are going to need a lot more firepower to hold down those more open areas, the dips around that zone, maybe some of the compounds, the buildings in that area. So you have to try and find something, keep this one going as the zone coming on through for the next pot for our stage 2 zone. Is it going to be hard? Is it going to be difficult? It's very firmly on the south edge there, Jackie, but it keeps a lot of land in. We're moving away from Yasnaya Fields. We're moving down towards the farm area, the positions east of Potato Hill, and those shelter positions out on the east side, I think are going to cause a lot of problems here, because we've got so many teams on the northeast edge. RRQ are already posted up around that area. It looks like they are retreating a bit, though, but a lot of teams are going to be trying to move in from this northeast side, and it's going to get messy. It's going to.
That's a John Allen guarantee.
I don't joke about mess.
You can trust those. Man, it's been a bit bumpy as well for a squad like 721 GS, right? You see a POV here. They had a few games back during the group stage where they were able to sort of harass other teams, still good elims, and have their head on a swivel. I was thinking maybe they'd be able to elevate themselves in a bit of a generally considered weaker lobby where there's opportunities to rise to the occasion. Our top team certainly have. For them, still down towards the bottom side of the pack in 12th place right now. Got to give us a little bit more if they want to keep themselves in it. Wrap over from Tianba as well. They're going to be on the move down. Can it be the Free Peats already eating good today? 47 points in this game. So far ahead compared to the next close squad, which is that tied second podium position between Alula and Goat. So they're really coming out to play.
It was 108 points was the record set by Vitality in a single day.
Yep.
And I feel like I brought that up maybe slightly too early in the day, but if you're on 45 points in 2 matches, simple multiplication will tell you that you're going to get there, right? You would need a little bit more on this game, it's safe to say, but still, like you said, in the position in the northeast side, they're fairly isolated. They can maybe chill out a little bit. I thought it was going to be the northeast side that was going to be a little bit messy, but that seems to have rotated down and split around the prison. Instead, the positions to the north of Milta are going to be much more chock-a-block with our players moving out the wolves from Milta past Kiwum DRX, who did actually rotate over the water into Milta, which was quite interesting. They were able to jump on in and
force the teams in the area out wide. AGAL, who went across that bridge early on, of course, going to that mill to power area. They went out all the way to the east, and they have now slung into a pretty solid position. But it was Kiwun DRX who were the team to sort of divert them on that part.
I think for KRX as well, right? This is sort of the middle portion of the day where you're thinking, okay, guys, got to lock in a little bit here. Get a bit more energy, some wind back under the sails. If they want to push for more. Locked in last place right now in the overall standings. Not the dream whatsoever. We'll see as the zone comes in as well if there's going to be any benefit here, if it pulls up more so towards that north side. No. All right, not too bad in terms of the positioning for some of our more central squads as well. Nongshim Red Force once again got themselves set up early. There's only Dopeness that were in amongst the set of 2 players from either side. Ulfnir there, Fury instantly rotating off the confirmation of the zone, and Tiamba pushing down as well.
From that east side, look how many teams are moving around that Ulf position. Dopeness just about snaking their way over the top of this one. Remember, Ulf only on 2 players, so really can't do too much to stop this. They're just going to have to hope that they can win a fight. In the meantime, on the southeast edge, it looks like Kiwun DRX having a tough time of things against Alpha 7, as 2 of them have already gone down. And there's really not much more for them to do here. Hoxie wants to try and hold his nerve in the face of Alpha 7, but they haven't lost a player yet, and they're not about to start now. Korea able to find the final shot, and there's a burn down on the last player for the South Korean side.
I think that's by far the cleanest take we've seen of a compound from Alpha 7 today. They get that one done, John, but it doesn't end. They've effectively rung that proverbial dinner bell that's baited over RRQ. So for Alpha 7, they'll have to keep on fighting. Furia pushing over as well with AGAL in their line of sight. Height to play with, so at least advantage from that. Liu has limited meds as well. He's going to be able to top himself back up. Fein wall of smoke between them. Good bit of open distance, so if that peels off, Ayala's usually clean for these. Going to somewhat peek out towards the road. Just assess the situation, see if there's room for a couple quick shots.
I feel like they're going to be okay for the time being, but with Wolves moving in from the east side, that could potentially force Furia to crunch in and lose influence. But are the Wolves going to stop there, or are they going to try and keep going a little bit deeper into the zone? I feel like they're going to be more of a problem for AGAL on this situation. And indeed, they do head further and further west, getting out of dodge. So Furia can continue their presence. And the Wolves actually managed to get through fairly securely. They are only playing as 3, but doing okay, I think it's safe to say. And right on top of the final player from Dopeness as well. To try and make your way into the center of the zone. I'm surprised that the Wolves have gotten as far as they have here, Jackie, because it was a kind of crazy threat through all of this. It was probably helped by the fact that AGAL and Furia were both looking at each other, were a little bit isolated away on that fight, so they just moved over the north side of the ridges that sat there to get into the spot. Good read.
It could be a good reposition for Alpha 7 as well. Last time we saw them, of course, they had that great injection back over towards KRX, cleaned up on the compound. Then they were briefly met by IRQ that bailed out on that one. Alpha 7 chasing down Yangon, at least one of their players. They're going to get away. Zone crunching further in again as well. Dead center set up right now from Nongshim Red Force. Haven't had to move or fight for anything in quite some time.
And they got 4 of their players alive as well. This is pretty decent news for Tiamba, although that less so. They have taken a knock onto QZZ on that eastern side with RRQ bearing down upon them. In the meantime, Furia and AGAL starting to come to the forefront of the fighting. As there's 1, there's 2 knocks as well. A flush coming through from Igors. And the nades can't quite repel them, can't quite rebuff them in time. And Maple trying to stand against an onslaught from Furia. This is tough stuff. XCZ also feeling the brunt of pressure. I think that might be an off angle coming through from Yangon Galacticos. And what can you do? A nade over the back does tag, but doesn't quite get a flush or another knock.
Yeah, just a bit of chip damage. Not enough to punish him with. Chief going to set back up with one of his own as well. Dashes it onto AGAL. That's more what you're looking for. Now they can compress in and try and collapse upon the squad. AGAL going down swiftly as they will lose out. Removed from the equation here as Furia are still standing.
on that south side, lining the roadside now. Well, more of a path, really, if we're honest, but we'll be able to use that ridge line that was protecting the Wolves on their rotate, potentially to launch themselves forwards, but I don't think they can do it fully just yet. Instead, they're going to have to worry about their south flanks and their west and east as well. Alpha 7 rolling over, trying to take on the other Brazilian side. But not quite dirt.
A lot of noise in the arena right now. Here at the Qiddiya City grid, it's been getting pretty fiery with the energy coming out in support of Alpha 7. Meanwhile, Goat team taking some shots. That's a pop off from the fans over in Yangon's corner, and rightly so. First Elim on the board there for Smile.
They want to hunt for more. There are goats out to the west, and they want to find them. E-Arena and Al Ula now coming into conflict. Remember, E-Arena losing a player on the drop, so they are as 3, and 3 players from Al Ula bearing down upon them. A 4th to join them pretty swiftly too. Nades not quite connecting on the first form of the hold, but 2 immediate knock. Party from Goat up the hill. R3B now the last to stand for Al Ula, and E-Arena hold their nerve with a beautiful 1-2 punch to kick things off, and a lovely shutdown from Turney K for the final Elim there. There was no way to get into that compound.
No, not for love nor money. Couldn't brute force their way through, but talking of which, look who's in the back line. Goat team's representative, the solo, a force, arcs the nade through the doorway to try and deal damage. That's going to be the spread from the molly, making it uncomfortable. Another one bounces just off the periphery, trying to thread the needle. A further Molotov goes in, keeping them guessing. 3 nades in the back pocket as well to cycle those over. E-Arena sat, just hoping this shrapnel won't end them as they cower in the building.
More nades being layered on down here from Force. In the meantime, players around them looking to move away from this fight because the circle's gone southeast and you do need to get out. A bounce on the final nade, and in he goes. The DBS in hand, looks for one, but he can't even connect on the first. And E-Arena stay alive as 3. They have to get a move on though, Jackie. They've got 30 seconds, or well, a little bit less now to move before this zone is going to shut them out.
Decent distance to try and conquer as well to get over there, so it's not an easy pathway for them. The solo representative of Go team there having it all blow up in his face. Ironic after how many nades he throws. But it is what it is. And E-Arena, if you thought you'd finally have a safe exit path, no chance to egress yet as DK come back in for even more. 5 nades in the back pocket. Let's see if he can do better than Goat on these. Chuck in one straight through the doorway. Smoke out as well to provide some semblance of cover for them. Easy for Bad Boy trying his luck. They're low, they're trapped. I mean, they're going to be ushered out by the zone. You've got Cycloud up on top as well for Yangon with potential chance on the periphery. Are they even going to get out here, John? They try and jump in the vehicle.
They got a lot of distance already. 2 players from E-Arena moving away. Schweppes may be the sacrificial lamb. They have a vehicle that they've stowed earlier or were aware of earlier. Geeky are taking shots from the off angle. I mean, Geeky are spending a lot of time outside of the zone to try and make this one happen. The fact that they've let 2 players get away and they're taking shots from a third party is quite nasty. Schweppes may be able to hop into a vehicle and get into this one, depending on what sort of stim condition he's in and if he's taken too much damage. But yeah, for E-Arena, I feel like Geeky may have overcommitted for it, and instead they're losing more than they gained by quite a long way.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the knock-on effect, right? Smile just being able to third party onto this with the backup of Saycloud further ahead. So for E-Arena, been trapped for so long. Every time they get past one squad, another one comes over to punish them once again. So they're farming points off the back of this with Mormon going down to the play zone. Schweppes barely pushed out. But there's a timeline where he's the only survivor left for Geeky. Fragmented off the back of their engagement. Results in the last man falling to dopeness.
Ooh, north side, 7-2-1. GS and Tiamba going toe-to-toe, and right now, Tiamba don't seem to have anything in the back pocket because they've only got 1 player now left standing all the way on the outside. And could our top team finally take a tumble? With 3 elims, they'd be going down with just the 1 placement point. He's trapped out in the blue, behind the shack. Gets the first aid, and the smokes are there. Might be able to dart forwards, but he's already taking a lot of damage, and the blue zone's right on top of him. Jackie, it's gonna tick, it's gonna do it. And Malik gets the final blow. Finally, He's able to take it down. Oh, it's actually the play zone. So it was the play zone tick to take down Tianba. 3 elims, couple points. They're up to 49 now. Still a very hefty total.
Cut short the storyline of a triple from Tianba, but does open the door for other squads to raise themselves higher up in the standings now. Potentially a game where Furia could keep some of this good trend we've seen going. Nongshim Red Force, they've been pretty blessed by the circle crunches we've had over the course of this one. Haven't realistically had to vie too much for control. Still got good compound setup as well.
I feel like this north side could potentially be quite leverageable for a deep run into the game. It may not be a winning position, but it would have been brilliant for Tianba if they'd been able to hold it to convert another strong game. They lost a player earlier on, though, to RRQ, and I feel like that was kind of the major changing point, that inflection point for the squad. Losing that one player, they lost the ability to have the full force resistance against a full crash that came through from 721 GS. And if they'd had 4 players, I think that would have been a different story. And they could have been the ones on this north side looking to line everyone up as they roll forwards.
Sight for sore eyes for the Alpha 7 fans, you'd imagine as well. Still alive in this game right now. They have the 5 elims to their name. Ooh, Ravo with a peek out. That's the hovercraft gone, and one more member of Yangon Galacticos, taking them down to a triple threat with a backdoor assault as well from Furia onto the sightline. Getting a bit more scary.
Landing not quite on top, goes a little bit too far there. Igors wants to try and connect, but I mean the damage is pouring in from Furia, from Alpha 7, and Yangon Galacticos are trapped. There's nowhere for them to go. There is no easy way to move forwards. I think that might be E-Arena out as well in the meantime. Up in second place on the overall standings, but Furia, I think, now guaranteed to be surpassing them. Yangon Galacticos want to try and stop them, though, at this point, and they send straight over the top. Furia going to have to face off, but Yangon Galacticos not quite able to punch through. Igor's still left down in the dirt. The drop down's just too strong. Yangon cannot get it done.
Furia fighting 2 for now and looking damn good whilst doing it too, but you've got to get your man back up. He's been a huge part of the roster, but taking shots from RRQ might cut that storyline short for them and leave them in a worse position. It's good damage. Here's the push up though. Oh, the nade over from Chief. The spear of Furia strikes into RRQ.
And there go the rounds, finding that flush as well. There is a knock over onto Igor's, or sorry, the flush coming through, and Ayala does go down as well. Silence trying to make a break for it, out wide, can't quite connect with the front bumper, but draws some fire, gives some protection, makes a little distraction. Chief is gonna fall, and RRQ are going to win out on this trade. In the meantime, a massive flex out coming through from Nongshim Red Force. Really timely as well to flex away from their position, to get involved, get stuck in, and will be able to clip the wings of Alpha 7 somewhat, losing at least one, but there is a knock, there is a response. However, Obscure also takes that tumble, and Tizzy could potentially find this res if Revo and Carrillo can't get a position, and Lapar could stop them doing just that.
They've got the hillside peak onto it. Ravo exposed from the backside. Looking good. Oh, it's an easy takedown as well onto Obscure that was knocked prior. Such little HP left to play with for Alpha 7. They're not going to be remaining alive for much longer at this point. The split from Nongshim was well timed and well executed. Carrillo, all that remains. Oh, barely missing on the drive up. Trying to bonnet in with a vehicle. Firing off warning shots, but that's all they are. Just warnings as they're gone again. Out in 4th place on this one, leaving our top 3 squads remaining.
What a timing on that for Nongshim Red Force as well. That flex out down to the south, really, really instrumental. It gets rid of Alpha 7, and it felt like maybe they were going to lose 1 or 2 players there, but the RRQ peak over the ridgeline kept Nongshim safe, and they have managed to get that res, get back to their compound, and back, more crucially, to the circle as it shifts all the way up north, and RRQ are going to have to make a mad dash here.
Nongshim licking their lips right now with how they played this one. Early game was good for them. Weren't really contested too much. RRQ getting hit by the zone as well, so it's just getting messy out there.
I think they're just going to leave him. For RRQ, they're playing as two. They're already sprayed out in the open. Another knock sent their way. And 721 GS want to take down the player on the south side. Rehan should have angles on this. But there are shots being fired back. Nongshim Red Force do have the toe sight. And we'll be able to clip those nails. And that's going to leave RRQ out now. A 4 versus 3 from the position that Tiamba were holding against Nongshim, who have been in this spot for the longest time.
721 GS had some moments of greatness in the group stage. It feels like if they want to try and revitalize themselves and prove that they can go further, fight for an opportunity into finals, this is a game they need to win to get themselves in that headspace. For Nongshim, it's more of that consistent force. A team that we know can go above and beyond in a position to do just that, with the advantage of not only their position, but the numbers as well. Battle of attrition on their side, John.
This is a jump up to second place on the cards for Nongshim Red Force. And for 721 GS, it's a chance to try and join closer towards the top 6. Early doors on the tournament does mean there is incredible amounts of volatility on the tables. And Nongshim would love to try and rise above that. That's exactly what they're looking to do here. TC with the flex out, even though the monster truck's gone up in smoke, is brilliant, because there's still 2 players who have to crest this ridge, who have to get across the road for 721 GS. And when they do, it's open season. Nongshim are going to be on the hunt.
There's been some great reactions out of them as well. So if it comes to a fair fight, I feel like I've got to back them from some of the angles we've seen, man. A lot of talent. Gunplay's through the roof right now for this team. Coaching staff watching on as well. Fingers crossed and hoping for the best result for the squad. Seems like there's still a decent amount of utility left in the back pockets there for 721. It's going to be the smokes over, create a pathway, smoke wall up on the roadside. Vehicle to play with for the rotate.
Do they have the cover, though? Can they get there safely? The cannons start to fire. The nades are pouring in from TZ on that off angle. They know that he is a vulnerable position for Nongshim Red Force. So if they can get into nade range of him, that might change the dynamics of this circle, Jackie, because Nongshim Red Force also do need to move forwards. They haven't managed to deal a blow to strike a player down on that crossing. So now they need to go a little bit more bread and butter.
Thing is, if they're thinking Tizzy's the vulnerability, I think in reality he might be the volatility they need to open this one up. You expose yourself for even a second, that off angle, he's so damn crisp with it, he's going to be punishing you towards the side. These nades as well, every time just eating away at them, draining out some of that additional medical utility. That circle's going to start to crunch him. Really going down to the wire on this one.
Nongshim do have the more central position with their forward spots here. Not too sure how many nades are in the back pocket for 721 GS, but XZY launches one forwards. Doesn't quite go the distance. TZ also lobbing it on in. The volley starts to come on through. Remember, the numbers are still in the advantage of Nongshim Red Force. Oh, that looked quite good. That was from Hyunbin on the back lines. TZ starts to move and Alico clips him, immediately shutting him down. A really good opener, but there's a nade in response, and Hyunbin connects again up into the sky. Oh, he bounces it down. Alico's going to be forced out wide, but no one's looking. No one's ready for it. The flush comes through to Malik, and it's a 2v3.
Scary scenes off the back of that. Panic stations. Fumbles with an 8. Looking for the reset on the follow-up. That's the last one. Dashed in towards Nongshim, hoping to deal some decent damage. They're being constantly peppered by these. Molotov goes over as well.
Grenade.
Just decent damage, but no conversion. Another peek back out. Rahan falls. This isn't looking great now. Down to a solo, trapped in an awkward angle. Shots over. Can't quite find it. It's not enough as Nongshim see red and get that one done. The aggression pays off. Taking the chicken dinner and game free.
Some really timely maneuvers coming through from Nongshim Red Force. That flex out to the south with the duo to have an impact on the fight with Alpha 7 was so important. RRQ as well were forced to stay on that south side. The subsequent circle shift all the way up to the north does help them out immensely, but even if it had gone south, they had that outpost. They had that opportunity to move forwards. They chose their timing perfectly, and every single step, it felt like they were in control. It felt like they knew what they were doing, and they had a backup plan in case it didn't go to it.
Good signs of life there. A team that, again, we know can rise to the occasion. Inside of that game, they rolled the dice perfectly with what they were given. Really loved that one split where they pushed out as well, right? That was kind of a pivotal play where you saw not only are they happy to just play with their cards close to their chest, but if they need to split off, take aggression to a team that, if got far into that game, like Alpha 7, we know they're very volatile. They can make big plays. You've silenced that early. You've not left it in their hands, John, which makes a big difference for them.
Absolutely. I mean, you take away agency from other teams, you're going to be in a much more predictable scenario. You're going to be able to find those paths to victory much, much easier, even if you have a little bit more of a branching diagram, right? You are aware of exactly where you need to be going. Triple thumbs up. Not going to get the fourth Jackie. That would be silly. It's only match 3.
It was on point, on brand. Third game, third chicken dinner, 3 thumbs. It's basic maths, John.
The numbers agree. They have been crunched, just like every other team under the boot of Nongshim Red Force during that last game. Really, really nice stuff. They were obviously in that compound for a very long time. They didn't need to make a lot of decisions during the mid-game, which was really quite safe for them. It was very homely, I'm sure. So good news on that front. But it does take a really strong team to not get super comfortable in that, and that's kind of why I'm focusing so much on that flex out to the south, right? Because it means that they were permanently, constantly, unrelentingly thinking, when do we go? Where do we go? Who are we targeting? What are we going to achieve with a flex out? That sort of thought line is exactly what we want to see from a team looking to make their bid to get in the finals and a chance to win that oh so special trophy.
It's a beautiful bit of kit. An amazing trophy, obviously the pride of it as well. Taking the event, putting your emblem inside the middle portion there that you can see is currently open for any of our teams. Still the potential of a previous champion doing it again. But come the end of tomorrow, John, that chance could end for not one of our previous champions, but both of them. They're both here, they're both fighting in the survival stage. Will they make it out? Time will tell. We'll find out later.
सुनेगा पूरा पाकिस्तान
मेरा भी डिस है 1 HP 1 HP
Yoksa arkadan bir kaldı. Burada kaldı. Araba sürüyorum. Bana vermesin. Ben sürüyorum. Gel beraber devam edelim gel. Sür. Araba sür. Nice oğlum. Çak! Backshot.
Temos que ir baixo.
Tiene.
Boa, caralho! Porra!
Go kiri dia. Nomor gak? Aneh bener anjing. لا يا ابن الفكرة لا
دي بايب انت
نايس يلا
برا
الفينش
عيب عليك
Alan dışı kaldı. Sağda kimde kaldı? Nice sağ kaldı. Önünde aynen o da. Helal lan.
好的，欢迎来到 Aramco 的实力排行榜。我们今天也是邀请到了 HL 的选手来给我们现在桌子上的这些战队，然后做一个评级。来，你们现在看上哪个 logo 了？先来一个 Godlike，
跟颜色，
就意思是 C 是吗？OK，Alpha 7。
Alpha 7吧。
Alpha
评个
Seven。
B 吧，毕竟没进决赛嘛。
我没说话，刚才说的。
今年是今年，
刚
去年是
刚才说的。 那我跟谁？
好，下一位 IDA Esports。
D。
D。
这个往上点，这个
YG。
给个 S 吧。
上届冠军。
给个 S 吧。
GK。
C。
下一个
F。这个 F。
这个 F 很配啊，这个。
好 UF。
给个 B 吧。
给个 B 吧。
好，接下来 Aurora 老熟人。
给 S 吧。
这个 S 啊。
好 S 已经有2位了。
40。
这个不是很猛吗？
对啊。
那直接给到 S。
A 跟 S 中间呗。
我觉得这个应该给到 S 吧，都这么。
还有这么多呢。
没事啊，下面也很
就凭人家是冠军，行。
RQ。
给到 B。
B。OK， 这个放哪儿
？F。这个放到 E 吧，高那个 S 出去1等就行了，压他一头够了啊。
只需要压他一头。接下来
这个给到夯吧。
夯。
哇，这 S 有点太多了。
这个
来排个第
这个 A 吧 A。这个
小蜜蜂。
那 B 跟 A 的中间呗
，B 加
B 跟 A 的中间，我觉得 A 比 S 还要珍贵啊！现在
马上就来了
，EA 来了
，A
必须得 A 啊，
因为它对比你带 A 是吧？
这个直接
这个怎么说
？S 加，必须是压那个Aurora跟黑豹一坨，稍微挪一下，挪到一边。
哦，懂你意思，懂你意思。
这个更别说了。
这个呢，龙息。
刚 S 刚有一个空位啊。
NGX。
给个 A 吧
，A 吧。
接下来 Hora。
给个 D 吧。
反正现在每个等级都有。
对，我觉得贴很完美，
很完美，
很完美，没有要变的了。
没有。
是的。
那这就是我们 AGL 的选手现在定下来的评级了，不知道大家怎么看呢？
Where am I? Here I am, baby. We're currently at the Fan Expo for PUBG Mobile in Naruto. There's a lot of awesome stuff going on here. If you guys want to check it out, it's currently open from August 11th through August 16th. Come check out the awesome collaborations between them, PUBG Mobile, Naruto, and a bunch more as we have just a random man flying by. You didn't even get a chance to see that one. Maybe you'll see it again later on. But we're going to talk about Nongshim Red Force. We're joined by Barney, Maxman, and another, the Neptura. Nongshim Red Force with an amazing gameplay in that last game, having to do pretty much absolutely nothing throughout the first half of the game, and then afterwards actually being proactive about it.
Yeah, I mean, Nongshim Red Force dropping Razen shurikens all over the place here on Orango. Very excited to see a win, but despite that being a win, it was not a very impressive win because they dropped farm. They literally play there the entire game. It was kind of a gifted game for them, but you know what? I'll take it. If it gets me an opportunity to see them in the finals, I'm biased. I don't care. It's a win.
You know what? You heard it here first, folks. But oh, and there he goes again.
That was so fast. I don't know who it was.
Speedy. Who is that?
Who was that, bud? It was me.
He doesn't know either. It's fine. It's fine.
What is this segment, by the way?
Just a fun segment. Welcome to PMWC at EWC 26. What were you going to say, Natura?
No, I was just going to say, yes, they were heavily gifted this win. Heavily. However, Tizzy, being that anchor point, is what won them the game. And I will say that you are looking at a team that knows how to play this game. That's all I gotta say, right? Because Tizzy moving up to that rock, making sure that he's that anchor point, allowing his teammates to push forward into nade range onto 721, so that even when Tizzy did get knocked, it didn't matter. The game was already won. So that kind of synergies, that kind of gameplay was really, really nice to see, and it made it more of a win than just being gifted that win. They made that win happen.
They did make that win happen. TC with the off angles, and then 721 helping them out by just absolutely fumbling a nade. If you do all that kind of stuff, you'll definitely be able to get a win. But you were asking, what is this segment? Let me just give a quick reminder of what's going on. This is the Fan Zone experience for PUBG Mobile lovers. So make sure you guys come check it out. As I said earlier, open August 11th through the 16th. You can come here, maybe get some cool Naruto bandanas, maybe get some extra swag, check out some of the other collaborations currently going on, and with some prizes. But oh, what, you got that one from here?
Yes.
Oh my goodness, this man is swagged out.
It's mine. Don't touch it.
But Barney, while we have you here, when you come into survival stage, we usually have to talk about the mentality of some of these players, right? Because there is no second chance after this one. It is make it to top 6 or go home. And some of those squads are currently making sure they put them that performance here on survival stage.
It's true, yeah, as your hat comes flying off your head. I think that one of the things to take note of the most is the mentality coming into the survival stage is very different. Now, we're seeing teams like Tiamba who only managed to get 49 points in the group stage. However, coming off the back of that, like they've already managed to conquer those 49 points in the space of 3 games out of the 12. So it's really impressive to see the adjustments made coming into the survival stage, and I think Al Ula managed to put their best foot forward, but they kind of tapered off a little bit. But the team to focus on right now is kind of Alpha 7. They're moving with hesitation, they're not moving with confidence, so the synergy is slightly off. It seems like they keep getting themselves in a pinch, and this is what was causing them issues in the group stage as well. So Neptura, I think that Alpha 7 need to step it up a gear, or at least move with some sort of confidence.
I agree, and I also want to point out Fury as well as another team that I want to see step up a little bit. They're doing better, but it's just not the same. That it was a very weird push around from Silence to be coming over into that vehicle, moving away from his team just as they're getting pushed and trying to come back for a distraction thing, but really the better option would have been an off angle. We should have seen Silence able to have an off angle play and then try and help his teammates. In the way he kind of abandoned them, that's what it felt like, and so I want to see that sort of tactic being shaped up a little bit to actually help them, not hinder them.
I gotta say though, looking at the end of this game, especially with the replay, it's 7-2-1, sure, don't get themselves the chicken dinner, but the smokes to deny vision from all of Nongshim Red Force as they tried to leave their own compound. Again, that they've had pretty much the entirety of this game was very impressive. So 7-2-1, despite not getting a win, very excited to see if they can do more in the next coming games.
Yes, we're looking at the overall ranking right now. You can see Tiamba with the performance that they had earlier, continuing on at the top there. Nongshim Red Force with that win, they do end up jumping up, but a team that I'm happy to see here, 2 teams actually, Max, that I'm happy to see here is none other than Furia and RRQ.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. RRQ in particular, a team that can be very topsy-turvy. Here, the entry point to the eastern side, it was very easy for them to hold it because no one even tried to contest it away from them the entire time, but their third party on the likes of Furia, Yangon Galacticos, Alpha 7 was absolutely beautiful. Then the circle had a different plan in mind, which is forcing them downhill, which as we saw there, it's really hard for them to make it work out. So overall, very happy with them, and Miramar in particular, I need to see some RRQ presence.
Yeah, we need to see some. RRQ actually, they ended up doing a cool rotation a little bit towards the end of the game where they ended up going south. It seemed like they were going to be a bit too passive, but then we saw the aggressiveness out of them. And I'm loving that we're getting more people, more stuff from PUBG Mobile just joining us here. Got a cool how's your day going? Okay, cool. Hey, that's what's up, man.
I tell you what, though, I've got to say, a team to look out for today is GOAT Team. They're one of those teams that will consistently be putting up numbers in every single game. There's nothing flashy about them. They will always just keep putting up numbers, though.
But they've only got 3 placement points, which is very interesting. So more eliminations are good, but I want to see more like top 5 finishes. If they do that, Barney, agreed, they are a very scary team.
Aggressiveness. That's what it is with that team. They're going to be able to see it. Barney, I think you have something to do after this one, so... Oh, and he's gone. Well, thanks for joining us, Barney. Hopefully you have fun at this stage. I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing you there shortly. He could have just done the, what's the name of that jutsu, Max? Where you just end up appearing?
Shadow clone jutsu, you want to do? Like you create yourself a clone of yourself and you disappear?
Hey, we did that for the PUBG Mobile guide, and we're able to kind of show up here.
Play an unknown jutsu right now. Look at that. Yeah.
Any teams that have surprised you today, Natura, besides the obvious ones?
For me, Yangon. The Yangon are back to their day 1 of the group stage that we saw. I was saying they have a lot more presence, and so far over the last few games, we have seen that return after their second day where they just were non-existent again. Really liked how they played the southeast side there, 7. They were really heavy on those splits. SayCloud moving over to, who was it? Who was going over there? The EA GOAT fight off onto the western side. He was monitoring that fight, regrouping, trying to make a push happen. So very sort of aggressive in that mentality, aggressive in that gameplay, even if it's not super aggressive onto actual players.
Yangon, honestly, it's a defending champions here at PMWC. I would like to see them in the finals just because we haven't gotten a chance to see them at all since last PMWC when we talk about PUBG Mobile Esports Global event. And one team that's actually surprising us in a bad way here, Max, and we have to talk about them.
No.
It's Ulf.
No, yeah, it's pretty bad. But genuinely, look at their rotations. They get not terrible positions, but the main issue is, and this is something that is a main issue for Ulf going into all of their tournaments, they're a team that sometimes they go dead center of the circle, but they're not super playable. Sometimes you see them in a shed, you'll see them around a tree or a rock, and the moment teams have a point of contention around you, they spot an angle on your entire squad, they get instantly eliminated. I kind of want to see Ulf play a bit more edge. I feel like edge playstyle is actually what suits Ulf the best, and that's what we saw from him back in PMGC last year, even PMGO Season 1 in Jakarta. They were getting so many points because of that edge playstyle. Center here, if it's not a solid position, like I'm talking, it's not a compound, they're just going to get decimated right away. And Ulf, in a lobby of this caliber 7, we know you're going to struggle if you don't have a good spot to play from.
Which is crazy too, because it's usually one of those teams that we're able to see them being even more aggressive. They're able to, especially with what you're saying, when they're able to play edge, they are going to be able to take full advantage of that. But right now, them not being able to play how we've seen them in the past is not working for them.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's the same with Furia when you're talking about that edge play, that edge rotation, that spread coming on through. They're not being as aggressive as the lobby is demanding, and that's the real problem here, is because they want to play slowly, and the lobby is just like, no, we're playing too fast for that. You've got to keep up, or you're going to go out.
Yeah, and that's hopefully what's going to be happening as we have hit the halfway mark of day one survival stage here at PMWC at EWC 26. But I'm wanting to watch the game, so we're just going to send it over to Barney and Luti. I'm out of here.
Luti. Back we are. Bunny. Back we are. The survival stage. What does survival mean to you?
I mean, just survive with the minimum you can have, you know?
Surviving with the minimum. That's interesting. Okay. Luti, I'd like to ask you, how long do you think you'd be able to survive, like, on this stage, just by yourself? What would you need?
I mean, like, 4 days. I just need a little bit of food, I guess. Yeah, something like that.
Okay, you got food. You get one other thing. What else
Only
would you
one?
have? Yeah, one.
I mean, just a bottle of water.
A bottle of water. Oh, it appears like your dreams have come true.
Yeah, that's cool.
It is cool, isn't it? Right,
Yeah.
I'll see you tomorrow, mate. Enjoy.
But Barney, it was like it was just a metaphor. It's just a metaphor. I'm not gonna stay on stage. It's a small bottle. Okay, I will figure out. Spike to you, casters. I need another one. Barney!
Let's get it going as we're getting ready for the final 3 matches of day 1 of the survival stage. I'm on Jukes here with my man Blake, and we are ready to go here.
There we are. It's been a good time so far. Tiamba currently.
Yes.
They are.
Hitting everybody with that forbidden jutsu. You know what I'm talking about?
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know. Because they are dominating the lobby. It's about time, man. I mean, Tiamba was a team I had going into this one. Automatic lock to the finals. To even see them here in the survival stage has been pretty wild to me. But it's about time we see them make it happen here.
Yeah, bro. I think for Tiamba, this is already a fantastic start. They just need to keep on working, keep on grinding. I think right now QZ's kind of feeling it. So is Milu. Milu's doing wonderful work. I think Maxim was rightly highlighting him earlier on in the day. We are getting in towards our 4th match though, hitting up Erangel. We are over from that eastern side down towards the south and over up Noya. It's a little bit of an awkward one to work with here, Hot Jukes, but we have had pretty much disgusting playing paths followed by disgusting circles the entirety of EWC 2026 here at PMWC. So I didn't expect anything less.
Yeah, these zones have just been relentless. It's unbelievable. You know what? But it's all about being able to adapt, able to make those plays and make it happen. So we're looking right now at the overall ranking. We're only looking at top 6. It's top 6 that move on. Everybody else is going home here. So right now that cutoff is going to be GOAT with 22 points. It's going to be really up to these teams down below to start turning things up right now. I think they've kind of already burned through the bad games that they can have.
If there's anything to go by our previous groups, though, we're kind of looking at 85 points, roughly.
Sure.
Don't quote me on that in future, but I think for what we saw going into top 5 in what was a pretty tough group, we were looking at 95. There was that point sponge over the top side in Vitality, though, so maybe 85 to 90 points overall for 6th, and it goes up from there. Right now, Tiamba, they're pretty close to hitting that. They need like 40 more points on the day, which is a ridiculous next 3 games for any team. But they could lock themselves in fairly easily at the end of today, and that really does take a lot of the stress off. So any more points they can get right now is fantastic. They're starting off wonderfully over towards Yaz. It's an early dropout as well, so they get
very looted very quickly. Then it's a case of just figuring your way out over towards that western edge. But there are a couple more teams we do need to talk about. RQ, for instance, goodness me, good job to them. I think that although they haven't been massively loud in these games, some decent rotates, some good presence in these endgame circles. Nothing insane just yet, but I think for RQ this feels like a much more comfortable ride. You know, we got the suspension going at the moment for RQ. Let's just keep that happening. Let's stay on the smooth roads.
Yeah, speaking of, you know what? Where we're going, we don't need roads. As you can see, Yasser already getting in the glider off the rip here. He's going to be keeping an eye over Severny. But you know what? You guys need to make sure you keep an eye in game and get that Uzumaki Naruto event going. Get that Ninetales Fury AUG. You definitely want to get your hands on that before it is gone. And you can see Yasser, he said, okay, I got the glider, I got my Murado, we are ready to go here.
Yeah, no reason to stick around much longer. I mean, they made a quick approach over towards Severny, get yourself the loot truck if you can. It's going to be a little bit late for it, but they should be all right. For Alula, though, Severny, a lot of options towards the future, but we're likely moving down towards Fields, Gakaway, Pachinki, so they do have to shove through quite a few teams that have layered themselves over towards the top side of Rozhok and beyond. That's Yasnaya. Beyond is Yasnaya Ruin.
That is correct.
South George, yeah. Everyone knows that.
Everybody knows
That's
that.
a classic.
Yeah, it is the classic. So, I mean, this is kind of a, it's good to see a more normal-ish circle here. About time.
Well, actually,
you know?
Yeah.
It's about time we actually see one here. So I think these teams are kind of breathing a sigh of relief. And now it's time for, you know, to kind of get rid of any excuses, especially for these teams down in that bottom 8 to really start playing catch up here, because Rondo has just been proving that map that it's just such a wild card for all these squads. We saw a 39-point game for E-Arena in just one single one. So yeah, teams at the bottom could have a crazy pop-off match, but a team at the top could do it as well. So I think if you have the opportunity, like a normal circle here, you got to take advantage of it.
You do. I think right now is an easy time to be going for something a little bit more casual, a little bit more chilled out. For Wolves, hey, you're not their biggest fan at the moment, which is totally understandable. It's understandable. It's totally understandable. There has been some, let's say, minor mistakes here and there from Wolves, but this is a good start for them. And I think it always has been difficult as time goes on with those kind of circles. If you're not experienced, you don't have that idea of how to play that at a lobby this level, you are going to get caught out. But this is a big chance. Now for Wolves, if they got up pretty early here, I think we can safely say to ourselves, it's not likely happening over the next couple of days, because this is a big chance for them.
Yeah, it really is. And you have to utilize these opportunities here. You're not given them very often. And if you can't even capitalize on something like this, it's just a terrible, terrible sign. I mean, yeah, we've seen some miracles happen in the past, but with how consistent this lobby is already kind of showing, because, you know, that was the problem when I saw the list for the survival stage. I was looking at some of these team names, and I was like, uh-oh. This is a problem, right? We got our previous champions here, right? We've got our PMGC champions here. We have our PMMI champions here, right? It's like... and then it's like Champ City. You got Tianba, who almost won PMMI, and so many other great names as well. So yeah, you just can't afford to slip here at this stage. And that Wolves play in the group stage of accidentally hitting that rock.
Yeah, that upset you, dude.
That broke my heart.
Yeah.
I mean, thank goodness Baton hit the most ridiculous, like, head pan shot out of a vehicle I have ever seen. To
it's like minus 1,000 R and then plus 1,001.
Literally, like it's evened out. But if they don't make it to finals here,
on that one.
It's going right back down, dude. Oh.
Yeah, I think for definitely, I will say honestly, Elementrix has been impressing me. There's been some good moments. I think if Wolves take anything away from this event, it's definitely team cohesion.
Sure.
I think individually all these players are like fairly decent, but we don't see these crazy team plays coming out from them. We don't see them work together like massively well. I still think they should be very, very proud to be here and getting through to survival stage though, because this is a really tough tournament. I mean, you just highlighted the amount of champions we have in survival stage.
Yeah.
Very cool, by the way. But yeah, I do think because the circles were so insane over towards groups, yeah, some teams were able to get in that maybe wouldn't have been able to before. But you got to look back on the circles, and I think there was a lot of deserved wins, honestly.
Oh, sure.
I think it was just hard. It was a very, very competitive current lobby at the moment. This is a very fun survival stage. This doesn't feel like we're really just culling the necessary amount of teams. It's like we're going to say goodbye to some real heavy hitters here. Some teams that, honestly, I would have liked to have seen through to the finals. We still got one more day left, though. Okay, I don't have to shed any tears just yet.
Yeah, one more day is definitely a good opportunity for these teams to get it done. And it's so crazy, right? And I think the big reason on top of it why we see so many monster squads in this lobby is because in the group stage, good games were okay. You know, we saw just something special that just made things so wild. I mean, Team Vitality on day one.
Yo,
dude, Vitality was just absolutely insane. I remember talking to like all these different coaches and players and be like, hey, what do you guys think about Vitality's day one performance? And the answer was always, what the? And then you just fill in the blank, you know?
Yeah, bro. 100%.
It was just shock and awe. Like, I don't even know what to even say to it. And I mean, you really can't say much.
No, you can't. Well, I think for Vitality's performance, it was one of those things where there isn't much to say. It's like, it is shock and awe. That's essentially what it is. I think there's not much to be said in terms of like what they did wrong or what they did right, because it's just a case of you guys played out your minds. When we see you winning, we're just happy for you. We're just happy for you. Yeah, it sucks that we're going to struggle to make our way in now, but goodness me, you guys definitely deserved it. It made Group B very, very difficult for some other teams. We had such a tight, knit top 5 when it came down to it. A lot of teams like sitting on that 90-point border up towards, I think, 3rd place, because I believe it was only really Godlike who were able to break out of that 3-digit boundary, get up there. But yeah, everyone else was struggling. It was right down to that last game, which did shift up the rankings massively and led to eArena being here now.
Unreal, dude. Honestly, like, that's like probably what frustrates me the most, dude. Like, I couldn't believe it. Like, eArena, 39-point game 1. How do you break a record like that and just still not make it to the finals? I'm glad I wasn't on the desk there, because I would have gone absolutely crazy. But oh, here we go. We're getting to the action. It's Tianba once again catching out Alula quick. Ooh, Yasser getting punished as well. Tianba not messing around here on rotation. Also, the feed we see 721GS getting to it with the Wolves. That's ringing out back and forth. Looks like one of the Wolves players does get thirsted, so they're going to be stuck with 3. Man, there's that crazy fight going on here, because now we see 721 getting in with RRQ. There's a battle going on all back and forth.
Well, it totally makes sense. When you get the circle come down towards the south side, there's a lot of fielded over towards the northwest and down towards the south. There's some very key compounds, some very key areas of the map you want to take control of around these trees. And we already know from watching groups, these players and these teams are not afraid to get stuck in 4 strong areas of the map. And it does cut out a lot of players quite quickly. 721GS, they went down. They struggled off the back of it. Right now, Ulf is trying to rotate on through. Geekay is finding shots over towards Tianba. They do lose 1 player because of that. But yeah, everyone wants a strong spot inside the circle. It's just amused me that Tiamba's taking a lot of damage. They're currently playing around Pachinki. I don't think they expected players to be up towards Church right now, taking shots off of this one. But fair enough to Geekay. It's a good, well-laid trap.
Yeah, they're going to hold this spot for as long as they possibly can. Oh, Marnet getting popped on the roof there. And he's going to go ahead and get back to safety. Fight timing is what it's all about here at this stage, especially in the survival stage. You kind of get into one of these engagements just a little too early on rotation. Boom, you're getting 3rd-partied, 4th-partied by all these teams that are just desperately hunting eliminations. Sometimes it is a little bit better to try to avoid those fights, unless you know for sure we can finish it out like really, really quick. But it just goes to show you, these rotations are not simple, especially when Team C finally a like normalish zone, right? It's like,
well, I want the best spot.
Yeah,
I want the best spot right now.
Best spot. Yeah, not second best, the best.
Yeah, you sort of know how to play these circles. They're not awkward. They're not like split-second decisions. These teams have studied for this type of thing. But yeah, heading down towards the south side, it does feel a bit rough. For Alpha 7, they're currently trying to play off back of the high ground, that's out towards the eastern side of Quarry. But they have since left. Obscure still left behind, quite far away. But we will get our next circle coming in through soon.
Where's it head up?
I think we just go dead center. Oh, okay, we go a little bit up on the northern side. Okay, we got a Pachinki field finish right to the right side of Chopsticks from Gatka. You can already see some teams pushing in immediately. You got Alpha 7 there on that left edge, most likely going to wrap all the way to that north side towards Ruins. But man, that Ruins position not really the best, especially if that circle decides to back on south. You know, when I see EWC, you know what it reminds me of, Blank?
What?
It reminds me of like those days when you were doing your homework, preparing for a test.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden the test happens, and it's like nothing you studied for.
Yeah, they switched out the papers. Yeah, that's the worst.
You're like,
that is the worst.
I spent hours studying these certain maps, these little areas, and then all of a sudden the zones are just going crazy here. You know, now we're starting to get back to a little bit of the core material. The zone is bouncing back and forth a little bit, you know, but finally it's something that seems familiar here. I think that's why we're seeing so many teams so quick on the rotate.
Yeah, these were in the footnotes.
Yeah.
We had these. I was able to revise. I'm good to go. So a lot of teams are ready to send in them towards here. A lot of teams trying to avoid Pachinki though, which is making a little bit of a vacuum on that northeastern side. Just because no one really wants to send towards Pachinki too early on. You get trapped out there. Very bad time trying to leave. You could play the rooftops potentially and have a little bit of presence, but I think most squads are realizing that this is not the play to go for. KRX down towards the south side. Not a terrible spot. They're out on the cusp of the fields. This is a decent area to work with. It does sit underneath the high ground that a lot of teams aren't really heading over towards just yet. They'd rather try and locate a little bit of a safer position to play. You don't want to be in the open because teams might just end up starting to crash you at that point in time. Goat team also will find a little bit of a tricky rotation from that south side because they need to move up full through the fields. The biggest thing I'm most interested in right now is this split from RRQ. They are trying to control the majority of that western side.
Yeah, that's a crazy split, to be honest. Like, I think, yeah, just trying to find some intel, waiting for this next circle to decide where things are going to end up. I'm finally seeing a little bit more traditional kind of circle rotations from Alpha 7. Once they saw that northern shift, they hugged that circle all the way up to the top. So they're going to be taking the blues up here, as we can see. And
yeah.
Very, very OG from them. But, man, what's going on with them in their end games right now? They've just been struggling. They can get into some decent fights, but even in the last game or this game before, we saw, you know, Carrillo, Revel driving, hitting these crazy shots out of the car. I feel like if they just kind of go back to the basics, you'll see them really perform to their maximum level.
It sort of used to feel like teams would avoid Alpha 7. Like, that's a team you didn't really want to bump into. And I think for especially Miramar, a lot of times they kind of suffocated teams out. We do get a northern shift on this one, which means that Alpha 7's not in a terrible spot. They do control the majority of that northern side. They will regroup on this one, trying to hold out teams, trying to swing around. But yeah, I don't think we've seen much times in the past, like Revo and Carrillo just dry pushing, no smokes, no nothing, over towards a location. Felt like a bit of a desperation move, so we'll wait and see. Again, as we know, they are trying to work some new tactics in right now to make it work.
That's pretty wild to me. I mean, I think right now you're in the survival stage. Do with what you know. You know what I'm saying? Maybe if you're ahead by 100 points, then you can go and try whatever the heck you want. But right now, it's just making sure you make it into that top 6. With this circle, though, the crowd is starting to get hyped because they know that this is a beautiful zone for them. And meanwhile, we got some teams that are going to have to be pushing from the south side. You got Goat trying to find their way in. You got Duniya, Nongshim Red Force as well, looking for a spot in this next circle. And you can already start seeing some players get knocked here. Ulf catching out Claws. And that actually is going to be Al-Ula eliminated. So that is already 3 teams out of here pretty early.
Alpha 7 do find shots over towards Yangon Galacticos. Again, good setup from them. They were trying to cut off a eastern rotate over towards the position. I think for them right now, they understand that they were likely one of the teams that is only on that northern side. Not a lot of other teams had to make that approach. They didn't have much choice in the matter. So for them, they're like, okay, there's going to be some teams probably rotating out from Pachinki here, or at least trying to wrap around on that eastern edge. We sort of know that a team will be holding the compound over towards our southwest side, which is currently RRQ, and this engagement right here, which is going to pop off.
but that's not going to endanger Alpha 7. Right now, though, Foosman does walk around the corner. Killer Joe also with the JS9 do some good work. Goat is just cleaning RQ out. Now, this is the man to be worried about, though. It is Lepar. He's on his own. Might go terribly. We'll see what he's got.
Chops out the vehicle and hits the shot. No way, he jumps through that window and makes it happen. And now you got force from Goat. Gonna go ahead and get this res. But a crazy there from the park. And now here comes Irina, quick on the third party, trying to soak up some of these eliminations. Perfect timing as well. Goat is hurt. They are not looking too hot here. Attorney K up close and personal, looking to catch one of these knocks. Oh, they're instantly thirsting this. They're getting it done. Irina making it happen against Goat. Perfectly timed, and that is Goat pretty much done and dusted here.
आज मजा नहीं मजा फाइनल ही आएगा.
From Irina, honestly, moving in over towards this one. This is a team that knows they need points right now. They do not want to have to go out. Good nade as well.
Oh, India दो टीमां क्वेश्चन नहीं कहदियां. दसना रोला कि ग्रुप स्टेज टीमां सीरियस नहीं खेलदियां हैगियां. वो प्रैक्टिस ते जांदियां हैगियां.
They have so much space to work with. Really good 30
ਇਹ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਸਰਵਾਈਵਲ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਹੁਣ ਤੇ ਸੀਰੀਅਸ ਖੇਡ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਹੁਣ ਤੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਾਣਾ ਹੀ ਜਾਣਾ ਅੱਗੇ ਕੁਆਲੀਫਾਈ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੁਣ ਹਰ ਟੀਮ ਜਾਣ ਲਾਏਗੀ.
They just have a lovely amount of
group stage ਚ ਖੁਦ ਨਹੀਂ ਟੀਮਾਂ ਸਹੀ ਖੇਡਦੀਆਂ.
Beautiful stuff for them.
Beautiful indeed. Yeah, so that west side is clear for E-Arena. They're looking to get some of their aura back.
ਵਾਈ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਹੀ ਬਕਵਾਸ ਸੀ ਬਸ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਹ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਜਿੱਤੇਗੀ.
This is the blessing that Alpha 7
ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਭਾਈ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਜਿੱਤ ਗਈ ਸੀ ਉਹਦੀ ਨੇ ਕਿਸਮਤ ਸੀ. ਨਸੀਬਾਂ ਸੀ ਨਾ ਨਸੀਬਾਂ ਇਨਸ਼ਾ ਲੱਭ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਨਾ.
Let's see if that's something that they can close
ਜੋ
down.
ਨਸੀਬ ਤੇ ਲੱਭ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ.
We got Fudia though. Ayala up close and personal with AGAL and the side of Wolves. This is outside the circle. They need to finish this fight fast. Beautiful Molotov. And now AGAL forced to spread thin. But when is Fudia going to make this push? They are hurt really bad and they got to get it done quickly.
Welcome everyone. Welcome to the stream, guys. Zewadi, welcome Zewadi. Bro, how are you, Zewadi?
And they're just going to back this off. They don't want to spend any more time.
Alpha 7 तो बहुत थल्ले है 12 नंबर पे ही.
Not bothering to deal with Furia just yet. I mean, AGL is like, why are you chasing us? Go.
अच्छी टीम थी ये.
We don't want none of this right now. We'll fight you guys later once we get into this circle. So they set up a nice little car wall here, and they get away. So beautifully played for them. Honestly, that was the right play. They just realized that if we want to extend our life in this game, this is not the place to do it. So now Fudia are on the hunt. Wolves are forced to move on in. KRX was waiting for him though. Oh, this is a really, really rough push from the Wolves.
Point नहीं देख रहे हैं उतलियां सारी टीमां दे पॉइंट इक्वल पॉइंट चल रहे हैं.
The Wolves, it's a mad send, right? I mean, there was definitely an opportunity there to try and just take the fight to Fury in the first place, clear out that south side, and then play it slow in from the southern edge, then even look over towards Ulf. So for Wolves, I can see that they're trying to reach for something. For Alpha 7, though, they have a wonderful spot on the map right now. So much space. The entirety of the northern side, they control half the circle here, Dukes. They have to do something big with this. Last game, they were given a ton amount of space on Erangel. Didn't bother trying to clear the south side. They were very hesitant in their approach there. Again, they seem to be only looking over towards the east. I would love to see a western rollout here from one of their players, get the lineup, see how much space they can take and what they're working with going into the future. As long as they have information, they should be good, because info at this point is king.
Yes, it is. And Carrillo's going to go ahead and really trying to put his king status on. That man has worn plenty of crowns so far, and they're going to go ahead and punish A7 over there by that tractor. So yeah, A7 completely spreading their wings, and now they're starting to get aggressive, right? They're not just hanging back on the north side. They are getting up close and personal, looking to soak up some of these eliminations. Fudia on the drive, full squad in the vehicle, moving up little by little. KRX is badly hurt here, and Chief's going to start throwing a lot of util, but Tian, but Eagle with the very, very slim peaks, punishing Fudia.
Yeah, Tiamba know the position they're in. They want to clear out as much as possible. They've caused some casualties right now. AJL, big task ahead of them over towards KRX. Looks like a fairly decently placed grenade, goes long. Ooh, the damage it did there over towards Hoxie, that's rough. Getting another knock there would have been very useful.
The job.
Squeeze out, extremely long shot here. But this is the thing, Alpha 7, they have this northern side. They should absolutely just win this game. This is like one of the freest games I've seen in a while. But it's annoying because, right, you give Alpha 7 a game like this, you know they should win. And you know they probably will win as well, Jude.
They have to win. It's not even just they will, right? They have to win this. If they lose this, this is going to be just devastating for everybody that believes in this team. We saw a picture of the crowd right there. They're dancing already. They're jumping. They're already doing the victory lap because they know this one is in the bag. So this is A7's game to lose. Let's see how it all ends up, though. As we look over here,
GK
going to be holding it down with 4 eliminations so far.
Yeah, not a terrible game here from GK. They started off well. Little trap led towards Church. Able to quickly get some shots off. Alpha 7 though, continuing to try and wrap round. They're probably waiting for the circle to pull in from that northern edge. They don't want anyone wrapping on their north side. They'd rather keep everyone on the southern edge towards them, and they can just play full 180 broadside, which is so much easier than trying to deal with snakes in the grass in the late game.
All out A7 has to do is just play old school PUBG Mobile.
Pretty much,
literally,
yeah.
just
very
old school, tried and true. Nothing needed to be done here special. No crazy drives, trying to shoot people out the vehicle. No kind of wild little highlight reel plays. Just work together as a team. That's where Alpha 7 has been so strong. They've been a squad to where, like, if you knock a player, they feel almost impossible to take out. It's like they get 10 times angrier, and we haven't seen that so much in a while, actually. So let's see if they can get to form here. They're playing it very close together. Revel going up a little bit here, trying to find some angles on the Mormon on the tractor. And Mormon hits the deck immediately.
Mormon's underneath. We'll take a volley of fire their way. Alpha 7 at 8 eliminations on this game. This should get them back into the running quite quickly.
Starting to look over at the util right now. Revel, I think it's on about 100 rounds, so that should be enough here to finish this game. 8 eliminations so far. This is a dream game for
Alpha 7 ਦੇ ਵੀ 4 ਪਏ ਨੇ, Geek ਦੇ ਵੀ 4 ਪਏ ਨੇ, YG ਦਾ 1 ਪਿਆ ਹੀ ਤੇ ਟਿਆਨਬਾ ਦੇ 3 ਪਏ ਨੇ, EA ਦੇ ਵੀ 3 ਪਏ ਨੇ.
Everybody just kind of waiting. This is still only zone, so much open range. That's why we have so many teams eliminated already.
Hey, for Tamba though, no, fairly decent game. I mean, they're in another top 5 scenario.
I think that's a lock already, honestly.
4 elims. I mean, we're waiting for it. We're waiting for it. 53 points at the moment. I give him another 20 on today, and then we can lock them in. But yeah, it would take some miracles tomorrow, or at least some devastating maneuvers to go down. Quick switch back towards the player on that north side. Alpha 7 will get them back up again. Again, this next circle is pretty much all about Alpha 7 just holding on this north side, not allowing the wraps come through, because you're waiting for GK as well as Yangon Galacticos to be pulled off these compounds towards the southeast.
I kind of like the fact that that player from E7 got knocked right there, because I can already see they were getting a little antsy and starting to push up a little bit too much.
Yeah.
And that knock was perfect timing because it wasn't too devastating for them. They were able to get the res. It was very inconsequential. But the next zone does center on up a little bit to the south here, so A7 are going to have to push up little by little. But this zone is terrible because it's pretty much all open field here. Everybody's going to be having to hug the edge, set up some car walls. Look at Tianba. They're still out of the zone. So they have to push up little by little. They have this hillside to work with. This is perfect for them because they can just sit here, wait for all the other fights to happen, and then get into the mix a little bit later on.
Yeah, pretty cautious at the moment. It's Tiamba, even dropping the M79 down there, getting some smokes up. Revo's going to try and hold up teams as they leave these buildings. I don't mind this play. I think that Alpha 7 is currently just trying to lock down.
YG ਕਿੱਥੇ ਪਿਆ ਰੋਮੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਆਈਡੀਆ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ.
Which I think is smart. And Revo, definitely the guy you want on the swivel, right? He is locked in when it comes to the sprays. Just needs to make sure he hits casualties rather than full commits there. Just wants to slow GK down into the future.
I think that's exactly right. I think Revel's the perfect pick because he has such a high PUBG Mobile IQ, and he knows the most important thing right now is just me not getting knocked.
Yeah.
I just got to stay here, apply some pressure, ensure that I do not get taken out, because if Revel gets knocked here, the chances of him getting thirsted and Alpha 7, really being at a disadvantage is massive.
Well, when you leave out those
कर
buildings as well,
सकती है
where
चीज़
Rebel's
ना
currently playing is usually the next stop off.
ओए नेड
Around
ओ
that
बच गया पर आने
That's a lovely area to work with.
स्मोक से
He'll
आने
probably
नहीं
pass that information back in the near future. But yeah, Alpha 7, they just got to keep tabs on basically 3 teams, Yangon Galacticos, as well as GK, as well as E-Arena. They spotted where E-Arena was playing from way earlier. Now Tiamba's even getting involved.
अल्फा 7 आ गया उन्होंने पीछे हुन काम खराब होएगा ये वास्ते मुसीबत नहीं लेकिन अल्फा 7 ने जोन ले लिया अच्छा जोन है
We have 20 seconds left on the clock. I wonder how much util E-Arena have already because they have been blowing through a ton of ammunition.
नहीं ठीक है अल्फा 7
QZZ forced to hit the lane.
अल्फा 7 ने पूरा सर्कल ले लिया हुआ उधरों अगर सर्कल बंदा ही थे पूरा सर्कल उन्होंने लिया हुआ होल्ड किया दोनों साइड में
So E-Arena are set up for this one.
He's got a bag, but if Tony K goes down first, I mean that's a lot of util just out the window. QZZ not opting to send these names close. I mean, I like this from Tony K, dude. Kind of a
वाह और गई बच गया बच पीछे
a lot of a bomb in the moment, more names
Yeah.
going over the top here. Another
बच
nade
गया
to the backlines over towards Schweppes. Good
कितने नेड आ रहे ने ओ
Immediately refrag. QZZ has to know we've got to start placing these names a little bit closer.
Those vehicles.
नहीं टियानवा का भी एक नॉक है वाड़ गया लास्ट रह गया 1v1 ने 1v1
QZZ running in the open, shimmying back and forth, trying to find the angles. Tony K with the laydown finally stands up here, and that hurt him big time.
नहीं यार
QZZ, that shuts him down.
ओ चोस मारी है यार उन्हें चोस मारी है ईरिना वाले ने इजी ले सकता सीगा
Shotgun something, make the sprays, quick peeks around the side. QZZ, real play from him.
geek te alpha 7 हो गया जी
And now Alpha 7, they have full control.
ओ alpha 7 तो 2 डाउन
And just like that, GK are looking to win this game. Kevin moving up
लो भाई
with that almost blown up vehicle here.
कम पा आ गया ये अगला
They are bleeding, obscure, up, trying to make a play all by his lonesome self. The Rebel goes down, and now he's
लो गीगल जीत गए
GK said, yeah, see you later, Alpha 7. This is our game to win.
But again, like, Alpha 7 takes so long to even do anything in that situation. They could have helped along that fight with E-Arena a lot sooner. A little bit of hesitation almost. I mean, for GK, dude, GK played that game pretty crazily, honestly, towards that end game. But I respected the aggression.
What happened? I mean, how do you lose that? Yeah, look at that. Carrillo scratching his head. He's like, did we just lose that game? It was in the bag. It was in the bag. It was handed on a silver platter. There's no excuses, guys. Like, I mean, come on. These are our previous BMGC champions. At a certain point, we got to hold these guys accountable. You cannot lose that game if you're A7.
I mean, for Tiamba there, it's an awkward one, right? I think they assume most of the players are further behind the tree line. They get the first couple of knocks here. It's a bit awkward. I think if they started throwing some nades a little bit closer, might have been a different story. But yeah, for Alpha 7, the game just kind of fell apart almost instantaneously. Rough stuff for them. But they play it how they should do up until that final moment. Again, I think right now at PMWC and EWC, the aggression is at an all-time high. You can't afford to be sitting back here.
Not at all. I mean, they needed to get angry, but instead they're driving around in vehicles looking for intel, getting knocked. I mean, this is just so wild.
Go. I'm nading. I don't have car. I'm nading them. I will go there. Go, guys. Go close. Oh, they are locked here. Go close. One behind us. Last one behind us. Nice, boys.
Very nice indeed. And you know what? We got to give the props to GK though, right? I mean, they get a couple of clutch knocks. They close it down in a beautiful fashion. They don't hesitate at all. And that's what you need to do, right? I mean, you're at a disadvantage positionally, but if you do end up getting one of those knocks, you got to finish. And GK said, you know what? We know how to get it done.
We saw sort of the issue there right at the end, where Alpha 7, you got Carrillo as well as Revo, like, they're pulling off, I think it was Guiza actually, they're pulling off from the angle at that point in time. But the difference between them and GK there is GK's taking control of the game, whereas
सारे टोलो ले आके फिर दे रहे
the
हैं
Alpha 7 sort of let the game control them. all the way until those final moments. So by the time they were trying to reassess and replay against Geeke, they were already living on massive high. Flew around the side, hit some nasty shots. I mean, for Easy for Bad Boy is an incredible player, an incredible talent on that team. Deserves all the love he gets, honestly. But there's no one in survival stage right now. There's no one in PMWC, EWC that can't hit disgusting shots like that.
Yeah, that's for sure. You know, I'm being a little hard on them because
they got a second place.
They got a second place, which is great. It's just it would be devastating if they're the 7th place team by just a few points. And we've seen it happen so many times.
No, I agree.
So that's why it's like if you have that opportunity in the bag and you don't close it, my eyebrows go up quite a bit. You know, like, oh, this is not good. So we'll see what happens. We'll see how things bounce back for these teams. But man, one team that's been doing really, really well here is Furia.
Yeah, Fury's done insanely well at the moment. I genuinely have really respected the way that Fury's been playing. It feels very, very different to what we saw in the groups. Let's say that. But I think we'll let Kalarisk ask most of the questions in just a little bit once he's ready. We're getting teased right now in an interview for Fury shortly. But yeah, overall, been playing very, very good. Excited to listen in with them when we can. But yeah, Tiamba in the top 5. I think they got fairly far into. I think there's maybe a top 4 that they got there. They're just churning out points still churning out those points. Anyway, let's head down to the stage with Kalarisk to hear a little bit more from Fury.
Thank you, boys. Hogging all the stage for yourself. No, we've got Fury. Very important to talk to, as you say, Blank, here for all of this. So, let's talk about the day so far as a whole here for survival stage.
नहीं logo ते आएंदा logo नहीं ऐड करना कोई.
What's your perspective on how the games have gone so far?
Como é que vocês estão se sentindo, né? No
primeiro dia do logo
survival stage, estão se sentindo sobre o dia de hoje?
A gente está muito tranquilo e viemos para amassar hoje.
We are very relaxed and we came just to demolish them.
Okay, and let's ask about the Erangel then. When you were rotating along the beach below Primorsk, eventually you came back and dealt with Nongshim Red Force for some more eliminations, and then continued to skirt around the edges of the map to eventually try and get the win, but it didn't quite work out. Did you think there was any difference that could have happened in that game, or you could have got the win? What are your thoughts?
Sobre a queda de Erangel ali, a rotação que vocês fizeram ali, passando por Primorsk, depois voltando para pegar Nongshim. Esse jogo foi bem difícil. O que vocês acham que faltou um pouco, né, para a vitória de vocês nesse jogo em específico?
A Cal foi travar as costas e nós brigou com a NS e depois para ter uma progressão para frente limpa, nós foi fazer pressão na direita e acabou perdendo um. Acho que dificultou isso a play.
So the call out was just like to hold our backline. So Nongshim arrived and we got them. But when we managed to like lose the first player, we kind of misplayed a little bit. That's why it kind of ended our
run, yeah, as a whole. All right, thank you very much, Chief, for joining us here. As now we head on over to Barney, who's ready with Nongshim Red Force.
Thank you so much, Kalaris. Yes, I've got Quizzy here from Nongshim Red Force. We're going to chat a little bit about what's been going on so far. But first and foremost, let's talk about coming off the back of the group stage, only just missing out into the direct finals spot. So coming into the survival stage, what elements were you guys focusing on in order to just make sure that you could most definitely come out of the survival stage and into the finals?
엑시 선수 일단 첫 번째 질문은 좀 몇 점 차이로 아쉽게 이제 파이널 직행을 좀 놓치셨는데 이번 서바이벌 스테이지에 와서 어떤 거를 중점으로 좀 개선을 하려고 노력하셨는지 궁금합니다.
저희가 사실 뭐 연초부터 WC 직전까지 연습했던 게 결국 교전으로 자리를 뺏어내거나 대회전을 통해서 교전으로 자리를 뺏어내는 걸 연습했었는데 저희가 그룹 스테이지에서는 교전보다는 생존하려는 게임을 하지 않았나 생각을 했었고 그게 피드백이 돼서 이제 이거 서바이벌 스테이지에서는 교전 중심적으로 풀어나가려고 하고 있습니다.
Well, from the start of the year, I think what we have prepared for WC coming here, it was just to take their spots from the gunfights, or we have a grand scale of turnaround, and then maybe we can take their spots as well with the gunfights. However, in the group stage, we didn't do that play. We mostly focused on surviving and inside a circle. So this stage in survival, there's no second chances. So we try to focus on our gunfight, what we have practiced, and we try to show our plays, what we have prepared for.
Well, map 3's been particularly good for you guys, but let's talk a little bit about map 2 and map 4, both on Erangel, of course, but you've been, on both occasions, rotating through the south side of the circle, and on both occasions tried to kind of clear out the teams that are in that south side, like Furia being that team both times, and you kind of failed to capitalize on that and then push forward. Were you just trying to clear out any teams that could be coming in behind you, and what could you have done differently to be able to come out of that, you know, with a potential win?
사실 이 매치 4매치 에란겔에서 사실 좀 교전 플레이가 좀 많이 나왔던 것 같은데 사실 교전이 뜻대로 흘러가지 않았습니다. 자기장 바깥쪽에서의 교전이 그렇게 좋게 흘러가지 않았는데요.
ਉਹਨੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਆਣਾ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਟੈਨਸ਼ਨ ਕਿਉਂ ਲੈ ਗਿਆ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਉੱਤੇ ਆਣਾ ਹੀ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ top 5 ਸੇ आज बड़ी ਗੱਲ
생각이 좀 드시고 좀 그 플레이에 대해서 좀 더 설명을 해주신다면 좀 어떤 점을 설명해 주실 수 있을지 궁금합니다.
저희가 교전 시도를 ग्रुप स्टेज처럼 안 하고
यार वोट ਜਿਵੇਂ ਖੇਲਦੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਪਿਛਲੇ 3 ਟਰਾਫੀਆਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਜਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ 2 ਟਰਾਫੀਆਂ ਲਗਾਤਾਰ 3 ਟਰਾਫੀਆਂ ਬਲਕਿ ਤਿੰਨੋਂ ਟਰਾਫੀਆਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਲਗਾਤਾਰ ਜਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਬੈਸਟ ਖੇਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਫਿਰ ਬਾਕੀ ਕੁਛ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਆਹੋ ਬਾਕੀ ਕੁਛ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਬਾਕੀ ਫਾਈਨਲ 'ਚ ਬੜਾ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ਼ਰ ਹੁੰਦਾ
However, we're trying to get a grip on the gunfights and the team fights in this survival stage. So even if we fail, we just try it again and again to get our grip on our gunfights and all the skill levels.
Good job so far. I mean, you guys are doing very well at the moment in the survival stage. Obviously, we need to keep that consistency up. But Nongshim Red Force, Quizzy, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. I really, really appreciate your time. Now going to our next map of the day. But we're coming to an end. It's getting close to the end of the first day. These teams are going to need to scramble for some points. Back to you guys in the studio.
हाँ अप्लाई तੀਜੇ ਦਿਨ ਹੀ ਹੋਣਾ ਦੂਜੇ ਦਿਨ ਬਣ ਜਾਏਗਾ ਨਾ
Studio is here. The ultimate AI audio suite.
Oh, circle. ਸਾਡੀ ਟੀਮ ਹੋਲਡ ਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਨਾ ਫਾਈਟ ਤੇ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਕਿਲ ਕੱਢ ਲੈਂਦੀ ਆ ਬਾਕੀ ਸਰਕਲ ਹੋਲਡ ਕਰਕੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਨਾ हाँ बाकी होल्ड करके बह जाते हैं ना जिवें इंडिया वाले ने होल्ड करके चिकन कड्डे ने
Congratulations, Geek. You got the win. But right now, Alpha 7's back, baby. This team, I've been wondering where you have been. We haven't seen you in such a long time. In this game, we actually got a chance to see the Alpha 7 that I've been wanting to see for the longest time. Welcome back, everybody, to PMWC at EWC 26. I'm joined by Lace, the amazing dress. Damn, Jackie, you're looking good, my boy. Oh, looking fresh. Neptura and the 7WG, but Neptura.
Yes.
It was supposed to win an Alpha 7 win.
It was supposed to be. We'll get to that in a second. But first of all, Alpha 7 doing a fantastic job on those early game rotations. That's what got them that second place win. Because the zone was centering up. They made a full rotation down the south side. Zone moves up to Pachinki and they go, ooh, that's not very good for us. Let's go around again up to the north side. So a really nice set of wraparound rotations in that mid phase, enabling them to get a great position, not only in the zone, but in comparison to where the other teams were, right? Because all the other teams were on the southeast side, all battling each other, and for the longest time, A7 just were having a picnic up there.
Yeah, I mean, they had that control of the northern side, just exactly like you said. Revo going for the scout onto Geek, but then Alpha 7 were a little slow, heading on up that hill to get into that third fight. Obviously, the terrain, a little bit difficult for them to sort of push through, but I think the mistake may have came from Revo not telling them that Geek is moving on the southern side. So obviously that would have been like the kind of misconstrued message which would have held them back even further from pushing into this third party with EA and Tiamat.
Yeah, and in this fight, honestly, Jackie, I was looking at it, I was like, find a way, Alpha 7, to third-party this, because you're not going to be doing anything with those teams towards the top with GK, and you were going to have to do something at some point, especially with the way that the circle was going. That delay for Alpha 7 lost them the game.
Yeah, man, you got to bring it 7. Look, I'll be honest with you, when I was growing up back in school, people used to call me a geek as like an insult. Obviously, it's very different these days. You've got GK right now, honestly, they're the geeks because they're absolutely bossing it by the mindset they're bringing to the server. And that's kind of what you need. So I think Alpha 7, as much as they're pivoting to look way better towards the end of groups and how they're starting to play, just doesn't get any easier, bro. Like, something's still going wrong.
Yeah, something's definitely still going wrong. And talking about things going wrong here, we got to take a look at some of those teams towards the bottom, because you got KRX that just hasn't been performing that well. And this is a team, honestly, that a lot of people currently watching at home have them going to the finals.
I'm shooketh. And from the group stages, in their first 4 matches, 27 eliminations. And this, I don't know what's happened. This is A7A qualifying, mark my words. Great stuff. But look, look, they found themselves in a nice little pocket of placement, but then they actually just kind of waited there. They had the vehicle cover. If they would have just pushed the vehicles just the slightest bit more north, they would have been able to have a great position scouting Tiamat on their left-hand side there, but they kind of just played there. They played there nice and safe, and then who came up behind? Every other squad sort of rotating into that circle, and this is just a little bit unusual for them. I mean, I'm just kind of a little bit dumbfounded. I want to add like some more sort of information to it, but this is not what we saw in the group stages. This is not what we saw from international events. What doing, guys?
Yeah, no, it's a real shame because they have so much potential. We've seen them do so many things before, and there's just nothing. It's complete crickets that we're hearing from them, to be honest. I do want to say shout out because GK did win that match. Kevin won that match for them. I'm gonna say that because he was the one on the south side to push forward when EA and Tiamba were having that fight. He was the one to push forward, get that info, and facilitate the rest of his squad actually pushing onto that position. That enabled them to win the game. So GG Kevin, shout out to you.
Yeah, and for GK, this looks kind of like what we saw out of them in the group stage, right? Especially in day 1. In day 1, they ended up getting a win in Rondo. Today, they ended up not getting a win, but they still ended up performing quite well, especially when it came to Rondo. But this team needs to make sure they stay with this consistency, because usually we see a bit of a slip-off.
Yeah, I think so. I think this is also what we're getting towards the tail end of the day, where you have teams like GOAT that, for my money, you get into Miramar, I think they'd actually step up and rise to the occasion. Like, later rotates, they perform better on that battleground, for my money. I think you're going to really start to run into some uncomfortable territory where they've got to keep it going. And this is where, GK, Tiamba, squads that were a bit paralyzed by analysis in the group stage are now way more proactive. We're seeing some teams try and adopt that, but it's just not fully there, Seven.
And for GOAT, we're going to have to point out those placement points, because my goodness, 3 placement points. We know you are aggressive, GOAT. We know that you can get those eliminations, but the beautiful thing is if you find yourself later into the match, Natura, those eliminations will start coming to that team because they are that aggressive.
Well, exactly. I mean, look at Nongshim, Reforced, and Furia. Both teams, E-Arena as well, actually, all 3 teams, they play edge. They wait until the final few phases to really get those eliminations. They only get fights if they're going to try and fight an entry point. That's the only time you see them get those eliminations in the early game. So all 3 of them, yes, Furia, okay, maybe not the best example, 9 placement points versus 23 elim points, but Nongshim 16 and 16, E-Arena 13 and 18. They're able to be very consistent on both fronts, and yeah, GOAT definitely need to take a page out of their book.
They just hit a top 5. Like their eliminations are crazy, and if you have a look, it's not that far in between. But if they can just get this top 5, it'll change things for them, push them in that top 6. So. Greatest of all time.
Please,
I think they can do it.
Please do it. And here, as we're looking at the second page of the overall, we got AGAL. I mean, this is the squad once again. This is so crazy saying this after almost every single team, but it's just the way we are currently in PUBG Mobile Esports. Any team could actually end up going to the finals. There's just so much good competition going on here at PMWC at EWC 26. But AGAL, once again, not the performance we're expecting.
No. It kind of feels like they're trying to do what they were were doing in the group stage, but for some reason the lobby is just not allowing them to, and they've got to adapt. I think it's probably something to do with those rotations. They keep getting caught out in the mid phase in a whole bunch of teams. If you look back at their games, most of the time there's 3 or 4 teams in very close proximity to them. So for me, I'm like, you need to start avoiding some of those teams, some of those players in that mid phase if you want to survive.
Oh, I'm hoping that's going to be the case, because we are past the halfway mark here at PMWC at EWC 26 for survival stage. We have 2 more games for day 1 of survival stage. We'll see what's going to be happening in Miramar. Before we go to Miramar, though, let's send it over to Kalaris and Maxman. Went away from us.
What a delightful treat here on the stage. I get to be with Maxman to talk about everything that is going on throughout some of these games, as well as kind of highlight some of the teams. You guys have already talked ad nauseum about Alpha 7, but it's definitely one of the teams that we also want to talk about, right? Because here in the survival stage, there are previous PMWC champion, previous PMGC champion. There's been some glimmers there for Alpha 7. It's just, they could go a little bit further. What do you think?
No, I fully agree. It's definitely not been the year of Alpha 7, right? 2026 been a bit rough. PMMI, PMGO Season 1 having a bit of a bad time. But here, going into the survival stage, that's some very slow start, especially that first rondo, the first Orangle, only 2 points on those 2 maps combined, so definitely not what you're expecting to see from a roster like this. But I was just talking to Revo, actually, just a few minutes ago, and we did see at the start today, right, Kalaris, he brought in Nuth on the lineup because he told me that he really wants to play rondo, right? Nuth is like a rondo player, and also he's fairly young, so let's just try and get him involved a little bit, get some experience. But unfortunately, by doing so, I think that they did have a bit of a slower start, but now the main lineup is back on board. So Alpha 7 here with that game in particular, I'm hoping we see just more consistent points coming in.
I think if you're going to make any changes, the start of survival stage, try and kind of tease something out, or especially if he really appreciates Rondo, is going to be the kind of place to do it. But for this Alpha 7 roster, what's interesting to me is that I still think that these guys have the gun power, the play, the potential to get bigger limb games, but we're not quite seeing it just yet. When you go to the next Erangel, right, where they're in a position just above kind of that Nongshim Red Force compound, when I say above, I mean verticality-wise, it was south. But there, you're eventually always going to get crushed down on by those teams that eventually will come along. So it's nice to be there, but it's just being there too early that is kind of the determining factor.
I was actually really surprised they survived as long as they did in that game, right? The Nongshim Red Force did win. But yeah, I feel like they go for some very passive positions. But Alpha 7, we saw in that game, they have the gun power. I want to see it more going into Miramar.
Need the defending champions. So for all of these, like Yangon Galacticos and a previous PMWC champion here to do well here in the survival stage. For now, though, it is time to head on over to another game here for PMWC.
Let's get it going here. We are now headed into the sunny, sandy deserts of Miramar. Erangel is done. Rondo is done. Now it's time to get into the desert and see if these teams, especially the squads at the bottom, right, can pull out a big win here to at least put them in a good spot for running a top 6. We see Tianba already with a massive point gap, right? So they are looking very, very comfortable to at least make it into the top 6.
Absolutely, I think Tianba is looking really, really good right now. It's interesting that there's quite a few teams that are massively taking advantage of this lobby at the moment, and you can't let those types of free wins slip you by, because those will be the difference makers. I mean, you brought it before, it was a great point that we don't want to see certain teams being in 7th place with 4 points that we know that potentially, if changes were made, they could have met those requirements. So we are getting over towards Miramar now, down from the southwest up towards the northeast. Very different battleground for a lot of our squads here, looking to switch things up, looking to get back on the map. But for Tianba, it is roughly another 20 points here, 19 realistically over the next 2 maps to make it very, very hard. I was going to say impossible, but I don't want to be the guy that curses Tianba. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Make it very hard for them to not get in tomorrow. For Geeke, they launch themselves up towards 2nd place. What I will say for Tianba, what they're doing right now is being a nasty little point sponge. We have very limited points differential between a lot of our teams. Right now, RQ is sitting on 29, just 7 points behind Geeke in 2nd place. That's 7th right now at RQ. So there's a lot of movement that can still happen. I think tomorrow's going to be a bit of a slobber knocker, but we still have 2 more matches right now.
now to try and even things out towards the top.
Yeah, I think Tianba, as long as they stay halfway consistent, we'll see them in the top 6 for sure. But everybody else, it's still anyone's game, right? So there's still a lot of slots still available here. This playing path is very, very classic right here, right? So we finally get to see a good one right across the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about, baby! Water circle in Beer Bar.
Give me the island. Give me the island.
Yeah.
Fifth match of the day. Very awkward. Would love to see it, but it's launching a lot of teams out over towards the northwest side of the map right now. So they need to get a move on down towards Impala, to Puerto Paraiso. East side of Los Leones, maybe try and take up some of that high ground early on. But honestly, I think a lot of teams are going to be looking over towards Impala and the high ground that sits over towards that northern side. La Bandita, a little bit of a weird funnel for some of our teams coming on through. I do think there's going to be a slight delay here. When we hit zone 2, however, we'll get an answer. We head far over towards our eastern side. Might be interesting, might be. But as I've learned my lesson multiple times in the past, is not to get too excited about these ones too early. Let it happen.
You know what, guys? I'll tell you what else you can make it happen. You can get some of these sick weapon skins in the game. You can see right there, we got that Nine Tails Fury AUG. The Naruto Uzumaki event is still going on, guys. The best PUBG Mobile collaboration I have seen and witnessed in my career of playing PUBG Mobile, which has been since this game has started. So I love it. I hope you guys can get your hands on it before it is gone. And some of these teams and players need to get gone pretty quickly here. With this playing path, you're going to finally see Alpha 7 be able to get their Oposo hot drop. So they're going to get that loot. They're going to get set up. With this circle shift, though, they are going to have to get moving through quite a few different teams. And hopefully we can see them get into a good space. Again, personally, I'm extra harsh at this point here because a lot is on the line here, especially when it comes to the legacy of Alpha 7, winning PMGC, not making it to a final just yet. And losing that last game had me really just scratching my head here. And I know we literally saw Carrillo scratch his head after that one as well. So hopefully it lights a fire in this team and just be like, you know what? All right, we should have won that one. Let's make sure that we make it happen here again. Sometimes all it takes is just to get a good, decent game to really get you going. And it could happen here and now.
Yeah, for sure. Again, I think there needs to be something that launches them into action. We were having talk beforehand. We're banging on them out a little bit right now because literally everyone else has talked about. Max has just talked about them. Kale's just talked about the Deaths, just talked about them. But yeah, I think it boiled down to us saying, just be Alpha 7, guys. You guys are aggressive. You're a strong team. Great teamwork overall. Let's just see that. Let's go back to what we've seen in the past, what we know they can do. It feels like a loss of confidence almost coming through at the moment. However, that confidence will be needed by much more teams on our map right now as they do slip on through. We've got QZ with some parkour over down towards Los Leones, likely going to be eking their way over to the eastern side shortly.
One thing looking at the leaderboards right here is our top 6 are some serious names, right, already. So they're looking really good. You got Goto right below them. Young Galacticos, our previous World Cup champs from last year. All these teams below them, though, this is kind of already starting to get crunch time. You're trying to hunt down top 6. Tomorrow is going to be wild, especially in those final games, because it's no longer the bottom 3. It's pretty much almost the whole lobby's going home after this. So the desperation is going to get worse and worse and worse as time goes on. So you really don't want to wait till those last couple matches to treat that last hope to get into that top 6. You want to get those points here and now.
Exactly, because you do not want to see your keys heading over towards that crusher, because we are going to be getting rid of quite a few of them tomorrow. 10 teams will be tossed in there. And again, for 6 squads, they will be moving onwards to meet the other 10 that made it through from groups. But 2 days to do it.
That's right.
Still quite a bit of time to make it work, but it definitely feels like a very big sprint for some squads. Doesn't help when Tiamba slices out so far towards the front of the pack at the moment. That is really tough. You don't want point sponges this early on. You'd like to differentiate yourself, and that
differentiation has only come through from Tiamba, which is exactly why off one big win, Geeke can be into second place as we head in towards the fifth match. Nongshim Red Force, been fairly pleased with how these guys are playing. Got to speak to some of those guys before. They're very self-critical though, this squad. Very, very self-critical. So it feels like every single game they've played, they've come off from it and basically are thinking to themselves, what can we change? What can we do different? So I feel like Nongshim should make
अगर आ टीम आईडियां आ गया ना उत्ते आईडियां उत्ते जा रही हैं 6 बहुत अन्नी बहनी है वर्ल्ड कप खतरनाक हो जाना
we need to make this work. They're also coming off the back of some momentum on that Group B. So yeah, I do have some hope for Nongshim.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I mean, we saw them be the first team to smash an international event at PMMI. It was Fudia that ended up with the most points, but ended up getting second place because Nongshim Red Force won the last game there. Oh, nice shot there from Genfos, taking out A-King from Tianba. Now, Tianba have had a great day so far, so not crazy amount of a worry, but they are going to lose that player early on.
You know, I like that. I actually like that. I think that's a smart move from Tianba. It's an unfortunate circumstance, but the right move there for Tianba was to move, right? Sounds obvious, but still, they instantly send over towards that northeast side. They can't wait around. It's a really awkward hit and a good pickup from RRQ. They're waiting for that team to exit from the warehouse. But for Tianba, they know that we can't stick around. We have to get further ahead here so we can set up for the late game. Yes, we go down to 3. Yes, it sucks, but this is the only way we can really play in.
A lot of these players want to continue to be playing here in the PUBG Mobile World Cup live here in Paris, France. We can see Genfos, RQ. Okay, they're hunting him down, right? They say, hey, you know what? We got that elimination. We have the numbers. We're in a 4-3 split here. We know it's Tianba. We want to slow them down. And RQ are looking to do it here. Pushing up close and personal. Milu with the nade! Turning the tables! And he's doing this all by himself! It's the squad wipe!
ओए भाई ये क्या कर गया?
What did we just witness in a
1v4?
It's just gone. They just
Bhai.
Tianba was having absolutely none of it. I'd say Tianba, it's just Milu.
1v4.
Mile and a half for the rest of his squad.
Woo, that's what I'm talking about here. Said, you gonna take out my teammate? Goodbye. Oh, man.
QZZ wasn't even phased, dude. He was already taking shots at other teams.
What happened? All right. I guess, good job, you. All right, good job. Let's get back to business here. Oh, man. Devastation on the side of RQ, but Tianba
He
finally.
looks happy. He looks happy.
Yeah, he's smiling there.
Be.
He's like, oh, let me go ahead and make sure we're all good. Okay, now it's time to get back to business. Now we gotta let that heart rate kind of get back to normal.
Yeah, I mean that's probably one of the quickest 1v4s I have ever seen. Let's take a first-person replay on this one because goodness me,
Hold on.
insane nade. RQ. Honestly, no smokes, no nothing. To be honest, walking into the building like that was mega disrespectful. We have to say that as a two-man, very easy nade. You could see it a mile off. But yeah. Wonderful stuff from Milu. I think the craziest thing about that is the jump past the doorway into the S12K shots that came through, and then just the pure aggression. My guy was rabid going through that doorway.
And Milu, the man on fire, literally, right? Just putting in that work. He's been doing it all day long for Tianba, you know? And it's plays like that that breeds so much confidence in you, your team. There's a lot. I mean, I am that way. I'm a little superstitious, you know?
Yeah.
Sometimes when you do a play like that, I'm like, it's meant to be. We're going to win this, dude. Like, what else do you want?
Well, but that's the thing. I mean, I was thinking about it earlier that for Tianba, they're a realistic team that just, they've had this momentum. And I think a lot of teams are lacking this right now. It's just confidence in that survival stage to make plays, to make those big moments, because you know, if you're not in that top 6, you're going home. You don't have that safety net anymore. If I'm not in top 5, at least I'm going to the survival stage. So only 3 of us are going out. Everyone's playing very scared at the moment. Now, I do want to go back to Tianba, though.
Okay.
Because when RQ was chasing them, in quotation marks, Tianba was actually the ones to re-engage. They re-engaged back onto Longhouse, cut RQ off, almost goaded them into fighting them. I've never seen anything quite like it, honestly. And fair in that 3v4, it sort of worked. Like, ROQ showed them no respect walking into Longhouse.
Unreal. Vamos. Let's get it going here. You know what? Speaking of going home,
1v4 मार गया भाई, बहुत खतरनाक 1v4
what's
मारा.
going on here? You know, so many people. I mean, Paris has just been such a wonderful place to visit.
त्यान बाद एक मुंडे ने मारा 1v4 RRQ पे.
Right, and the thing is, some of these guys, they're
उन्होंने पुश किया ही, अगला वड़ गया ही भाई, अगले नेड मारे के दो डाउन किए, अगले वड़ गया, चढ़ के मार गया दो.
Stay here longer. If not, pack your bags. You're going home the next morning.
आहो, बड़ा खतरनाक 1v4 मारा.
Around here, you know, this is by far been one of the most incredible stages, places.
आहो, पॉइंट बहुत नहीं हो भाई.
Pleasure of visiting, and these guys want to stay here a little bit longer. And you can see Furia. Oh, it's some beautiful nades there.
फंस गई टीम के. KRX फंस गई है.
Do they run out and make this play though? That's the problem. Is there's so many shots coming from all over the place. These nades looking deadly.
KRX फंस गई है.
Dude, there's some D-reg on that nade. Like, I think if that one pops just a little bit later.
बहुत पीछे नेड सेट रहे हैं कौन ही? ओह भाई.
Another deep nade. Oh, that's CRE down as well. So when
अंदर आगे आ गया. एक फिनिश.
that is Lufa actually stealing that elimination with the SKS. But here comes Duniya. They actually make the drive.
ओ भाई मार के पुश. ओ भाई मार के भाई. ओ भाई.
Eliminated.
Eagle's been on fire today.
ਹੁਣ ਫਿਊਰੀਆ ਫਸ ਗਈ ਹੈ. ਹੁਣ ਫਿਊਰੀਆ ਫਸ ਗਈ ਹੈ. ਫਿਊਰੀਆ ਫਸ ਗਈ ਹੈ. लो ले गया ही. ओ भाई.
Igor has not stopped for a moment today.
Igor with a massive performance. I got the pleasure to see him and his beautiful girlfriend over there by the Eiffel Tower. And he was so...
उधर अल्फा 7 ने पुश करता.
The love was in the air. And I think with her presence being here, this man is just looking unstoppable.
He's taking all the way. Revo.
No way. Don't do it. Don't do it.
He's baiting out the shots here. It's kind of an interesting one. See? Oh, here's him back off the angle. Oh, he's still confusing him, dude. This is crazy stuff.
Nade.
Clear a little bit earlier on.
Oh.
There's the Revo we know and love.
भाई.
No matter what the shotgun is.
अरे thank you Faiza. Thank you so much for sending Faiza. ओ भाई.
That's a straight 1v1, dude. Like he gets not.
क्या मैं बंद किया सीगा यार. सिगरेट पी रहे हैं
Sometimes it takes taking those risks.
Couldn't wait. He couldn't wait though, right? You know he's baiting.
भाई बहुत तबाही मारा है उसने.
Here's him back it off. Doesn't want to wait for the reset.
उसने 1v4 ही बड़ा गंदा मारा है भाई.
Oh man, the plays are ringing out here. You can see Furia with a good solid position in this next zone. A lot of central spaces are taken already. Wolves have a good spot here. They're one of those teams that desperately need a good performance if they want to hold on and stay just a little bit longer here in Paris. And let's get this going. We are in the hillside between Los Leones and Impala. Where's the zone going to go, though? Up to the north. Okay, all right. So Furia locked in the middle. Tianba as well. Wolves have a position. And our previous champs, Young Galacticos, on the south side, gonna have to fight their way in.
Yeah, tough push for them. If they try and isolate over towards Geek, because that's a full-on drop-off down towards the warehouses where they're playing, Yangon and Galacticos could find some good shots their way, and then maybe swing around over towards 721 GS. Be far easier just to wrap him past Goat, though. Goat's currently moving. Tianba were able to find themselves a decent building. These guys have they're just expanding in the lobby right now. This is very much a lot of pressure coming through from the squad. Furia took some risks. Igor's cancelled all those risks out fairly swiftly. Now they got Alpha 7 over towards their northern edge.
Donald Trump.
A lot of teams just do not want to see this one move over towards
Follow me,
the
3K gift.
Dopen's taking a bit of a gamble on the compound that sits in the middle of the fields.
That's that MK. That Bob
बड़ा बड़ा गिफ्ट मार रहे हैं 3000 का माशाल्लाह सब भर के रख तेरे काम आएगा डोनाल्ड ट्रम्प.
That's one of the biggest things when it comes to Miramar. Resource management is so important. You got to have that util towards the end game. And sometimes the only way to get that is by looting some boxes.
We get Skewin and looting. And the MK, it hurts. Shoot it as fast as you can click it. But I think for these moments where it's just pure situations where you want to get up in people's face. Like, I mean, the shotgun would be very, very nice here. Schweppes dodging the vehicles, moves out the way, will duck back down again. Look to take some shots over the top side though, but Claus will shut him down. The rest of the arena floundering a little bit. Schweppes immediately on those front lines, not able to stick up, and TennyK next to fall here. The arena just getting brushed aside basically right now by Alula.
Quick with the quick thirst as well. The Thai squad in some trouble here. It's up to Joker. All by himself, 0 eliminations. Tries to put something on the points, on the board for his team. Quick's gonna throw that nade. That bounce does hit him up a little bit. Another piece of util. And Joker barely surviving that. And no, that's burn, baby, burn. That is E-Arena out. Alula with 3 eliminations, controlling the north side.
Alula now looking to force their way down from the north. I mean, E-Arena just crumbled there. A real unfortunate scenario for them. Was hoping they could go further in this game. For E-Arena, they're sat in 5th place. They would love to add some more points to their tally. Not meant to be though. Yangon Galacticos, they did swing over the top side of 721 GS. We're looking for those teams moving out from behind. Smile does take a knock on the back lines though. There's 2 down for this squad. This is a rough fight between the 2 of them. QZ, I don't know how he hits that shot, but he does. That's right from the center of the map. He is sending letters off to the very corners of Miramar.
Making it happen. QZ, 20-year-old Chinese superstar. He was the MVP of the PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational, even though they didn't end up winning it. It looks like Milu, though, is really performing so well. You know, that's hyping him up, saying, all right, it's time for me to start putting in some work as well. Next zone does pop. Tiamba are going to be in this next circle, so is Fudia. Ooh, catch a break here, and they honestly need it. They've had a really rough day. They only have 2 players up, but they have a central position. Not the best one, though, because everybody's going to be looking right at them. It's going to be tough for them to get some eliminations. Maybe they can catch some steals. We'll see. But looking on the south side, not in zone. Goat gonna have to push on up. Yangon Galacticos right next to them. Looks like this fight is imminent.
Yangon Galacticos, they did go for that reset at the moment. Go start to move up on through. Cloud is completely out here. They were able to recover Smile earlier on, but as I said before, no one really wanted this one to head over towards that northwest side. Sadly, it does. We'll see just how much it cuts in the near future, but it's going to become a very uncomfortable final couple of zones. Smile ducking, dodging as much as he can, gets behind the vehicle at least. We'll see if he does get flushed off the back of that one. Romeo swing up towards that top side now.
Oh,
trying to get a little bit of information, but Minot's down. He's going to think twice about taking that engagement. Killer Joe out inside the smoke might just be the one to take down Romeo afterwards.
Ooh, Killer Joe said, let's go. Let's get out of here right now. And oh, Foops, man, with the M249. Making it happen, putting down that suppressive fire. He's got plenty of ammunition in the bank. And it's time for him to start using it. Switching weapons over here. Very, very interesting as he's popping off some shots. 721 GS, you can see the look on their faces. These guys are locked in right here. 7 eliminations so far. This could be another good game. For them, they are climbing up those leaderboards little by little. They're in 8th place right now, but they know now's the time to close the gap and win this game. They're on the edge of the circle, but they are just trying to hunt a spot in this next zone. Foops, man, woo, got that 8 times. Hitting them lean peaks, looking good.
It's funny going from the 8 times to the M249 with the red dot. I mean, he is really mixing and matching. What kind of range is he's working with? Gets a bit more ammo online. Force doesn't need to get picking up though. Nongshim Red Force sending down towards the south side. They picked up Force. Don't know if Goat's going to get too involved on this one, but Nongshim definitely looking for some more points. Will re-knock him.
Foops, man, putting in that work here. And we see Revo get a knock on a 721 GS. They're battling it out with them. They want this spot here on the east side. Heads up to Rian, all by himself. Revo is ready to say, you know what? Let's not just run in blind. Let's use some of this util. Bang! Oh! go, but they do end up getting one player down. Gotta be careful here. Another nade! Will barely survive it. Alpha 7 cannot afford to go down here.
Jahan looking to move from the side. Great shot. Revo walks directly into it. And now Alpha 7 in a spot above her. Good shot, though, coming out from Guizhou. Keeping the team alive in this moment. Alpha 7 needs another strong game. Good tag, but no flush, no knock. Here's the first aid. We'll keep putting the pressure on, and good stuff from Guizhou. An incredible clutch here.
बच गए 1v3 पैन लगा सीगा उन्हीं बच.
And there is Nongshim. Red Force eliminated as GOAT survived here. Fights happening all over the place. That was a huge break for the side of Alpha 7 and GOAT, as they're going to get a full reset. You can see the frustration for some of these players here as we are in the second to last match of day one. Only one more left to go, but this is a critical one.
Tiamba went down to 3 players much earlier in the game, and they're still kicking around down towards that southeast side. Furia also playing from. Showhouse were able to get some good work done. Igor, mate, Igor's is just unreal today. I do not know what's gone into him.
I know.
Yep.
He had that twinkle in his eye yesterday. I'll tell you that right now. He said, you know what, baby? I'm gonna pop off tomorrow. And it looks like he is doing it. Silence has got that P90 as well. Furia looking rock solid here in the end game. Let's see how they're going to be able to finish it out. They're currently in 3rd place. Trying to throw some util towards Alpha 7. Now it's a battle between the Brazilian Brotherhood here. It's A7 versus Furia. Revo getting pieced up, but he's driving that Murado up close and personal. But Igor says, no, sir, not today.
Igor skates on the bonnet of a vehicle, now looks to send down another. Will be finally taken down, but Fury is putting in the work. Revo sent sky high by a nade, essentially shunted him further towards Fury in the situation. Nade's planted inside the smoke. Obscure's gonna send wide. Knows he can't do it now because he's getting shot at by so many separate squads. Woo. Sets up behind the trailer, but it's Aaron. But well-placed shot from distance to take the rest of Alpha 7 down. Not a bad result for them, but 8th place is not going to give you many placements overall.
They're going to put something on the board, and that's honestly what they need to do. They're currently in 4th place. That's going to be good enough. As long as you're in that top 6, that is all that matters. That's going to keep you in this tournament just a little bit longer. Tiamba, though, they're still in this game. Furia as well. It's a huge opportunity for them to start soaking up some points and make a big gap going into the last game.
I don't know, man. PUBG Mobile team seems to have blessed Ulf right now. They've just got 2 loot crates dropped on top of them. Yeah, absolutely. It feels like shining lights all around them. 777s.
They need it, honestly. I see Catch walking in here with a Band-Aid on his hand. He's like, you know what? I take all the breaks I can get, you know?
MG3 as well. I mean, drop some smokes on the other one. Get out of there, honestly.
They got a nice setup right here. They got a blown up car, buggy on the other side, hay bales on either side of them. So they are dead center. Should be able to get some solid placement points. Who's going to win this game, though? That's the question. You got Dopeness up top. But with Dopeness so far not making too much noise. They have the position. I think it's time for them to start getting some aggression going as this next zone does pop, and it's in the wide open field. And Ulf have the coverage here. Let's see what they can do with it.
We'll see. I mean, it might be Tiamba time. It may actually be Tiamba time. As a 2-man, we'll see how Ulf can hold off these other squads, but it's the spot. Right, it is the spot. People see there's loot crates around it. You are going to see some big crashes coming in soon. And the first one is going to be gold.
They want it. Can Ulf hold it? Scarface with the MG3. They got the weapons, but Killer Joe is up close and personal. But it is Ulf that is able to take them down. The duo putting in work.
Wolves also looking over towards this location. Milu's going to swing wide down towards that southern edge. Aaron goes down. Teams aren't capitalizing off the back of this one. Finally, Furia makes the move. They're going to be next to face. Can Scarface make this one work? We'll stop short, actually. The vehicle's smoking. Flames pouring out the front.
They get in the zone. That's all that matters, right? They got some coverage with their vehicles. Ulf now barely holding the spot, but Aaron Aaron! Are you kidding me? Ulf from the central position being so dangerous. Silence, you gotta move, bro. You gotta move. Ooh, barely escaping those nades. That hay bale coming in clutch. Finally, Silence able to put a little bit of suppressive fire here. Oh, and he gets the knock on the Scarface.
That's the MG3 down right now. Might be the thing that saved them before, but it's not in play anymore. Molotov over the top. See if he can sink this one just about right. It's a little far, might spread. Still taking some little shots here and there. Tiamba, in the meantime, were just backing off the Wolves, who have sent themselves crashing into Alula on the western side. Dopeness finally waking up, realizing that, guys, we've got to get a move on from this northern edge. We've got to control this.
Our points, our sweet, sweet points getting taken away by all these teams pushing in, but Dopeness getting it done finally. They are getting in the action. 5 eliminations for them. How many more are they going to try to get? Let's see. We got Tiamba as well. They have been waiting, and now starting to get into the action. Furia again, just throwing them long nades. That is going to get Scarface out. It's just Aaron up for the squad. Let's see what he can do.
Gorgeous little bouncer there for Ulf, though. We expected way more out of this squad. They're currently on 21 points. The placement points alone will be very, very good, depending on how many more teams do go down. Dopeness trying to split out right now in a 2-2. They're going to try and regroup and take the task over towards Furia on the eastern side. Milu, though, trying to go for some shots. Won't quite tag on. The vehicle does get cut up in the process, though.
Woo! Tight looks here on the side of Milu. Milu has been on fire today. One of the craziest 1v4s of the tournament. Already in the bag. Be nice to continue with that and get this chicken dinner here and lock down that spot for the finals.
We said 20 points. 20 points was realistically what they were looking at for the last 2 matches of the day. Get up towards 80, and then it's super difficult to drop out. Aaron, the flames around him. Nade goes long. First one's a good knock over towards Silence here. Aaron swinging around the sides, has the UMP to work with, but there's absolutely no way he's making it happen. Milu's been watching this the entire time. However, instantaneously, Tiamba is looking to cause problems. They're trying to send nades down this way, clean out these players. They were able to get the res off. This nade goes a little bit too far to the side.
Furia now starting to loot up. Looks like they're really low on meds here. They would have been using them already if they had them, but now Eagle, he's got that nade. Furia got to be careful here. All it takes is that one. It's looking pretty good. Oh, just a little overcooked there. Buggy now blown up. Silence getting caught by Milu. Milu is just making it happen here from this angle and just tearing Furia apart.
It's the Milu QZZ show right now. Another nade, look to send it through and towards the middle. It certainly has been Tiamba time today. And I don't think we're stopping the clock just yet. Igor underneath.
Oh!
Milu tries to regroup the rest of the team. Not a possibility. Speaker will find them. That off angle was absolutely deadly. And now Dopeness from that northern edge. They're going to start to spread out on this one. It's the right call from them. Plenty of little bits of hard cover to play from that northern side. They can continue to squeeze these two teams now.
Eagle trying to pop up, make something happen with that M4. Lufa with that disgusting angle on that tractor. And yeah, he has his car right behind him, so he goes and pops into it. Gonna be pushing up little by little. Dopeness have the angles. Furia is dead stuck in the spot and just avoiding these nades. All those vehicles coverage is just working out so well for them. And QZZ forced to inch up little by little and getting punished there by Kenji.
Kenji will take down QZZ as well as Eagle from distance. Now Furia, a lot of work to do here. Eagles, who has been a man on a mission to impress today, now looking to do it again here. Yeah, but there's only 2 players left.
Dopeness on 9 eliminations. Nade goes long, will knock. He finds the first. We'll go for the flush on this one. Every single point counts, and aaghaz will find at least one more at the end of the game. But it's Dopeness from the north side to take the win.
Oh man, and did they need it. You can see the sigh of relief. These guys popping off, they deserve that chicken dinner, and this could be the start of their run towards the finals. Let's get it going, dope. Man, did they need that one. Yeah, you can see Duniya dapping him up. Igor looking good, my man. That is how you get it done.
Yeah, honestly, Furia is looking
Man,
good.
I
This is the Furia we expected and wanted whilst watching inside the groups. It's a tough game. That's a tough game to play there. I think they worked it out well. They had some of the zone towards the early on portions of the game. Going on Tiamba, they kept it cool. I think they kept it very, very cool there.
Yes.
I like that aaghaz honestly had the courage to play out on the outside edge. Like, that's a hard angle to work with, but he has to play there to fend off versus the likes of milu when he starts popping up from inside that rock. Tiamba, on the other hand, though, we also have to talk about this team.
Yes.
Oh my goodness me. What a set of just bold play after bold play that worked out. And it's great to see. I think milu is feeling it.
Oh, milu is on one right now. I'll tell you that right now. This guy is looking too good. That 1v4 was ridiculous. This is the Tiamba that you know, Max and I saw during the PMMI PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational, and they come group stage. We're like, what is going on? We're talking to each other, being like, this is not something that we have seen from them. They're playing it so passive, not looking confident at all. And then finally, in the survival stage, this is what we've been expecting. This is what we've been waiting for, and they are performing as expected.
For Dopeness, there's not been a whole lot of highlights from this team so far. I mean, over in the group, it was a cool finish for them to make their way into survival stage. But this is kind of the major moment for them, right? And they should be happy about that win as well. It's a good win for Dopeness. But again, for Dopeness, it can't come down to going up towards the, like, just dead zone where you have a compound where you can sit and wait out the matches, only to slowly come in from the north side, completely kitted, completely looted, and then just finish the game from there. We need to see a little bit more from Dopeness going forward, but this is the first step on their journey to get in towards that top 6.
Yes, it is indeed. So, I mean, it's a perfect timing to do it as well. We still got one more game here on the day, 6 more matches left tomorrow, and these teams that are, you know, in the top 6, minus, you know, Tiamba, who have already done a whole bunch, still need to keep their eye on the prize here. You gotta be able to make it happen if you want to make it to those finals. We got some more action coming up in just a second.
Your face now speaks 10 languages. Your dog can do podcast intros. Your meme page finally has a voice. With Avatar 4, turn any image, cartoon, anime, pet, whatever, into a talking head that actually lip syncs. No deep fakes, no uncanny valley, just audio synced magic. Content creation just leveled up. Upload, type, share. Avatar 4 is live. Go play.
I ain't got no limit, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm limitless. I ain't got no limit, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm limitless. They can stop me now, yeah, that's right. Cause I'm limitless. It's my turn right now, watch me work. Yeah, I'm limitless. I ain't got no limit, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm limitless. I ain't got no limit, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm
The more that you interact with this booth, the more cool prizes you could potentially go home with. We have cosplayers. Show them over there. We've got a chicken hanging out, ready for some photos. Apparently Dawood is running around in true Naruto fashion. and you want to come by, take some photos here, because at the end of it all, there is some really cool free prizes that you could be winning. You might have seen it on the broadcast. There are Naruto t-shirts. You see Dawood in the headband, who is really tiring himself, making sure he joins in on this action. And of course, you can come hang out with your very own chicken. So make sure you stop by and see everything that we have to offer.
But who's inside that chicken, Leonard? That's what I want to know. Hey, if you can find that out for me, that'll be great. Because right now we had Dopeness come out with the win, Max. And this is a team that really needed that win, really needed the points. Give it to them, but still, you need the points, Dopeness. Good job.
You know that Regio and the entirety of Reject are like, yes, finally, they qualified, they're doing something. But yeah, as you said right there, Seven, it was definitely a gifted win. They are a team that dropped in Picardo. They went for very quick rotation, which I do have to say I appreciate. Very quick movement, and especially great control on the third party. Furia is fighting. There's also Xiamba getting involved, trying to compete for that chicken dinner. They're not slow, which I was expecting them, because they've been such a passive team the entirety of this event. But no, they committed to the push. They got involved. And generally, Nestora, we're looking at this one. I am hoping that that's going to give them just a bit of confidence to play it more aggressive, just like we saw Yangon Galacticos do too. Because before this point, Dopeness were just fully invisible.
No, they were. It's really fun to be able to see them, and like you said, they're not being slow. It's not a game winning by chance. It really is. It's loud. It really is them moving forward and being able to actually, and it's vibrating. The cameras are vibrating.
Yeah, keep saying what you were going to say. What were you going to say?
Keep saying. What we're going to say is, no, it's really, really nice to see them. They were controlled. They were methodical. It was a really, really good push, slow and steady, but the synergy was really there. Again, they went from 0 to 100. They were able to maintain that pace without letting the earlier games get away from them.
Yeah, look, I just want to give it to Team Dopeness, and this is coming out of the group stages. I think you guys have to remember that they actually clawed their way out of the bottom 3 to be in the survival stage.
Yep.
Yes, Max, kind of a gifted zone for them, I must agree, but also, yeah, their way that they defended that, especially with 9 eliminations, like this is something that they're obviously desperately wanting to hold on to, but when they are gifted those zones, they control it, which is something massive that I love seeing from Team Dopeness, and of course, that was the same kind of team we saw in the last kind of matches in our group stages. So, I mean, it is deserved.
Yeah, for Dopeness, though, just quick reminder, it's not about not being in the bottom 3. It's about being in the top 6 here at Survival Stage if you want to be able to get a chance to actually go to finals. Quick guess, who's going to be the MVP?
Milu?
Hey, Milu indeed with the 6 elements. And honestly, with the way he's performing, we'll get a chance to do some predictions once again towards the end of the day. But I wouldn't be surprised if that man is going to be none other than the MVP of the day. But let's look at the match ranking. Dopeness there with 21 points. Happy to see that. But Furia was able to have a hell of a match here as well.
I loved Furia in this match. I loved everything that they did. It was controlled, it was methodical, it was really, really nice to see them come through. We're going to get a replay in a little bit where I really want to break down a play that they made, but their timing was impeccable. And, you know, any critique that I've had of them is that they're just playing too slowly for this lobby.
Yep.
It's worked in the past, but just not here. And here you can see some of the replays coming on through here, you know, up against Ulf, up against Tiamba. They were caught between Tiamba for the longest time. Them and A7 able to really pull up a really, really nice front of defense against them. And, you know, here we are going to see Tiamba have a great high ground and be able to take out Furia 1 by 1. That is them for the 3rd place, but just a really, really good play overall from Furia this game. Very happy with them.
Yeah, and Tiamba as well. I mean, continuing on that consistency that we've seen throughout the day, I was expecting a GAL from China to actually end up performing well, Max. That is not the case right now, and we're not going to talk about it because that is 2 squads that I'm pretty sure, 100% sure, we have in our predictions. So our predictions are sucking, my friend.
I actually have all gamers in my predictions and not Tiamba.
I should have checked your predictions before I did my predictions.
Uh-oh. Okay, but looking at the final moments here, Higod, what an absolute banging moment. I think you might actually talk about one of Higod's plays this game. He's been an absolute menace, him and Milu in particular, putting on an absolute clinic this game. I was loving it. Good times.
I want to do something that we used to do in the past, Max. And I want you to look at the camera and just tell me why Alpha 7 was pissing you off that last match.
Oh my goodness. Why are you guys pushing one by one? I'm going to get really close. Can we get... I'm going to... Yeah. Why are we pushing one by one? It's 2026. It should not be happening anymore. And they all push onto Higod or Furia. I am very confused as to what's going on because Alpha 7, we know they're a good team. They can do the clutches. but so are the other teams, right? Especially your Brazilian brethrens in Furia. What a misplay. That was one of the biggest throws of the tournament outside of arena.
Yeah, talking about Alpha 7, at the beginning of the day, I was talking about how they ended up benching Obscure. That is not the case anymore. We actually forgot to mention it in that last segment that we did. Obscure is playing again, so I'm not sure what ended up happening there, if maybe the pressure was getting to the 17-year-old substitute player that they have here, but it's the core squad.
Yeah, it is the core squad. We're starting to see core squad things happening, except for the 1x1, because what was that? I'm also annoyed about it, because they're usually so good about that. We saw that earlier in that game, right? Revo using the window animations. Yes, using the window animations to really try and spawn, and try and get that information. He was doing a great job. He got some eliminations. They're moving through the building really, really well. And then they push 1x1. They're like, okay, we've done enough for this game now. We got enough points. It's fine. It's like, no, you had a good position. Why? Stop it.
Stop it.
Stop it.
Stop it. Not like that, Alpha 7. I got school. For some of the other stuff, I know we had some clips that we wanted to see a replay of, and it was this one right here because Milu, my goodness, Milu popped off.
I mean, those two knocks instantly with the nade, but then using the door frame to try and create a mini 1v1 in that scenario, and he's literally on fire at the end of that clip. What a beautiful play with that, especially that opening grenade.
Yeah, so nice, and these opening grenades are also great. KRX in a bit of a rough spot here. Furia coming in, bouncing those nades up. What I love about this is they wait for those nades to get them really, really low. They know they have to be getting rid of that health pretty quickly. They get that knock instantly. Well, in a minute, instantly, they're going to be pushing forward, right? Get another nade, try and get some extra damage, and then they come flying over the top. You're going to see them come through here now, getting in that vehicle. They're going to move over, and actually, they're not going around because 721 is over there. They're not going onto the other side like they could do because Tiamba is there. They have to go immediately across. They come on through, make that play come through, get the knock, get the win, done and dusted. They get rid of Leo there from AGAL, and then they're actually going to keep a 2-2 split on either side of the road that facilitates that third place finish in the end. So a really, really heads up play from them. Very, very excited about that.
Yeah, and I just want to sort of add on, it's just the Furia special, isn't it, Tora? Like, whatever position they're in, they're going to clear their threats.
Yes.
And that is what they do. Whether it's up a hill and they're doing a goddamn mountain goat climb, nading to move up to that position, or obviously, having KRX down there on the bottom, they are able to stick together, which some other teams might do. But it's awesome to see Furia. They're just focusing on all of these sort of capitalizing on their high damage, especially with all the utility.
Yeah.
Look how close everything currently is. Between 3rd place, 8th place, and I'm pretty sure when we end up going towards the next page, you'll see how everything is currently looking like. 3rd place there with 36 points. 9th, I mean, all the way down to 13th place, Max. Everything, even 14th place, everything is so close they could end up changing within one match. And something to notate on the last match, 5 out of the 7 teams that were still alive towards the end were teams that were towards the bottom of top 10. They need to make sure they start responding here. A party, and whoever ends up in 1st place of survival stage is going to end up crushing your keys.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's set the scene for those of you who may not quite know what is at stake right now. We've got $3 million on the line and a chance to immortalize yourselves in the Esports World Cup history books as champions of PMWC. Now, tomorrow, just 6 teams will have the opportunity to step into the finals, where the other 10 teams, if this will open, it apparently will not. That's okay. The other 10 teams will have their keys destroyed by this stunning crusher. Look at that right there. Now, imagine what it would feel like to have the only remaining intact key whilst the 10 remaining teams... There you go. There she is. Now you get to see this beautiful crusher before it chomps on those keys tomorrow. Now imagine what it would feel like to have that remaining intact key whilst all of your other opponents have their keys destroyed, like this one right here. Now, it's almost time for our final map of day 1 of the survival stage, and some of our teams really need to step it up a gear if they've got any chance of making it through the survival stage and into the finals. And so with that being said, casters, let's go over to you for our final map of day 1 of the survival stage. Let's do this.
That's right. Sometimes you got to warm her up before she gets going. And I'll tell you what, some of these teams are looking red hot. finally, right? Tianba, these guys are looking so good. Dopeness are finally getting red hot here after that chicken dinner, but we got one match left here. This is the time to make it happen.
Yeah, don't worry, Mr. Crusher. I mean, a lot of these other teams right here, they've also got a lot of anxiety, so
That's
we're all
right.
good. We're all good.
That's right.
But we're heading in towards our final match here. Tianba, they all look very happy with the way this is played out. Milu's laughing, and so he should be. I mean, that last game was just an unreal result. And it does show you exactly what confidence can do for your team, momentum can do for your team. It's just upsetting that we're having another point sponge. We had Vitality, now we got Tianba. It is making these final days just so rough as we head into day 2 of survival. But this is the final game of the day today. Let's see if any team can kind of differentiate themselves from that tight-knit pack towards the center and maybe live it large up there with Tianba. Maybe not quite as large because Tianba's on a table of their own.
Let's get into it right here. I mean, Milu has really been the all-star today, making some crazy plays. We saw him with the 1v4. We saw him hitting the crazy shots with those off angles. And now at the last game here for day number 1. Let's see if that could continue on here. Looking at the leaderboards, yeah, Tianba on top, 75 points. Yeah, these guys are pretty much a lock for the finals. I think we can say comfortably. But pretty much everybody else, it's still anybody's game here. Dopeness pushed themselves up into a good spot with 30 points in 8th. If they finish strong here, we could definitely see them leave until tomorrow in the top 6. Now, looking on down, I'm gonna really put the, Al Ula 10th place on down in the hot seat. I think this is a big game for them because tomorrow, those last 2 matches are gonna be straight chaos. There's gonna be teams doing everything and possible.
And anything.
So, and literally everything. So desperate to try to put up points that it's gonna not be a typical game of PUBG Mobile. So the time is now. The time is now to make it happen. We got a pretty disgusting southern playing path here, but you got to be able to adapt. Got to make it happen no matter what.
Yeah, definitely rough. But you're right, down towards 10th and below, it's getting tough for AGAL as well as KRX. These are the teams that need to have a strong map here. Everyone else is sort of around that 20-point mark where tomorrow it's possible after your first round, if you get a big win, you can send yourself up towards that top 6 territory. For AGAL as well as KRX, they need some points now to allow them to have a springboard tomorrow. Otherwise, it is starting to look a little bit dangerous. And I didn't expect this from KRX, honestly. I think that KRX is a good team. It has some pretty strong players on side. So I am flabbergasted of why this is happening right now for them, because this is not a case of just having a bad day. Like, this has been throughout the majority of the tournament, just not able to get the momentum on board. I mean, we've given Alpha 7 a lot of grief, but at least they've been able to get themselves towards top 3s consistently. They have been able to close out games. For KRX, it feels like we have never really got that engine started.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, that's the crazy thing about this game and this format, this tournament in general. Someone's got to be at the bottom, right? We got serious names here. Still, KRX 9 points is a big question mark. It's like, what happened?
Oh?
Yeah, 9? Like, okay, if we saw the bottom of the tables and there's only a few points gaps, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. But 5 matches, only 9 points. Not good. Not good at all. Hopefully we can see them make something happen here, and honestly they need to, because if they don't, you can kind of start counting them out a little bit.
Absolutely, I agree. I think for AGAL, there is a tiny hope tomorrow if they don't do well here, but for KRX, it's just feeling like it's not going to be the case, and these teams absolutely do need themselves a lucky spin.
Yes.
Which you can find here with us at the 2026 PMWC at EWC. You can draw for exclusive sets. The one you see on screen right now that a lot of players are currently using for this year's PMWC at EWC. So really, really cool stuff. Make sure you get in game because, yeah, we all need a lucky break, but I would say AGAL as well as KRX need a bigger one.
Yeah, they do. right? They need one of those Alpha 7 blessings that we saw a little bit earlier, right, in Aaron Gale. They need a good, solid circle to help them out here. But the thing is that you got to make your own luck in these kind of tournaments. You got to be able to make it happen regardless of the situation. Another team I want to see more out of, we haven't really talked about them a lot, is Yangon Galacticos, our previous champions here, last year's champs. They have a beautiful skin in-game that you guys got to go check out as well. We got to see them rock it the other day, and I got to say, probably one of the most insane fits, jerseys. That classic traditional Myanmar fit is gorgeous, and I want to see them rocking it in the finals. So let's see if they can get things heated up here. They're in 13th place, 22 points, not in the worst position, right? One good game here, and we can see them all the way up to 3rd place, okay? It's just the longer they wait, the worse off they are.
I would say the only 2 consistent teams so far has been Furia as well as Tiamba today. Like, those are the only 2 teams that have really caught my eye. Everyone else in this top spot towards like the top 8, they've had good games here and there. I think Nongshim Red Force maybe has had like a little bit of a better day when it comes to just consistent results. But yeah, towards that top side, Furia, Tiamba, that's the 2 names on everybody's lips at the moment. But for Yangon Galacticos, on the other hand, with the Ancient Charm set, which does look fantastic, you are right. I like the interview we had Kalaris earlier today. It was a really good interview. Not only did we get to hear from him about how he's feeling in game right now, but how much his life and his team's life has been changed by winning at EWC, because it is life-changing money here and life-changing recognition and reputation gained from winning such an illustrious tournament. So for Yangon Galacticos, I think that the biggest takeaway I had from that interview was that he mentioned the pressure.
Yeah.
The pressure was on. The pressure is real here. Going towards survival stage, I'd imagine some of the pressure is a little bit off. We didn't go out in group stage. That would probably be the worst thing that could have happened to them. They got through to survival stage now. Yes, they need to shore some things up. They still have 1 more game to prove themselves and a whole 6 tomorrow. But yeah, I believe in Young Galacticos. I don't think they've had the craziest plays so far, but I won't ever say they're completely out just yet, because despite everything, they're still putting up points.
For sure. I mean, and I think that's the right mentality for this team. I mean, all it takes is a good couple situations, and we know they can pop off, put a 20-point game, and really, really push themselves forward here. And I want to see them do it. I want to see them back in the finals. I think that they are a rock-solid team. That pressure is tough, though. It's the hardest thing, and I talked to some of these guys who have been in these moments. They've been in these games for years now, right? So you think that they'd be used to it. But even after talking to Risha, like, man, it's still hard. You know, your heart still races the same. You just, maybe you're a little bit more understanding of it because it's not a new experience, but it's still so difficult to deal with. So when you see players like Milu do a crazy 1v4, I mean, that really gets your team going, and you just kind of, you know, galvanize your squad and capitalize after that kind of play. But, you know, we're in the last match of the day. Tomorrow's going to be a wild, because so many teams are going to be just desperate all the way towards the end to continue their stay here in Paris, as this has just been an amazing place to be, and the pinnacle of esports is here. And man, it's good to see Fury up here. Question.
Okay.
Which name up top? Any of those names that you see up top surprise you so far?
Right now, I would say that, to be honest with you, the only real team that does surprise me towards that top side, probably Geeke. I think this team has had like pretty cool performances in the past, but not sort of a third place team that I was expecting. I think they can do more, though. I do think this team's got more in their tank left remaining for us. I think that they surprised us in multiple tournaments beforehand as well. So what I'm hoping is that Geeke can maybe have another good game, stay in that top 6 side, because realistically, I don't think they were on many people's like top prediction lists, and I think that they're kind of playing into how we had Yangon Galacticos last year.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, something definitely happened in their day off, because I agree with you. I think out of all those names, hold on real quick. Oh, southern shift on down to Los Leones. Are we going to see another crazy urban finish? That would be wild to finish things off for the day. You can see teams, woo, quick, fast, now, immediately, right now, moving down south, not wasting any time. Not a little later, immediately.
Yeah, immediately, right now.
Right now.
We're not waiting around. We are sending down. The migration is real. I mean, it's always awkward having to move down from that north side as well, past La Bandita. Talked about it before, Minas Generales. Awkward rotational paths for some of these squads. Fury, on the other hand, they can kind of slip in towards that south side. They are rotating alongside with Nongshim Red Force. Tiamba, though, they like to play down here anyway. They went for a central position. They looted up in Los Leones first, so they're good to go. And they can set up their vehicles very fast and start to be on the lookout, be on the overwatch for some of these other squads as they make their way in. However, it's actually RRQ to take down Milu. That is surprising.
That's a huge finish. I mean, that is the star of today, right? I mean, the uncrowned king of the survival stage going out early here. And you can see Solus getting those thirsts. Players, now you can see just an extra little bit of sharpness in these shots. They know there's no time to waste here. Last game of the day. We got to make it happen if we want to continue our dreams here in Paris, France.
It is amusing, though, to me that RRQ pretty much went out of their way there. They were like, we've got to find Milu. We've got to take Milu out.
Where is he?
Because if Milu's in the lobby, we're scared, we're worried. We do not want that kind of pressure. So a bit of revenge, you know. Redemption, almost. Get him out in the first 10 minutes of the game and never have to experience another 1v4 again. It's not possible versus Milu, at least at this point in time.
Oh yeah, because if Milu's there, he could elim you. And you do not want that. You do not want to go back to the lobby here. So Tiamba are going to go for the rest of this match with a 3-man. They do have a spot in this next circle. But with this zone, is pretty scary here because, I mean, it could always hard shift down straight to Los Leones. That'll be a wild game to see if that's the case. Young Galacticos are going to be doing a beautiful wrap all the way down to the south, most likely hitting that Los Leones urban side. Everybody else just trying to set up a position here in this circle. You got Tiamba right next to La Bendita. QGZ up on the roof, just trying to keep away. Oh no, QXZZ getting knocked there and beat up as well. So,
my God, dude.
Are you kidding me?
Those shots onto Binny is just demonic going through from QXZ. Unbelievable stuff. Now from RQ underneath, just get absolutely obliterated by Hoxie. Luckily, Fearingkin was coming around the side, moves through the window, ball maneuver, Terror down. Lepar, as per usual, kind of picking up the slack here for RRQ.
Benny throwing in the nade. He makes sure that his teammate is eliminated by his own nade. Benny, though, with the pump shotgun, trying to find some angles here. He's low on HP. He's got to be picture perfect. Jump shot for the QBZ. He's not going to do it. And that is KRX out of there in last place. The worst case scenario. Tomorrow, if they want to make it happen, have to just go insane.
Yeah, for KRX, we already talked about it, right? They weren't in a good position. If they were to have a bad game here, it is miracles that need to happen tomorrow to get them in. Very unfortunate for the squad. Not what was expected from a team that tenure-wise has had great success over the years. Feels like survival stage might just be the final hurdle for them. They just could not get over. We'll lock back in with the next circle that does move down towards the south side. It is torn between Los Leones and the northern edge up towards the roadside. We've got some of the hills in play still. A lot of teams don't really want to be playing over towards the northwest. Alpha 7 would like to get a little bit further into this one. Dopeness, on the other hand, they're happy to wait. It worked out for them one time. We'll see if it works out for them again.
Yeah. And they could definitely use it for sure, because this one is pretty dang close. And the zone is starting to close. You got Young Galacticos wrapping that south side. Aula is quite close to them here, though. Let's see if they are going to end up meeting each other. SayCloud now finally being able to get into this next circle.
Yeah, definitely feels like Young Galacticos have been casting out a big net here for Alula. They're in the way. They do not want their 180 being exposed as they move in towards Los Leones. Some of the more teams they can take out. So they continue to hunt out this squad. Marnet, as well as Cloud, playing in front right now. Have to get it up the hilltop. Alula stops short, takes a quick break, takes a breather, playing inside the concretes, while Smile continues to provide that information back. They're gonna have to move eventually though. They can't stick around here forever.
They're like, guys, come on, this is stage 3. There's plenty of room here. We can all be friends on the south side of Los Leones. And it looks like that's what Young Galacticos are gonna do. They're gonna hold on to this building here and say, see you later, we'll deal with you later. But oh, Solonic getting a knock onto Geek. We see that happening in the feed. Geek, again, we were talking about teams that were a little bit of a surprise. I mean, yeah, seeing them at the top, I think is a really, really exciting thing from them. You know that their team has to be pumped up going into this one. For those of you guys tracking all the incredible things that are happening here at the Esports World Cup, we see some updates from Glitter, and I know Geek is one of those orgs that really needs to have a good performance here. They want to see their team in the finals. I was wondering if maybe they had a little extra pep talk with them and say, guys, we need you to get there, all right? Let's make it happen.
Yeah, that added a bit of pressure. That always works. That really does help the team out.
Yeah, I mean, it would work for me. You know, usually I'm at my peak performance if I have at least 2 women yelling at me during the day.
Yeah.
That's when I'm really pushing myself.
I think for Yangon Galacticos, it's a weird one because they did cast the net, but they essentially just gave the northern rotate to Alula and have banked on this ending in Los Leones. I feel like this is a bad trade, you know?
Yeah,
not the best. We got like a grubby card for a holographic.
Look at the hype, man. I mean, I love the Alpha 7 fans. Oh, they're getting hype. They felt the pressure coming as Carrillo making them happy here, making them dance a little bit extra here, doing that salsa as Carrillo getting that elimination is going to open things up a little bit. This is outside the circle, though. All eyes are going to be on them. Dopeness now in a position to gatekeep. Oh, but Guizao with that knock on the loofah. Time to hop in that vehicle. It's time to get moving. The fight has begun. Ding, ding, ding. Guizao looking to finish it quickly.
And you need to. Guizao very low here. Goodness me, has to drop out the vehicle. And we'll just let it roll past him once he gets the first aid kit off, though. Ulf does move over towards the northern side. Wonder how much of this they have heard. Dopeness, again, the waiting strategy did not work out this time around. They had to move, and I'm glad that Alpha 7 did something. I think you have to congratulate them for that fact, because this is the big complaint we've had for a long, long time. Finally, they clear out some space for themselves. Great news. Now they can play in towards the south side, and hopefully play a little bit further into the south side later on.
Man, hey, Alpha 7 crowd, I know you are in here. I want to start hearing some old school cheerleading chants, right? Be aggressive, be aggressive. That's what we need to see from Alpha 7, because when they do, man, oh!
Wait, where did he throw that nade from? That was like nestled perfectly in his lap.
Oh, he like heard the click of the nade before it popped on him. Duniya, Silence, getting an early lemon style there.
Yeah, dopeness. That's where they'll be cut short. Down to 14 teams. 50 players still left alive here. Alpha 7 still taking it a little bit slow. Smoke's going down. They've got Furia down towards their south side. Can certainly play off the back of that.
Come on, Zone, go south. Let's just go crazy here. Full-fledged urban finish, can you imagine? That would be wild. Furia wouldn't like that. Let's see if the Zone does surprise everybody here, as it is just about to pop. Where are we going? Oh!
Look, outside, Yangon Galacticos, they're a little lucky, right?
Yeah.
They're a little lucky. They do get themselves a lovely central spot here and one of the good buildings to play in as you do heading up towards those really awkward circles where they line up. But now, Alpha 7, we got to get out the building. We're going to get in vehicles. We have to move. Fury similarly as well. I know, disgusting. Not fun, not enjoyable. Tiamba, however, tearing Ulf apart. They have lost Eagle and Milu at this point, but Tiamba has been a consistent threat inside the lobby. Shame that they moved over towards the northern side. I think it was the smart choice. I don't really want to start in an urban area, especially Los Leones, because it is so massive. And getting out of it can be a bit of an awkward mission.
Yangon Galactic will smile as she gets a knock onto QZZ. Let's see if he ends up getting the thirst. As we're waiting for that to happen in the elimination feed. Catch getting knocked by Nongshim Red Force. And now you got Joker, the Thai team of E-Arena. Just again, so shocked that they're even here in the first place. They had a record-breaking rondo. 39 total points and still weren't able to make it into the finals directly. So now they're here in 7th place. They're right there on that cutoff. Gonna go ahead and get even closer to that 6th place position with that elimination there. Right below the likes of Nongshim Red Force. So easy, gets a knock onto Obscura from Alpha 7. And the fights are really starting to ring up here as teams are just trying to find a position in this next zone.
Yeah, Alpha 7 plays up towards the silos, tries to get a bit of high ground to work with, to watch down towards a lot of these other teams. Should be very resible here for Obscure too. They've got RQ underneath them. Nade plays should go well. I mean, Carrillo has full broadside on this, just doesn't want to expose himself to other angles from within the city. That's not a bad position to kind of stepping stone from, potentially. Your Fury coming in from that western side. Igor's taken down by Alula at distance. This is hard though. You're gonna have to stop off right now. A lot of smokes were already invested. Igor's gonna need to be rezzed. Delaying the push in. Revo's down again.
Can't be getting knocked. Oh, and thirsted by Baton. So the Wolves stealing that elimination. Now Carrillo says, okay, this is the angles I needed. Yeah, this is the util. RRQ are just cooked in the spot. This is a really bad position. Fortunately for them, though, there's so many other teams right above, forcing Carrillo to not be able to make some plays. He finds an angle, though, puts some pressure, immediately pops back on over, and now Furia are going to get the mix here. Furia with the push onto RRQ, getting popped out of these vehicles. They're getting punished here, but they do end up taking out RRQ. But is Alpha 7 going to get in there? Yeah, Carrillo steals an elimination.
Yeah, this is exactly what they need. I mean, Carrillo's been doing a good amount of work here, waiting for the rest of his team to recuperate, revitalize. Morevo's completely down now. Ayala underneath with Igor's. Trying to get him back up on his feet. Realistically, for Alpha 7, they want to slip down towards this location so they can continue to play things out. Sightlines are a bit awkward. Get out the vehicle, confirm the flush.
Oh no, Guazao ends up getting knocked here. Carrillo gets popped back and forth. Ayala doing a great job of just continuing on that pressure. Looks like it is a 2v2 situation now. Carrillo and Obscura versus Ayala and Igor. Guazao gets knocked by Schweppes though. Finished. And the nades are starting to ring out here. Ayala gonna be throwing someone back, but Obscure catches the edge of Igor. Carrillo with 3 eliminations though. Gotta make a play.
Stun grenades out. Ayala, last line of defense here for Furia. Will look for the first. Carrillo does get himself the nice drive-by. Vehicle is flaming. Very, very low. But Alpha 7 definitely looking a little bit more aggressive here. And Carrillo honestly has stepped up this game. I think Carrillo is the main driving force of this match so far, which is a good thing to say. Been with the team for a long, long time. Everybody knows this guy is a phenomenal player. But it's the first time in a while where we've seen him really take the game into his own hands.
I like how you said driving force right there. I know you did that on purpose, dude, because these guys have been doing these drive-bys all day. I've never seen them do this so often. Usually they just play.
Trick
Yeah, they just like, oh, we can do this. You know, all right, I want to start doing this more often. And usually they just end up playing together on foot, pushing together, and just being an unstoppable force. But now they're doing these like really cheeky drive-by plays. I don't know if I like it, but it's working for now. They're in 3rd place, and that is all that matters. As long as they make it into that top 6, that's where they need to be. Obscure getting some shots. Gonna have to dodge those and throwing out that util. On to Goat. Not able to get the knock just yet. Carrillo knowing that, man, this is going to be a tough one to get into this circle. Everybody's looking the direction. Do they have any vehicles? No. It's going to be up to Smokes and that M4 to get them in this next circle. Oh, ow, 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 ow. That hurt.
Yeah, Creo making that cross there. It was always going to be difficult. There's so many angles, so many sight lines, and at this point in time, we are just getting rid of the outsiders at the moment, which is a fair few of these teams trying to make their way in. Again, it's not an easy circle, really isn't to play. Goat's also struggling now as the circle moves further and further downwards. But let's take a look here, Hot Jukes. E-Arena looking to redeem themselves up towards that top side of the tables in 7th and get themselves some more points on this game. Look a little bit prettier. Furia went down after 7 to get some more points. Oh. And again, we are starting to see more and more squads push themselves further up. Now for Ulf, tough push.
Tough push indeed, but they're making it work so far. Ulf finally started to show some signs of life. AGAL, another one of those teams, really trying to make things happen for their org in this World Cup. Only 1 elimination so far. Ooh, that one hurts. Down to 1 HP. No, actually, no, he does have 3 first aids. Let's see if he's going to start using them. AGAL starting to push up there towards Ulf. Catch going for the res. Should be able to get it on the Solus. He does. Zone about to close in the next 39 seconds, though. Can they get these heals off? XCC just can't find that perfect angle to throw this nade, though.
And mounts it off the doorway. Goes a little long, though. The airburst not quite there for AGAL. We talked about this earlier. This has to be a big game for them. They see the circle shift and they decide that this fight is not worth it. It's going to delay them too much. Can they get further down? Can they snake their way into the circle itself? Tiamba, last player alive here in QZZ. And again, I respect the motion here, because they know that, yeah, they're on 75 points. It doesn't necessarily guarantee them tomorrow if they have a really horrendous day. So for QZZ, he's going to put all the stock into trying to live out this game as long as possible as a solo. No risk taken.
Survive.
Yeah.
Gotta survive here. Might as well. I don't care how many points you have. You play as hard as you can all the way up to the end to guarantee that you extend your stay here in Paris. Here comes Nongshim Red Force, though. Monster squad. Putting some pressure on Al-Ula. Hyunbin, Maxman's favorite player. So humble, so accurate. Throws the nade and gets the knock.
And that's why he knows how to make these fights work. DBS in hand. About to push on in. Wolves is the next target for Nongshim Red Force. They currently have 4 players still alive here. QZZ finally goes down. That will be Tiamba's run done. 75 points is where they'll finish the day. Again, like we're saying, roughly around 15 points for top 6. See if they can go further tomorrow. E-Arena, another team that desperately wants that scoreline, but Saycloud from Yangon Galacticos opens up onto 1. Geeke also chiming in here.
Survival stage.
Have to drop those smokes down. Just one place to get closer to them. Los Leones uncomfortable in the central position. Honestly, for Yangon Galacticos, if they can get rid of more and more players here from E-Arena, there is a world where they may want to cross the road.
They're going to have to here. We can see them with those P90s. They're making it happen. I don't know who. Yeah,
they got to go.
Oh, they got to go immediately. As you can see, AGAL, getting hurt. Going to go ahead and get those first aids going. As we now have reached the final circle shift here. We are in stage 8. I don't know who it was that wanted to see a Los Leones urban finish here at the end, but whoever it is, they got what they wished for.
From Wolf, we got 6 points on this game. They do get themselves a little bit further in the lobby here. Up to 10th now on 31 points. It's a decent innings. But you're right, we're almost heading in towards stage 9. I was surprised that Yangon Galacticos didn't try and hit the train here. They are slowly moving across because they know E-Arena is weak and they're on the center dot. Like, that's where you want to be, and they've opened things up, but they're being very, very careful right now.
By the way, you go out right now, 1 placement point.
Yeah, and we're almost in the last zone.
8 teams still remaining. None of them can afford to go out right now. You got Wolves there on the southwest side. Those guys need some points, big time. AGAL, Yangon Galacticos, our previous champs. These are the squads that really need them more than anybody else. But you got the likes of Geeke, Nongshim Red Force, and E-Arena right there. You can see the Wolves getting into some CQC action. They take out quick. Now they're rocking a 2-2 split. DK are still in this match. All 4 up, only 1 elimination. It's really going to come down to the last second here.
So many teams banking on this game. Yangon Galacticos maintaining high ground. I mean, once we got a better lay of the land, kind of understand why they're still playing up there. They have 2 players up front though, so there is a possibility of a daisy chain in the near future. Wolves also needing points off the back of this game. Running on 25 right now. Nongshim Red Force getting the parkour done, somersaulting through that smoke into a better position. So easy, gets caught on the back lines by a nade from Necessary. Ooh, what a nasty spot to throw those nades in. We'll see if Nongshim Red Force can weather it.
Oh, these guys need to hire a new roofer, man. This is so tough. This hole in the roof is being so rough on them. It's just tizzy now for the side of Nongshim Red Force. And here we go. We are in stage 9 here, folks. The zone is about to close to the center of the map as Baton and the Wolves trying to keep their tournament hopes alive here. The NA squad up close and personal with Nongshim Red Force. Blind nade getting thrown, trying to get these confirmations, but Baton very hesitant here. Throwing down some more smokes, waiting for his squad to get back up before he pushes. Doesn't want to push on his own, but that is allowing Nongshim Red Force to get a reset.
Ooh, Say Cloud bounces off the stairs. Could have been a freebie. Instead, it's costly.
Oh.
1 nade down now. Nongshim Red Force have to make a big maneuver. The Baton has got him locked in the corner. Will just send in to get the finish off the back of that one. Yangon Galacticos still using this high ground to their advantage. AGAL in an awkward position on that north side. Finally, they strike. That's Slonic. He went up high from behind. The Wolves finding a bit of an area to play off the back of.
Climbing up those stairs so quietly. Here goes Maple as well, trying to find that precious high ground. Gonna be able to look at those plays, but here comes the blue zone. This is an unrelenting circle. It's going down to the center. Now it's time to make the plays. No choice. Bust out those shotguns. Hit those shots. Maple looking for the angles. TBS in hand, and you got Elementrix stuck with the AUG, trying to make a play for his team.
Romeo on the outside with that XEZ. We said that AGL needed a good game. KRX also. KRX went down in 16th, but now AGL looking for the first. Maple finds another. E-Arena slowly falling, and now out. AGL with 3 players still up. Yangon Galacticos with the 1. Wolves with 2. All these teams very, very important right now. They get further up in the rankings. Who will be able to finish this off? Wolves with the high ground. AGAL underneath. Flower blooming from the desert floor.
Finding the angles, but he gets caught. Flower Age takes away that high ground position, and it's AGAL clutching up the final chicken dinner here of the day 1 survival stage.
And they needed that game so badly, down towards the bottom of the leaderboard, getting themselves further up there and opening up a chance tomorrow. But that's all it is, just a chance for them. So many expectations on this squad, and only now just delivering. The nice play from them, a good disengage from Ulf earlier on too. Wonderful stuff. Wolves also needed those points so badly. They played the high ground. I love the way that Slonic played that out. Got up there earlier on, hit a lovely little backstab over towards Yangon Galacticos. But is it enough? Is it enough going tomorrow? It is the top 6 right now. Tiamba, Furia have all really got themselves into a very, very good position there. Hopefully they'll be able to continue that consistency. For Tiamba, it's a tiny drop in the ocean in terms of points. Furia, they got to go a little bit further. For everyone else, this is coming down to the wire tomorrow, I can guarantee it.
I'll tell you, all you guys watching right now, mark your calendars, set your alarms, tell everybody, because tomorrow is going to be one heck of a show.
Bro,
Look
that's
at
crazy.
Maple, are you serious? I'll tell you what, all of AGL, their fans, organization are so excited for them right here.
投你跳吧，投你跳吧，投你跳吧，2打2，3打2，3打。投点一个，拿掉，拿掉。打一个，1楼。
I mean, good stuff. Honestly, very, very good stuff. That shot from Flower up on high was absolutely criminal, by the way. He went out for a little peek, and Flower was straight there with the pellets. Sent him right up to him. But yeah, that's it. But the thing is, this is a
Actually, a great time to get a win. It's right at the end of the day. Oh my God, the relief is palpable inside of this squad. Going into tomorrow, it's not the most momentum you can have, but it does feel good. And genuinely, Tiamba has already shown us what that feel-good nature can do for you.
With the craziness that we've seen so far, I think if AJAL don't win that one, I would have had very little hope for them, right? The fact that they did, though, really just lights a fire, I think, in them, everybody watching and supporting them here. It puts them in a great spot for tomorrow. And one thing I did notice, and I'm starting to see a trend of, is that the word nice is international, baby. Because, I mean, you just keep hearing that no matter what. I mean, no matter what team, what org, right there at the end, that is the unification word of victory.
Yeah, it's good. It's nice. But KRX, sorry, it's not so nice. No. It is not so nice.
No.
Again, tomorrow it's going to take miracles. This is a great squad. It's got some strong players on side. If anyone can do it, it's going to be them.
They need an immediate chicken dinner tomorrow. Not even wait a little bit. Immediate in Rondo.
In the meantime, let's head down to the stage to close out our day with Kalaris.
That's right, thank you very much, Blank. Of course, I do have Ragnarok here from GK after they've had a pretty successful day, all things considered, for the game so far. So let's start off with this last Miramar. Obviously, it goes down to yet another Los Leones ending that we actually have here. You guys were in one of the buildings pretty early to try and play it out, but it's always hard to transition between those locations. What was the game plan for GK once you'd found that spot?
To be honest, I'm one of the best players in the world in Los Leones. I have been playing Los Leones for maybe 7 years. So I know every entry and every exit for Los Leones. I were really confident that the white building that we took, it will be clear. So we crashed it in the third zone. Yeah, it was clear, but it was maybe center of the zone. So everybody's focusing on us. We couldn't like peek on much players. We couldn't take much eliminators also. So we played a little bit passive, but at the end zone we got kicked out of the zone. So the zone was rushing us in our pack. Also two teams were holding on us. I think one team in the hangar and YG on the left. We got stuck between the two teams and we got eliminated. But so far it's not really bad game. It's a hard zone, but we managed to get some points. That's fine.
Not too bad at all. Talk to me about the win that you guys were able to have today as well. Because I think that's your second win of the tournament so far, right? You got one in the group stage. So that win, obviously you had that compound for a long time, west side of Pochinki, or west from Pochinki, I want to say. So was it just a case of lock that down, and then when you kind of flexed out against the positions of the rest of the teams and eventually dealt with Alpha 7, that looked fantastic. So talk to me about that finish.
To be honest, it's a 50-50 zone. Like, it was a little bit lucky that the zone came back to us, but still, if the zone didn't come back to us, I was managing the movement from this compound. I was going to manage everything. That's why I choose this compound, mini Pochinki, because I know how to move from this position. And it was an easy game, to be honest.
Fantastic. Any last words for your fans out there watching GK trying to make the push here to the top 6?
To be honest, I want to thank everyone who supports us, and we hope to make you proud. Maybe we're gonna play better tomorrow and take this qualification card for the finals, and in the finals we're gonna change everything. Don't worry about it.
Ragnarok, thank you very much. Fantastic interview. It's time to head on over to Barney, who has more to come.
That's right, Kalaris. I've got Tony K here from E-Arena, ready to have a very quick chat. Tony K, let's talk about today. Typically, we're used to seeing a very hyper-aggressive E-Arena, chasing down eliminations, but today seemed to be about placement points. You had a 4 top 6 or top 5 finishes, I believe it was. Was that the plan coming into today? Was it all about placement and playing a bit more passively?
ก็ปกตินะฮะทีม Arena เนี่ยปกติฟอร์มของเราจะเล่นค่อนข้างออกไปทางดุดัน aggressive ทีเดียวนะฮะแต่ว่าในวันนี้เนี่ยเราค่อนข้างเล่นที่แบบว่าแบบค่อนข้างไปทางเรียบง่ายสบายๆ passive เป็นค่อนข้างเป็นส่วนใหญ่นะฮะแล้วก็เราได้จบไปที่แบบท็อป 4เป็นท็อป 4หรือท็อป 5นี่ค่อนข้างเยอะเลยนะฮะในวันนี้อยากถามว่าแบบมีอะไรมีความเห็นยังไงบ้างครับกับเรื่องนี้ฮะก็วันนี้ผมคิดว่ามันวงเข้าครับบางตาแต่เราก็ทำไม่ได้ครับ Yeah, I think today we a little bit of like underperformance, even though like the zone come to our side, but in the end, like it's just another bad day.
It's a shame to have a bad day on the survival stage day, but we've got another day tomorrow, so let's talk a bit about that. Closing out today, you managed to get 4th place with 6 eliminations on the board, so that's vital points for you guys to go through to the finals. Going into tomorrow, are we going to see the slightly more aggressive E-Arena, trying to chase people down and hunt for those eliminations and get those points for finals?
อยากถามนะครับพรุ่งนี้น่าจะเป็นวันสุดท้ายของรอบ Survival Stage แล้วนะฮะอยากถามว่าตอนนี้เนี่ยในรอบในอันดับของเราในตอนนี้ฮะแล้วก็แบบว่าอยากถามว่ารู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับว่าพรุ่งนี้ฟอร์มของเราจะเป็นยังไงบ้างจะเล่นพาสซีฟเหมือนเดิมไหมหรือว่าเราจะไปทาง aggressive มากขึ้นครับ
ก็เล่นเรื่อยๆครับตามวงครับถ้าจังหวะไหนเล่นได้ก็เล่นครับจังหวะไหนเล่นไม่ได้ก็ค่อยๆเล่นครับ
Well, to be honest, I would say that we're gonna play depends on the zone. If it's like the zone come to our side, we're gonna play aggressive. If it's not, we're gonna play passively. So hopefully the zone gonna be on our side tomorrow.
That's the smart answer, Tony K. Nicely done. Thank you very much for joining me in this interview. Best of luck tomorrow in day 2 of the survival stage. Like I said earlier on, only 6 teams will make it through into the finals. And so these teams have got to start scrambling for points. But for now, let's head back to the studio to round out day 1 of the survival stage.
Thank you, Barney. Tony K, a man of few words, but tomorrow he is not going to be allowed to be quiet if he wants to be on those top 6. Overall, an interesting day. We ended up seeing his sponge points, especially towards the top, the consistency that we saw out of Tiamba as well. But in this last game, Max, it couldn't have been any better for those teams that are trying to even keep it closer towards that top 6, because the top 3 teams didn't really do much.
It's like, you want an opportunity for a comeback? Los Leones finished. Okay, I can't do much about that. But overall, it was very fun to see how many of the teams were at the very tippity bottom, right, if you can say that, of the rankings. So overall, I gotta say, a big compliment to the entirety of that lobby, in the sense that a lot of the teams are trying to play the outskirts of the city in case it does go up in the city itself or outside of it. So big compliment to all of these teams. I think they played as good as they really could for a city finish.
We'll take a look at the overall ranking after day 1 of survival stage. Tiamba sitting at the top with 75 points, followed by Furia Alpha 7 as well there with 42. But just look how everything is going to be so close, Natura. This is what we're going to be looking at tomorrow, between 3rd place all the way down to 8th. And I'm pretty sure when we end up seeing the 2nd page as well, everything is just going to be super tight. It can change within 1 match.
No, it really can, and this is going to be a crazy 2nd day coming through. We've seen such consistency, I feel like, from a lot of these teams here. Yes, they've not had as much presence as we might have liked them to. Maybe they've had a bit of a fumble here and there, right? But Alpha 7, no wins, still 3rd place. You've got E-Arena. They said they had a bad day, but they're still 5th here. Wolves as well, just continuing that momentum game to game until now. They're 2 points behind 6th place here. So it is looking like a lot of these teams really stepping up, and with 6 more games tomorrow, who knows how big the points are going to be then.
And I want to sort of touch off of after the interview with E-Arena, and you know, they're sort of saying they're playing to the zone. Furia didn't really play to the zone. They were catching those eliminations, and look at where they're sitting. If E-Arena can just mimic that kind of play style, because when you actually have a look at this lobby, yes, Tiamba are skyrocketing up there, especially with placement points in general. But the only other super aggressive team is Furia. And if we add E-Arena, we've seen them do it before, where they're able to catch these eliminations in any way that they want. I think if they change back to that style, they could be definitely up there with Furia.
Max, on the 2nd page of the overall ranking, I want you to look at one team specifically, and that is none other than GOAT team. Because when we're looking at that team, it's just pure fragging power. But once again, the storyline has been for this team, they need to find themselves a way into those later matches.
IHG might not be in this tournament, but they reincarnated in the GOAT team. All about aggression and those elimination points. But yeah, 4 placement points. I don't like using harsh words, but that is really bad. Okay, that is absolutely terrible from GOAT team.
Harsh.
Okay.
That wasn't harsh.
Yeah, but it was like PG, you know?
Let's go PG.
It's harsh in like the PG realm of what I do here on the show. Very unfortunate in terms of the placement points. We need to see more late game finishes. All gamers, you know, I'm going to also say a similar point. They get that 1 chicken dinner in a city finish, which you never know what's going to happen in a city finish. It's kind of like you throw in the hat, hopefully your name comes out at the end. But you remove that chicken dinner, Niptura, only 2 placement points over the course of 5 matches. That also is really bad in a PG way.
No, it really is. I don't like that at all. And tomorrow has to be a massive step up from them, because yes, we are seeing a lot of ties partly due to Tiamba's point sponge situation going on there, but I think in a regular lobby or in a regular day, they would be bottom of the leaderboard, except for KRX. They're actually bottom of the leaderboard. What's going on with KRX, by the way?
You tell me.
What is happening? I don't even know, because we haven't had enough time to even see them. They just keep going out. Max, you have an opinion?
Max, please tell us what's going on with KRX.
Actually, I know. No, actually, looking at their position, they always go for spots which, when you look at the map, is not bad, but the positions itself are so bad to defend. It's like, oh, it's a shed, it's a tree, it's a dip, meaning if a team gets any angle onto you, you're just going to get completely dismantled instantly.
Oh, look, that's a nade coming for our grouped up scenario.
It's like, oh, this is a great dip. A team gets in 50 meters of you, boom, and DRX just completely disappears. So I would like to see them trying to fight for strong compounds or strong POIs around the map, and if they do so, we saw Hoxie in particular step up massively in the group stage. Right now, these positions today are just not it going into PMWC.
I kind of want to say the same for Goat Team, actually, because we saw a lot of aggression. They set up really, really well. They push really well, and then all of a sudden they either disengage or they get third-partied or they're not covering their back angles. There's something like that that's going on because yes, the aggro is there. Yes, the setups are really good. They do 1-3 split, 2-2 split. They try to surround. They use the nades. They're not over-aggressive, but they just fizzle out in the mid game. And so for me, Goat, you just need to step that up, get those placement points, and you are good to go.
Exactly what we see. When I see how to go, just please last until the later match, last until those end zones. But Max, I know earlier you got a chance to see a grenade for Maxman. Grenade of the day.
It's Maxman's grenade of the day. Let's check it out. I don't know actually which grenade we're going to show, but it's going to be a surprise right now. Let's check it out, see exactly what's going to be coming out. We got many great grenades today. One coming out from Milu. He got the clutch. He got the 1v4 without opening grenade. But this grenade is a thing of absolute beauty. He chucks that first one and then, oh, well, actually, no, it didn't work out quite fine because Oleko denies his position with that grenade and forcing himself to go back down into the shed. It's a grenade of the day, but it's a bad grenade of the day. Do better. Okay.
It's a stinky grenade of the day. Very bad.
I don't like that. Don't say that again.
Sorry.
Okay.
My bad.
Yeah, be careful. You're thin ice.
That was not PG. That was very close to PG.
Max throwing a grenade at Neptura there.
He did. It nearly got me.
Before we show it, quick, who's going to be the MVP? It's pretty straightforward. Yep, that's right. Milu from Tiamba, 18. Whoa! Hot damn, buddy. Oh my gosh. And the crazy part is he ended up getting 15 knocks, still making sure he found ways to steal those elimination slays. For Tiamba, consistency, Milu being able to pop off. Usually we think about QXEZ. That wasn't the case. Now it's just two players that can actually frag out.
Yeah, I mean, what I really like from this team as opposed to what the other teams were doing is they were not tunnel visioning their fights. So, you know, Netroyu sort of touching on like, what are they doing after these fights? How are they getting third party? This is a team that obviously had that great sort of split hold and were able to map out their play after they eliminate a team. So they're always forward thinking in every single play that they made today.
No, it is really nice to see that coming through. And I think a lot of teams can learn from that because some of the best teams are the ones that think ahead a couple of phases, a couple of plays. Some teams we have seen just don't seem to do that. And I think that's where a lot of these teams are getting stuck in that mid phase because there's like, we get to the mid phase and then we don't know what to do. And then other teams are all coming around us and then we get all grouped together and now we really don't know what to do. So a little bit of that forward thinking, a little bit of that proactivity, that action planning would really help for tomorrow.
Max, I want you to get into your coaching mindset for some of these squads. And I want you to pick a team that, whether it is positive or negative or PG or not PG, just tell us what that team needs to do tomorrow.
Yangon Galacticos. Yangon. Why are you guys playing so passive? I saw so many good glimmers of hope in their group stage. I was like, yeah, they're taking fights. It's so nice, especially like Orangutan did back in their group stage. And that was enough for them to instantly qualify to the finals. And Yangon Galacticos, they had so many opportunities. I'm not saying like game-winning opportunities. I'm not saying they could have gotten wins, but they're not taking fights that could result in actually a really good upside win for them in the overall match, like maybe a top 5 with a bunch of eliminations. Yangon Galacticos, you've already won. You've done it in the past. Right, well, not right here. It was in Riyadh, but they've won PMWC before. I want to see you be confident. You can do it, but right now they're just, I don't like using the word scared usually, but it really feels that way in today's games.
Felt exactly like that for Yangon. It kind of felt a bit messy. Honestly, super messy for Alpha 7, even though they're currently towards the top. It's a team that we expect